Chapter 32, Preparations Part 1. Shultir silently walked through the 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Behind her was Brain. Occasionally he glanced at the surroundings with deep interest, watching Kokita's subordinates standing guard and gazing at them. His changes in expression showed his awe and amazement towards an existence beyond his imagination. However, his figure that was looking around restlessly, when viewed from an observer's point of view, was slightly embarrassing, and did not fit a subordinate of Shultir. Originally, it would drop the standing of his master Shultir, but Shultir kept quiet and tolerated it. No, it was simply that Shultir did not have the ability to react to his behavior. Shultir, who was walking silently down the corridor, was not wearing her usual black dress, and instead wore a sparkling white dress with matching jewelry adorning her. While the golden tiara with gems embedded inside released a brilliant sparkle, it was not extravagant. 3 thin platinum necklaces were laying on her neck. Accompanied by gloves made of white sparkling silk, she looked like a princess. Brain had his own extravagance, but he wore a simple yet well-tailored black suit, covered by a regal armor. Various small ornaments adorned the armor, and this were not run-of-the-mill replicas. Their values were obvious at a glance. On his hips were 2 swords. The first sword was the one that followed him till now. The second sword was given to him recently. The reason for Brain's attire was obvious, which was to prevent someone that looked like a common bandit from entering this floor. However, Shultir had more pressing matters in her mind right now. As they approached their destination, Shultir's footsteps slowed down. Her face started to twitch. After Shultir returned to Nazarick, she went to her private quarters to refresh herself. If she used too long a time to prepare herself, it would be considered disrespectful. Shultir naturally accepted such a principle. But the several things in her mind hindered her resolve. Shultir sighed for the nth time, and faced reality. She knocked on the door in front of her. The Beetle Race Royal Knights on her left and right did not say anything. After several tens of seconds passed, the door opened slowly. The figure of a maid was visible. It was a normal maid that was working in Irons's room. Please tell Irons Summer that I would like to meet with him. Understood. Please wait for a bit. The maid noticed the awkwardness in Shultir's tone and faltered for an instant, expressed her understanding, and slowly, without any sound, politely closed the door. I want to run away. When Shultir sighed, the door opened again slowly. The maid from earlier stood behind it. Please go ahead, Shultir Summer. Irons Summer is waiting. The first thing that Irons thought was that Shultir's expression was hard and dark, and assumed that she had failed her mission. However, the vampire standing behind her did not exist in Irons's memory. Then she should have completed the minimum requirement of her mission. Considering that, Irons tore apart his thoughts. No point deducing it. His questions would be eliminated after listening to Shultir's report in the end. He decided that he just had to listen to Shultir's report closely. Shultir, leading her minion, approached the front of Irons's desk slowly, while maintaining her silence and keeping her head bowed. The underling at the back hastily bowed his head as well. I have returned, Irons Summer. And so you have, Shultir. Irons's eyes narrowed slightly. Shultir was not using her weird pattern of speech. In other words, she was mentally agitated due to unknown reasons. The report might have a positive outcome, Irons concluded. His thoughts shifted towards the possible negative outcomes. This way, he would be able to nonchalantly accept the results, no matter how terrible it could be. Then let me quickly hear your report. Before that, I have performed a mistake, and cannot talk to Irons Summer with my head raised. Shultir responded as she was about to bend the knee. Shultir. A strong voice with an imposing will was heard. Shultir stopped her actions and hastily looked at Irons. Shultir. You are one of the strongest pillars of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, a guardian. If you are to bow within the sight of others not for the reason of respect, do not bow so easily. The report has not even started? Your apology is a bit early. Everyone, leave. Irons lightly waved his hand, and ordered everyone in the room to leave. Receiving his orders, the regular maids began walking to the door. Ainz watched them as they walked and then moved his gaze upwards towards the ceiling. "You people as well." The minute his voice reached them, the air began slowly quivering, and several figures appeared, hanging on the ceiling. They were creatures that were about the size of a man and were spiders wearing ninja clothes. They were the 8-edge assassins. They could freely move while remaining invisible. Each of their 8 legs that allowed them to stick to the ceiling, and was attached with a razor. The moment they leapt towards their prey, they could launch 8 simultaneous strikes. The scariest thing was their ability to kill their prey with a single blow to the head. 7 8-edge assassins dropped to the floor, silent as a bird. The one seems to be the leader started to speak. "However, we have received orders from Kokaitis Summer." However, Ainz did not allow even that. "My words are superior to any order. I will not repeat myself. Leave." Understood. The 8-edge assassins simultaneously bowed. They crawled on the floor and followed the maids out. After the last one left the room, Ainz turned towards Shiltir. "Sorry, Shiltir." "Then please start your report." Firstly, for the male vampire over there your thrall? "Yes, that is so." My greetings, Ainz Summer." Suddenly, Brain flew away with a kick. Brain's body flew through the air as if carried by the wind before hitting and bouncing off the wall. That single hit could easily shatter all the organs in his body. Although he did not bleed after being turned into an undead, the ability to feel pain was not completely gone. Hence, Brain was rolling on the floor while moaning in pain. Shiltir approached Brain in an instant after sending him flying with a kick and continued to attack him a few more times. Why? Due to the sudden deterioration of events, Ainz cannot help but suppressed his urge to escape reality and find a spot to hide, while observing the current situation from afar. After turning into this body, it was A+ that instances like this would not be shown on his face. Why is a subordinate like you opening his mouth in a familiar manner to the Supreme One, Ainz Summer? Did I give you permission, boy? Just be an idiot and answer only when spoken to. Do not think of talking to Ainz Summer without permission. Thank you very much, Masuta. Although he was kicked by Shiltir, Brain still gave out a look of pure ecstasy. Anyway, don't look down. If you hurry up and say it, then I will scold you less. Anyway, your loyalty towards Ainz Summer is quite low, right? I see. Ainz nodded. However, due to this, there would be 2 problems. Firstly, Shiltir's response pattern. Shiltir's underlings fostering a sense of complete loyalty towards Ainz should not be a problem. But Ainz's plan involved recruiting talented humans forcefully, to smoothen their intelligence-gathering network. Looks like this plan would have to be abandoned. Secondly, under the influence of loyalty towards only Shiltir, discord might spread within Nazarick. It was not entirely impossible that they may develop a sense of hostility against the other Guardians from any future bickerings. The problem will only be Shiltir's. There was a need for experimentation. Shiltir. Yes. Shiltir's demonic face changed in an instant, to that of an innocent sweet young girl. Brain's face that was swollen from Shiltir's kicks turned into a look of joy. Ainz developed a sense of unease after looking at both scenes. Punishment will be given in the room later. But, Shiltir, I am happy that you respect me. However, there is no need for excessive respect. You are also one of the treasures left behind by my comrades in Ainz Ulgaun. You are an existence made by my friend, Pereronchino. Basically, I feel my friend behind you. Receiving such a deep respect from you makes me feel uncomfortable. Shiltir's eyes begin to glisten. Her crimson pupil was directed at Ainz. My gratitude. 2 times, 3 times the mouth tried to open, but no words came out. Shiltir was struggling hard to find the right words. Then slowly and deeply she bowed. This was the posture of a priestess receiving the divine revelation of God. She directed her prayers and worship towards the gods, The current Shaltia was acting as if she was giving her offerings to the gods.
Then return. Shall we begin the discussion? Hearing the report, with Brain occasionally adding information, Ein slowly crossed his fingers together.
I see, Bainiara. Yes, did Ein Summer really give that woman a potion? The person who gave the potion, Momen.
Eins had heard that name extremely frequently. When Nabril went to register herself as an adventurer, she sent a message requesting suggestion for a suitable name. He told her to use any appropriate name for herself.
When Eins was asked which name was most suitable, he gave the answer, Momen. No matter how he considered it, that name and potion, the one who gave it must have been Nabril. Suppressing the desire to hang his head in his arms, he quietly stared at Shaltia. Shaltia cowered in fear and waited for Eins's reaction. Eins felt troubled because he did not receive any report about this matter from Nabril. Furthermore, Momen was acting on his discretion. He was conflicted whether he should reveal to Shaltia that Momen was Nabril. If he revealed the truth, relations between Shaltia and Nabril will deteriorate.
Such a thought flashed across Eins's head.
This time Shaltia's mission had several misses, but it would not be a problem to say that it went well. If the woman Bainiara did not come, then it would simply turn into information about rampaging vampires. Not much was known about Shaltia's appearance. However, if Bainiara returned, then Shaltia's appearance would be known to the guild. On the contrary, if there was information that Bainiara was captured, and the ranger that escaped reported it, there were both pros and cons, a zero-sum equation. However, whether or not Shaltia could understand it was another question.
It would not be surprising that Shaltia would think that she was a hindrance.
Then what would Shaltia think about such an existence?
Would it turn into a problem that slowly tipped the balance of Nazarick?
Since he received the information from Nabril, was it not Eins in the wrong as he had not informed his subordinates, so he might end it with an apology? However, no, it really should be Eins to roll in the dirt.
If he did not tell the truth, then it might become a problem. A stiff sound rang. That sound was made as Eins's finger hit the table, while he was lost in thought. Eins Summer. If this is confidential. No, I will allow it. That woman is actually connected to Nabril. I heard about it, but I forgot to inform you.
Sorry.
Eins bowed his head, almost to the point of touching his table. It is not even absurd. If I did not get caught up in the moment, this would not have happened. Please raise your head. Thank you for forgiving my mistake. Your words are wasted on me. Eins raised his head, and went into deep thought. If he did not clear up the mess between Nabril and Shaltia, likely it would become a problem in the future.
In Yggdrasil, Eins was one of the top players when playing as a necromancer with instant death spells, but this type of magic user could be countered easily. Comparing with the others players, Eins's ranking would be at the middle of the top 50% players. If he fully equipped himself with magical items and also the items left behind by his comrades, his strength would reach those at the top 25% ranking. Basically, there were several existences stronger than Eins. Furthermore, there were many job classes that Eins was not able to attain. The world items called balance breakers. The natural enemy of Eins and the strongest magic caster class against undead, Holy Banisher, the magic caster class that focused on attack, World of Disaster.
Players with those classes were dangerously strong. Eins recalled the glorious time
when 1,500 people attacked the great underground tomb of Nazarick. His friends were there.
There were people with the World Guardian class, and was an existence known as an official cheat, and had no more than 10 top-class warrior users.
By putting these powers together during Eins Ulgaun, glorious period, they were at the pinnacle. Also the invaders were repelled, they were separated and dealt with individually, which was why they could win.
However, currently none of his friends were here.
If 100 of the top 500 players of Yggdrasil invaded, the likelihood that Nazarick would be breached is quite high.
There is no need to even think when 150 level 100 players decide to attack.
If Eins activated the strongest force in the tomb, All the members within level 8, it would be impossible even for 150 players to win.
But the price would be too high, hence he cannot simply use it. Even though he may be unmatchable now, but he may not be the strongest yet. Before he could completely grasp the situation of this world, he would have to act behind the scenes. Any action that antagonizes Yggdrasil players must be avoided.
This was due to him not being able to throw away his human consciousness even though his appearance changed. There was a chance that seeing his weird change, his mind would change as well and can accept this, but if human-like races like elves and dwarves killed innocents, he would react and most likely be filled with hostility. That was why he moved, looking for a reason.
They were attacked first. They had to kill to help others. They had to listen to orders, and so it could not be helped. If such excuses could be made, then there was still room for discussions. In conclusion, they should not be an evil that must be attacked, or attacking them was a just cause.
Something that the ones who congregate under a banner would not find it difficult to forgive.
It would be fine as long as it was not exposed.
Demiurge could move without exposing it.
On the contrary, if it was exposed, then they would be in an extremely unfavorable position. Did he understand that? I don't understand. In response to his unconscious whisper, Shiltir's shoulders trembled.
Ainz raised a question towards Shiltir, who was cowering in fear and watching Ainz's expression. Basically, Bainiara is a survivor, the ranger escaped.
And there is a separate group of adventurers.
Yes. Bainiara was the only one that saw you. Should I kill her?
Don't say stupid things.
No one saw your face but her, right?
Even if they try to make a montage, that woman's testimony will be the best proof.
Then the important thing is to edit her memory well. If we kill her, it will be added to the montage.
That will be a pain.
Afterwards, actually.
I don't mind. Say it. There are women.
Apart from Bainiara? Why did you not say so earlier?
What does this mean?
At Ainz's angry voice, Shiltir trembled.
Sorry. I went overboard.
Breathing heavily repeatedly, Ainz opened his mouth.
There is no need to hide it, Shiltir. Tell me everything. Understood?
With Ainz's sharp gaze piercing into her, Shiltir's face hardened and repeatedly moved up and down, and she began again. Once Ainz had the full story, he clapped his hands together. No, it would be more accurate to say that his bones clacked together.
Amazing.
Shiltir. Shiltir made a strange expression as she could not understand why she was being praised.
Shiltir, you are kind. You saved those women, right?
The women were playthings. Learning that, you saved them.
And so you ran into the adventurers.
Right? Shiltir's face flashed with understanding, and deeply bowed her head.
It is just as you say. Based on that, can you tell me about it?
Ainz faced his hands towards Shiltir with her mouth open, and the quiet Ainz continued his words. You just happened to be attacked by bandits when riding the carriage, asking about the captured people, and you heard about the woman. As a woman, such a thing would be unacceptable, so Shiltir attacked the base?
Yes, as you say. Then you managed to save the women, but then the newcomers came. Feeling anger at what was done towards the women, you forgot yourself and killed all of the adventurers. It is a common tragedy. Quite sad, however, Nabral's favor, this is important. Depending on if she gave it to this woman with it, we will take a step back, and acknowledge our failure. Just as you say.
Originally apologizing would be the correct action, but if we say that it is a tragedy-like situation, she may not believe us, and fear us and run away. If we don't handle the last part well, it will be like this, right?
Yes, everything is just as you say. So, you have finished your report?
Yes.
Everything has been reported. Ainz deeply nodded his head.
Okay, I got it.
The problem should be solved. Is it fine?
Ainz spoke in an admonishing manner towards Shiltir. With the conversation up to now we have only gained a basic justification for our actions. Yes?
Yes, I believe so.
I am afraid that the ones we are observing are only our equals.
In the case that they hear what we said, they might label us as evil. And they may try to eliminate us.
However, if they hear our justification, what do you think they would do? Would they stop the action to eliminate us?
I honestly don't know.
However, they will want to avoid losing their lives if they fight with us.
Basically, they will not think of fighting us seriously.
Then if they listen to us, they might retract their spears?
More or less, there will be some difficulties, but they should understand.
It would not hurt them to attack those who are perpetuating evil, if it is the opposite and find out that their opponent has a justification, and came with good intentions and gifts. What would they do? They would be lost about fighting, right?
Ainz gazed at Shiltir and continued.
Of course, punishment, a reduction of funds is possible, but I might give it to you. This is not that serious. Coming to the masses, and making unreasonable demands, then pushing them aside, then it would be fine to get in a fight.
They'll regret scorning us. While declaring that to Shiltir, Ainz of course, did not think that the talk would not have gone that well.
However, even if there were Yggdrasil players, they should be scared of death.
Even if there were revival items to revive themselves, they would probably not want to test it out.
Any players that reached level 100 would be an unmatched entity in this world.
Whatever they want, they will get it.
The driving power of lust, money, power and hunger are not to be underestimated. Such desires would undoubtedly lead others to attack Nazarick. Ainz was cautious about enemies driven with such desires. Firstly, the great underground tomb of Nazarick will be labeled as an evil existence. The attackers will style themselves as the righteous warriors.
No one would blame them if they decide to pillage the place. They would even be labeled as heroes for taking down the place.
No other scenarios could fulfill their desires as much as this.
If there were two mountains of wealth, one defended by enemies and the other defended by allies, which one will be chosen as target? Obviously, it would be the one guarded by the enemy.
Likely they were those who would cheat their allies off their mountain of wealth.
But they should be in the minority. If people like this were to gather allies, chances are high that their alliance would not last long. Hence, there was nothing to worry about.
He just have to be alert about when they will fracture internally and take that opportunity to eliminate them. Exemptions might exist when it comes to dealing with those with heroic ideals. It would not be a problem after negotiating with them.
Ainz had already considered such a possibility. Special cases are still special cases in the end. It would not happen after all that pew-pew-pewing. This was actually what it said.
Now Shiltir, I understand what you are saying.
In addition, my decision, my miss is huge.
Shiltir, I will forgive your mistake.
You have brought back a source of information and gain a lot, and so this is in a forgivable range.
To prevent things like this from happening again, I want preparations to be made for the sharing of information.
However, it is still my mistake. I must receive a punishment. Ainz hid his troubled face behind his entwined hands. Giving a punishment to Shiltir. Actually, such a thing was extremely difficult, and so he tried to dodge the question.
Shiltir was an existence made by his friends, and Ainz Ulgaun.
When he thought of giving her a punishment, he felt a bit reluctant.
However, Shiltir said so herself, so it could not be helped.
Then what sort of punishment would be suitable? Solving it by money was not possible, as there was no supply of it.
If he lowered her position, the only ones he could reliably give the guardian position to were Sebas and Pandora's actor.
Both were not suitable.
House arrest might be the most suitable, but letting one of the most powerful people available play was a bit wrong. Whipping?
Please no.
As a normal person, Ainz did not know what sort of punishment would be the most suitable in this situation.
The fact that there was no precedent was also dangerous.
Basically, if he gave a punishment in a company setting, it could be thought that precedents were law.
Nazarick did not have any specific laws, and naturally no precedents. If done improperly, this may become a precedent. It was not something he could decide on a whim.
Then the first thing was,
I see. Then I will inform you later. Step down for now. To buy time. Shiltir and Brain left the room. As the door closed, Ainz hung his head. My head hurts.
The fighting ability of this world was actually nothing much.
They might be powers hidden from the surface, but the thing they should watch out for would be similar Yggdrasil players.
If there was any problem, it would be the minions representing the Guardians being overconfident of their own abilities. This time Shiltir made a mistake. If she attacked them after luring them out of the cave, the problem would not arise in the first place.
Nabril was the same.
He had ordered her to not do anything suspicious, but from what the vampire Shiltir brought back, a potion was an extremely expensive item. Simply handing one over and not being suspicious was a selfish story. The most digestible story was still suspicious, but Nabril did not seem to notice it.
Especially overconfidence in the title strongest. Even if he said to be cautious, it would still be quite difficult.
In addition, Shiltir's class had a penalty, Frenzy of Blood, and had a special ability. He had thought that if it was Shiltir she could bear with it, but he did not predict her to enjoy herself.
He really simply did pick the wrong person.
Aura seems to be able to complete her mission well. It was a prayer for his lack of understanding towards the different personalities of the Guardians.
Ainz noticed.
If he spent some time learning about the basic thought process of this world, it should reduce the amount of prayers needed for situations like this. However, he should quickly settle the issue with Nabril who infiltrated the city. Considering this, it might be a good chance to cancel off the effects of Shiltir's blunder. In other words, it would be hard to disguise as a simple villager, better work on a new disguise for the next infiltration.
Thinking until there, bothersome. Ainz lay face down on the tabletop with a slam.
An ordinary person like Ainz did not have the august aura of a leader.
It would be unbecoming of him as the leader.
All of Nazarik's NPC accepted him as their master.
Hence, Ainz should behave in a manner that befits a master.
Consequently he changed his voice to one of panic. He had the intention to do it seriously, and so a tired feeling was left in his spirit.
Of course as an undead there was no bad status known as fatigue, and so it was only to the extent of believing it was there. As the highest authority, Ainz was constantly surrounded by many. This was due to the increase in Nazarik's level of alertness. Furthermore he was particularly conscious of the shadows flickering at a corner of his vision.
Of course, due to the order earlier, all personnel were currently outside the room. However, leaving his underlings to labor on by themselves while he took a rest was not something that he was brave enough to do.
The result, he felt his body was getting heavy. The tiredness began to assault him. If I get used to it, it might get fun. There was a sudden knock on the door.
Ainz jumped at the sound, and adjusted the robe he was wearing. Excuse me, Ainz Summer.
The door was knocked again, and slowly opened with the kind voice of a woman filtering in. A figure entered the room.
If that humanoid simply described itself, it would be a female Shetland sheepdog with glamorous brown and white fur that walked upright.
And it was wearing maid clothes.
Its round eyes held wisdom and compassion, and with an expression that looked like a manga artist drew a Shetland sheepdog with, it had the smile of an affectionate mother.
A sweet fragrance like a perfume wafted from its body every time it moved.
Behind them were the three maids that were chased out earlier. And the invisible bodies of the 7-8 edge assassins also followed.
Ainz talked to the creature that should be called a dog person who was walking at the front.
Pez, so you arrived. Yes.
I have brought several things for discussion. Ainz Summer. Pestania Wanko. Since the land steward Sebas was not around, the one in charge of the daily managing of Nazarik was the head maid.
Her level was considerably lower when compared to a guardian, but she could easily use the highest-ranking holy magic.
Her nickname was Pez.
Somehow from the maid clothes, a brown tail wagged. There was probably a hole open in the maid clothes, but was it really so?
A bit of curiosity was born in Ains's heart. Simply things are best.
While hiding his curiosity, Ains began talking to Pestonia, who stood in front of his desk. Yes. Pestonia smiled, and suddenly made an embarrassed face as if she had recalled something. My apologies.
I forgot. What? Just before Ains could voice out his question, Pestonia continued her words. No, rather than words, it was something different. Woof.
As Ains blinked in surprise, Pestonia smiled in satisfaction. Is something wrong, woof? Ains recalled Pestonia's settings, and recalled her creator, and did not say anything. He was a person that mostly named things based on food and tried to name her pescatore. After saying that being a fisherman was pitiful as expected, it got changed.
No, nothing. More importantly, let's settle the reason you came.
Yes.
Understood, woof.
First thing is from the vice head chef, woof.
The remaining number of potion bottles number 3000.
He asks about the supply, woof.
He used it that much. How many per day are produced?
Yes, woof. It depends on the type of potion, woof. Which potion would you like me to respond with, woof?
I see.
What appeared in Ain's mind was the potion that was discussed with Shultir. Minor healing potion. Yes, from the vice head chef alone, the output is 464 bottles daily, woof. Ain's summer may also know this, but this is with a 6-hour rest to fully restore MP, and time needed to make the potion excluded, woof. Basically we can repeat it 4 times, woof. Actually, since there are rest times and production time, it is even fewer than this, woof. With those calculations, what about the highest grade potion?
20 bottles, woof.
Magic existed until the 10th rank, but the rank of magic that could normally be attached to a potion was the 5th rank.
If one had a special class, the 6th rank was possible, but that was an exception. Normally, with a simple calculation, the amount of MP needed for the highest rank, a 5th rank potion was about that of casting the magic 20 times.
Considering only that, the amount of MP needed would definitely be felt, but to those who could not use magic, this was cheaper than using methods to activate magic, and was convenient. Even if MP was used to make it, the large amount of money paid would make it worth it. If Pez works together with him, would it not increase? Yes, woof. According to the earlier calculation, the daily output of minor healing potions would be 1,332 bottles, woof.
Ain's thoughts was revolved around pitching the sale. Brain should have some idea regarding the structures involved in the sale of potions.
To start this business, it would not be a bad idea to request the assistance of the Adventurers Guild.
However, doing this might create many problems.
Although they could forecast for the many contingencies through discussions, it would be easy to think that many issues would be created if a large amount of potions were to suddenly enter the market.
It was heartening to find a mean to obtain funds.
A bottle of minor healing potion was worth 50 gold pieces.
If converted to Yggdrasil currency, the amount of gold will be cut in half, into 25 gold pieces.
If the gold pieces were to be converted into Japanese yen, it would worth 10,000 yen. Producing 1,332 bottles per day would generate quite an impressive amount of funds. How about the other raw materials other than the bottle? It would be fitting to say that there is an uncountable amount of Yggdrasil gold coins, and it would be fine to also say that there is an unlimited amount of Zolu solution, woof. To make a Yggdrasil potion, firstly, the Zolu solution must be added into the bottle. The potion brewer will then activate their special skill in order to infuse their magic into the bottled solution. During that time, Yggdrasil coin will automatically disappear as payment for cost of production. There were special potion solutions, but those were basically event items, and so normally nothing but the Zolu solution would be used. First, we must use other alternatives to replace the potion bottles. I heard about the matter from Shultir's underling and thought of something. Let's halt the production of the potion bottle. Pass that potion bottle over to me. Understood. Woof. The next thing is also from the chief librarian about the scrolls of sheep parchment.
I shall ask you to him myself. I will hear it firsthand. Understood. Woof. Then the next matter, come in, woof.
For a brief moment, Pistonia forgot her speech quirk, as she was overcome by anxiety. One of the maids slowly moved forward, carrying a silver serving tray that was covered. As she slowly walked to the front of Ines, Pistonia reached out her arms and placed various utensils in front of Ines.
As Ines looked at it, he moaned.
In the middle of the plate was a blackened piece of unknown object, about the length of 2 fists.
An aroma of charcoal burned smell was wafting from it. Ines did not say anything as he picked a knife and started cutting it. The insides was totally blackened. From the outlook, it would be impossible for someone to do something as terrible as this.
This is a sirloin steak from a dragon? Yes.
Woof.
With much trepidation, Ines used the knife and fork he was holding to cut into what he ordered.
The two collided, and a sharp sound rang.
Then tell the maids who made this to continue studying cooking.
Asked the head chef as well. Understood. Woof. Is there anything else? None, that's about it. Woof.
I would like to report that Aura Summer just returned to Nazarick.
She'll be reporting in shortly. Woof.
Aura, is it?
Understood. Before that I will head to the library. I do not need any escorts since I will be teleporting there directly. Understood. Woof.
Chapter 33, Preparations Part 2. Ines placed the ring of Ines' wool gown, which could limitless teleport its wearer anywhere within Nazarick, onto his finger.
His destination was the large library on the 10th floor of Nazarick.
There was a blackout for an instant, and the scene changed like a TV channel.
There was a large dome-shaped room, and 2 large doors were enshrined where Ines was facing.
Those doors were only rivaled by the doors to the throne room, and were flanked by 3-meter-tall iron golems.
Open the door.
In response to Ines' words, the iron golems slowly placed their hands on the doors and opened them. The heavy sound rang and Ines proceeded past the doors, which could now fit several humans. Rather than a library, another term suited it far better, like a museum.
The floor and bookshelves were decorated, and the books inside the bookshelf were like part of the design itself.
Not a single speck of dust could be found, and the cleaned floor had a wooden mosaic work engraved onto it. The top was an atrium, and the second floor had a balcony thrust out of it, and it surrounded the countless bookshelves and peeked at them. The round ceiling had a fresco on it, and was made so skillfully that no cracks could be seen. Within the room were several glass display cases, and within it were several books. Although there were numerous sources of light, the light emitted was not too bright.
The intensity was at a level that will make people frown when exposed to light in the dark. The room's width cannot be determined with a single glance. No, it was more accurate to describe that the room was the view was blocked by multiple bookshelves, stopping anyone from surveying the entire library immediately.
In the midst of a silence that suited a library, the doors behind Ines slowly closed. As the light from the entrance disappeared, the insides got darker. With a silence that made it possible to hear the slightest sounds, a strange atmosphere accompanied it. Of course, Ines had eyes that could pierce through the darkness, and so everything seemed to be as bright as day, and so did not feel the strangeness.
Ines faced the inside, and quickly proceeded. The room he was currently in was the Room of Logic.
This library was separated into the Room of Wisdom, the Room of Magic, and individual small rooms, personal rooms.
Considering that, his destination was a bit far.
To the left and right of Ines were countless rows of bookshelves containing books.
Books in Yggdrasil existed for different purposes. The first was monster data to summon mercenaries.
Nazarick's monsters were separated into 3 groups, the first being NPCs created by players. Next was the automatically generated pop that were monsters below level 30. And lastly were the mercenary monsters that were up to level 80. To summon the mercenary monsters, the book's specified ritual must be performed, and gold must be used that corresponds with levels.
And so if there are no books, the summoning cannot be done. The next was magic items.
Certain data crystals can only be imbued into a book-shaped object. Items shaped like books usually tended to be single-use magic items. The difference between a scroll and a book was that while scrolls can only be used by certain classes, anybody can use a book.
And event items.
To change classes into special ones, it was not rare for the needed item to be in the form of a book. To change from a skeleton mage to a lich, Ainz needed the Book of the Dead. There were others like the Martial Arts Research Book, and the Strange Report of the Four Great Spirits.
Lastly was appearance data.
They were books that had the data of swords, shields, and armor were inputted in.
They had blacksmithing skills, and with the proper materials, the appearance could be made.
Most of the books found inside the great underground tomb of Nazarick were of the first kind.
Of course there was no need to collect up to this much.
Actually, even if all the funds of Ainz ul Gaum was used, not even 100,000ths of the monsters here.
Even if he used all the materials available, he could not even use 1/10,000th of it. The reasons for this were not for using them, it was a result of his guild members getting carried away. Ainz gave a sidelong glance at the books.
And as if to block his way, suddenly, a ghost-like figure came out from between the gaps in the bookshelves. With a jet-black hood and robe that seemed to hold the darkness of the library. A wand hung from its belt and was embossed with gems, and orbs hung from a string. The face below the hood, a skeleton with small thin pieces of skin, yet having a face that was as white as a mirror.
The hand was also made of bone and skin.
Every time it moved, the darkness covering it moved slightly. That was a famous undead spellcaster, a lich. However, within Yggdrasil the commonly named White Lich was a level 31 monster and was the second from the bottom within the lich-type monsters. There were other similar but differently colored liches such as the Red Lich and Black Lich also existed.
However, what differentiated it from normal liches was the band wrapped around its left arm.
The words, Librarian J, were written on it.
Welcome, Ainz Summer. With a harsh husky voice, the lich slowly lowered his head. He then placed his hand in front of his chest. Lift your head. He confirmed that the lich had did so before continuing. Today I have come to meet the head librarian. Which room is he in? The lich seemed to be deep in thought, and opened his mouth.
The head librarian is currently making scrolls, and so is in the manufacturing room. Got it.
Please guide me. Understood. This way please. The lich walked ahead. Of course, it was not that Ainz did not know where the room was.
However, it would be weird for the ruler to be walking alone. On the way there, Ainz gave a sidelong glance at the liches and caster-type undead as he walked.
The room he was guided to was originally made quite large.
However, currently all four sides were occupied by large bookshelves, and lots of things were placed around. There were countless catalysts in the bookshelves, ores, precious metals, elemental stones, gems, various powders, and various animal organs were cleanly placed. In addition, there were countless bundles of parchments, wrapped and unwrapped.
Various types as well. This was all of the resources being used.
Of course, this was not everything in the great underground tomb of Nazarick.
The treasury had resources that matched hundreds of this amount.
In this room were the items collected for the usage of making scrolls immediately.
Actually, it was queer that gems were needed to make scrolls. Most scrolls would not use them. Out of 3,000 magic spells, only 3 would need them.
And so, more than needed were placed here. A large manufacturing table was placed in the middle of the room, and on top of it was a parchment. And standing before it was a skeleton that seemed to be made of a mixture of human and animal.
Its height was not too high. About 150 centimeters. 2 demon-like horns grew out from its head, and it had 4 fingers on its hands.
Rather than its legs being extended straight, it extended directly. Its feet were warped. A saffron-colored himation, old Roman clothes, hid its strange body. And with one cloth of its hood positioned that it would not break on one horn, and another was wrapped around his body.
He was basically wearing 3 of them. With a platinum bracelet with gems of 7 colors, a golden ankh cross hanged from his neck, his bone fingers had several rings, and the himation wrapped around his waist was embedded with gems. They were all average magic items. With a sword hanging from its waist, several scrolls hung from there as well. With his appearance and equipment unchanged, it was a skeleton mage. The first undead race. The class before the earlier lich.
But this skeleton mage was the head librarian of this library, Titus Annius Secundus. With no remarkable fighting abilities, an existence that a former member of Ainz ul Gaun made to specialize in crafting. Since there were no investments on his racial levels, hence his magical job levels were high. In truth, his total level was way above the lich earlier.
But his combat potential was insignificant. Beside the workbench was a small desk. Titus extended his bony arm towards it.
In front of his hand was a small mountain of glittering gold, Yggdrasil coins.
Suddenly, the gold coins on his hand turned into liquid. Then, the liquid moved along the scroll, as if it had its own will.
Moving like a golden snake, it slowly spread all over the scroll.
In a breath, there was a golden magical circle on the scroll. The magical circle appeared delicate and complicated.
The
magic activated. Originally that meant the scroll was complete. Ainz did not feel any admiration towards the sight he was used to. Until that moment, a crimson color. A color that should never happen on this workbench.
As Ainz felt surprised, the scroll started to burn, as if it was splashed by alcohol.
Still it burned itself out within a short moment. Like the earlier scene was an illusion, the traces of the burnt parchment had mostly disappeared from the room. There was not even a burnt smell. However, the proof that the incident did occur was left on the desk. The remains of the parchment, ashes.
With a calmness like he was expecting it, Titus faced Ainz.
I have shown you an unsightly scene. Ainz Summer. To the cold man's voice, Ainz waved to signal he did not mind. There was a more important thing. Why did something like that occur? For the sake of preserving our own sheepskin parchment, I make a conjecture that it was due to the usage of this world's most used sheepskin parchment.
Of course, the current situation is bad, but, probably, is what I would attach to the end of my statement.
There was a variety of sheepskin parchment. As to why, it could be explained by their obvious differences in quality.
For example, a simple parchment could be made into a scroll that could hold rank 2 spells, but it could not be made into a scroll that held higher ranks. On the contrary, if the highest quality parchment, dragon hide, the skin of dragons was used, then a scroll could hold up to rank 10 spells. Of course, dragon hide was a first-class good that could not be gotten except by hunting dragons. Henceforth, the members of Ainz ul Gaun was conducted massive hunts to capture dragons. Of course, this was during the days in Yggdrasil. Before they were able to confirm the existence of dragons in this world nor the other creatures that they used to encounter, they would have to be prudent when using the existing stock of sheepskin parchment. It would be foolish to exhaust their current stock before they were able to replenish it. Hence, they would reserve their usage in moments when they really need to use it.
Are you saying that this world's sheepskin parchment is not suitable to make scrolls with? Ainz looked at the ashes. I believe that this possibility is extremely high.
The spellcasters of this world should be using the same type of sheepskin parchment, but, of course, it is difficult to think that from among the countless shadow demons, all have brought back especially inferior goods. However, you cannot say that it is due to the sheepskin parchment from one failure. Although Ainz once quite confident that the reason this time was due to the sheepskin parchment. The other possibility is that, after coming to this world, there were irregularities to the scroll creation method. Due to previous experimentation, their magical skills, equipment, and item creation skills were not affected and could be used as usual. Considering this, the chances of irregularities occurring would be very low. I have performed multiple experiments with the sheepskin parchments that have been brought, but all have the same result: they end in flames.
It is this one's humble opinion that it is due to the parchment being unable to hold the magic power.
However, the spellcasters of this world use this parchment. Is it a different in manufacturing skills?
Have they become skillful at utilizing inferior good? The possibility is extremely high. If you permit it. It will be fine to capture 1 or 2 people to investigate the manufacturing method. If I can do so, it will help me to take a step towards using this world's parchment to make scrolls. Ainz thought about whether to give permission for abductions and continued. If I combine it with what I know, I would make nothing but quick discoveries about the parchment. Understood.
The ones usually in charge of distribution are Sebas and Nabril, and I can leave it to others like Aura and Demiurge to quickly search. There might be special monsters that exist in this world.
Then Ainz Summer, with the meaning of preserving parchment for scrolls, should the experiments be frozen? There is nothing else that can be done. Understood. Titus expressed his allegiance and Ainz turned on his heel. Without using his ring to teleport, while walking out of the library door, Ainz was deep in thought. He recalled the things he had to do.
Firstly was while listening to Aura, he had to order her together with Demiurge to search for parchment. Next was to listen to Shaltir's new subordinate, and consider kidnapping.
And he had to exhibit the effects of the undercover operation which he had gave to Nabril. There were lots of things he had to think about.
Thanks to his undead body, he did not need to sleep and so fortunately had lots of free time.
No, am I unlucky? What was more unfortunate than anything, was the problem that there was no one else but Ainz who could handle organizational matters.
Currently, he was providing suitable various jobs, but it resulted in results that people would tilt their heads at. And within the organizational management, currently, the most important thing was the handling of information, and he could not imagine leaving it to Shaltir to bring him the result he would hope for.
Would a giant dragon pay attention to the ant walking on its foot? He was worried to that extent.
From among the countless amount of information, looking for those with value, something similar to searching for treasure. However, even if Shaltir found treasure, there was a chance that she could not recognize it as such.
Why did we not make an NPC that was good at organization? Even if he complained about his friends, there was no helping it. Ainz fixed his mood, and thought of methods.
Several ideas floated into his head, and the best one was to simply hire people.
However, there was a problem about being able to trust the hired person.
He needed to think about the possibility that enemies would send spies to collect information. If there was an enemy that one could not defeat, then you need to collect information that can defeat them. If Ainz made an enemy of an organization like Nazarick, he would make preparations to defeat them. Basically he would invite people like Shaltir and Sebas to join him.
Seduction or money was fine.
Basically use their desires to make them betray Ainz. And so information about domestic affairs was necessary.
Basically on top of that, if he did not clear the background of that person, he could not hire him. Basically, there was no replacement for the troublesome things. Ainz thought up to there, and noticed something.
Wouldn't it be fine to manipulate memories and brainwash? Then where should we get enemies to experiment on?
Firstly, why not that vampire?
To his left and right were catacombs, riddled with holes, and corpses wrapped in cloth was piled 3 layers high. A torch-like light flickered in the darkness, making shadows, and so it seemed that the corpses were moving. The air reeked of mold and the occasional smell of rotting meat. Amongst that, the sighs of the dead cursing the living, the desire to consume the living, and the longing of warm flesh mixed in the tunnel. Amongst the undead who seemed to be able to attack at any time, Brain walked casually. If a normal person was walking through this world, they would stiffen with fear every few steps, even adventurers would have their nerves worn down. However, after Brain had become a vampire, a feeling similar to being in paradise bubbled up in him.
The feeling of death that wrapped around him. The chill of the tomb that seeped into him.
The air was submerged in an atmosphere of death.
He could not get enough. Brain released a long breath.
Of course, being a vampire who was undead made breathing unnecessary. There was no meaning to the breath.
It was just a human-like feeling.
On the way, the undead moved, Brain gave a sidelong glance to the existences that had a lower or higher intelligence than him and faced his destination.
The appearance of undead beings were absolutely hideous.
They were just some rather troublesome dead bodies that were controlled by magic casters.
That was Brain's past knowledge. That was the ultimate beauty. He learnt of it after his body changed.
Ah, Master.
He let out a sigh unconsciously.
As Brain thought about that figure, he became absent-minded, his mind wandering to a different dimension. Eyes, hair, nose, ears, mouth, fingers, voice, clothes, smell.
All were exquisite existences. Shaltir blood-fallen. The incarnation of the world's beauty. The most beautiful, sweetest elegance. The ultimate symbol of beauty was his master.
As one of Shaltir's newest familiars, Brain Heart was entranced and occupied by this sense of superiority. Before this, Brain regretted his existence as a lowly, meaningless human. If he was born into a different race, that possessed physical abilities that surpassed humans, how strong a swordsman he could have become. Now he thought it all out. He was born as a human, to serve his master, Shaltir, the crystallization of the world's beauty.
Hence he did not develop any sense of aversion towards the level under the control of his master. It was true that the 9th floor was amazing. Brain admitted that.
This was a world that possessed a luxury that cannot be replicated by any royal family. Comparing this with the royal castle of the Re Estes kingdom, where he once visited, the royal castle would appear rather woeful.
It would not be an exaggeration to call this place as the pantheon of the god after witnessing such a scenery. Numerous art pieces decorated the hallway, every single one of them would no doubt fetch an eye-popping price. The sentries guarding the place was not any normal existence.
Comparing them with all the creatures that Brain encountered till now would be laughable. If he fought one-on-one with them, and using all the tools at his disposal, his chances of victory might slightly go above 5%. Monsters like this stood in formation, patrolling the corridor.
Looking at such a scene, Brain could only felt his futility.
At both corners of the room, stood 2 large insect-like sentries. Their strength way surpassed Brain's current ability. The gap between them was too wide. Brain could not imagine how strong they are.
The master of the room guarded by sentries. The ruler of this great underground tomb. The king that proceeded even over his own master. A magic caster that was the embodiment of death. Releasing a whirl of power into his surroundings, that sort of existence. The absolute, Eins all gown.
An imposing and almighty figure sitting on the throne like the legendary sorcerer king in the mythical stories.
His body was covered by luxurious long robe.
The price would rival the annual budget of the largest country in the world. The accessories on his body simply surpassed any known divine items. Moreover, after talking with him, Brain noticed that there was a birth in his common knowledge compared with people in this world, as if he unsealed himself after a long period.
He shivered. The world was huge. It was a truth everyone knew. But now he estimated that a single person understood this fact other than himself.
Just a few of these monsters could simply crush an entire city.
In this place, their status was just a lowly serf, surpassing anyone's imagination. With his master, Shaltir as head,
there were several other existences that could single-handedly defeat any opposing countries.
As a member of this army that could take over the continent, Brain felt immeasurable joy from his heart. He looked down at the new sword at his waist.
From the appearance, it was a first-class item. The aesthetics, no matter how inexperienced one could get, would still make them jump with excitement.
This was a replacement for the sword he used previously. It was a gift from his supreme master.
Although there was only a slight difference in terms of length and weight, he was still not used to the blade.
Brain unsheathed his sword.
The sound was crisp like the chime of a bell. A cold air stirred the surroundings.
He examined the blade in front of him, as if his soul was stolen.
During that moment, he could observe the greenish hue of the cold air. It was a magic sword so amazing that he could not imagine how much money he would need to buy it. The value of his previous sword was 5,000 gold coins. However, this sword would be at least several tens of thousands of gold coins.
Recalling the grandeur of his master as she gave him this sword, Brain's body trembled. "Ah, I feel like coming."
Knocking down the wall between the second and third floors, named the Well of the Dead. It is a rounded hollowed depression with a diameter of 150 meters and 45 meters in depth. Above it was a crossing that is 15 meters wide, separated into 2 lanes.
Brain excitedly looked down.
Countless corpses were piled upon each other. Decomposing corpses, drowned bodies, skeletons, crushed corpses, occasionally wriggled, causing the mountains to collapse, and new mountains were made.
That hell was spread out before him. Here was where the low-class undead were born.
There were none being born currently, but depending on if intruders depleted them, new weak undead would be given fake life.
As Brain walked across the bridge, he looked at the bottom.
After passing a certain distance, he arrived at a T-junction.
He turned right, heading towards a door which was his destination.
The stones were different from the boorish ones he saw up to now. The door was made with stone, but was nicely decorated.
The knock repeated.
The door finally opened with a heavy sound. From the door, the head of a vampire popped out.
Brain did not recognize her.
Since she could freely access the room, he deduced that she was one of Shaltir's servants.
Her status could be same as him or above him. "I have finished the rounds that Shaltir Summer has requested of me. Please announce it to her."
Shaltir Summer is currently in the middle of her bath.
The vampire replied with a mostly expressionless but cold and mocking gaze. The announcement. Brain asked himself if he was an idiot. The vampire's gaze got one level colder. No, it probably actually became colder.
Shaltir requested me to inform you that if you returned, do not let anyone enter this gate.
Ha!
Understood. I will not let anyone through at the cost of my life, until my body cannot move.
Then please do. The vampire closed the door. Enjoying the fact that his highest master had given him an order, he made a decision to not let anyone through.
The desire to be praised if he protected it with his life burned inside of him.
Brain continued to not move. It was probably about 30 minutes. Suddenly, the air in front of Brain wavered. Mew. His hand ran to his waist, and his knees bent slightly. He placed the right half of his body forward slightly, a position where he could attack at any time. Instantly, the wavering space went back to normal. However, there was a humanoid that was standing there that previously was not there.
A whip hanged from her shoulders, with clothes that seemed easy to move in. Standing there was a young dark elf girl. Dark elf.
With dark skin, they were the close kins of the elves. It was common knowledge that their age surpassed that of humans. Their royalties were like an eternal existence.
But their appearance were like that of the humans. It will change with age. Considering this, the girl's age matched her looks. Elves had the same sense of beauty as humans, and so had extremely beautiful appearances. That girl had an extremely beautiful appearance among them. Of course, she could not beat his master, the absolute beauty, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Ooh, stop there.
He did not prepare an attack as he did not sense any hostility.
Although he did not hear of such a person in the great underground tomb of Nazarick, however, since she could walk around freely, he could deduce that she was a member of this great tomb. If not, she could have been killed by the monsters on her way here. The dark elf was directing a romantic childish-like smile towards the ring on her finger. After she heard Brain's words, she became unhappy.
Who are you? Her first words were those, but Brain understood that it was natural. He had become Shaltir's subordinate today. It was natural for the dark elf to not know him.
I am Shaltir Summer's loyal subordinate. And this Brain Unglaeus has received an order to protect this door with my life.
Ha!
The dark elf replied without any energy.
Well. I received Ein Summer's orders to see this idiot.
Understand?
Reacting to the words idiot, he suppressed his feelings to swing his sword. This person might be his master's friend. If he killed her, she might get mad. Understood. But, my master has said not to let anyone pass.
Stopping me, who was ordered to deliver Iron Summer's words, did the idiot finally go crazy? Or can she not manage her subordinates?
Ha! The dark elf made a deep sigh from the bottom of her heart.
My name is Aura de Bayfura.
The same guardian as the idiot. Can I go in? A name that he had never heard before. Brain tried to remember, but he had never heard her name. Then this person was probably an eminent person within the tomb. In addition, she was a guardian, the same as his master. Of course, he would not recognize his master as an idiot. However, if that was the case, then he probably should let her through. Brain hesitated, and made his decision.
Sorry, but just as I said earlier.
My master said not to let anyone through, so I will not let anyone through.
Like she was looking at something she could not understand, or a madman. Aura's eyes opened wide. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out.
Perhaps the word speechless would be the most suitable to describe her.
Serious? Then, that idiot, taking me as an enemy, then it will be fine to pass via force. Facing Aura, who was beginning to walk towards him, Brain slowly exhaled and reached his hand towards his sword.
He prepared to draw his sword. His breath was drawn out slowly into a thread-like state. His consciousness was focused on a single point. As the point contracted past its limit, Brain's sensory organs expanded.
He perceived it all, the surrounding, noise, air, and breath, as if reaching a new world where his senses could detect everything. This was one of Brain's martial arts, field.
No, that was the past.
The effective radius of field was only 3 meters.
Now, it had increased by twofold, into 6 meters. Furthermore, it could detect the presence of life.
This field had surpassed the old field.
In other words, God's realm.
Really?
Aura replied nonchalantly towards Brain's mumbling. If you take another step further, I'll have no choice but to leave you with only one of your 4 limbs.
Of course, he had no intention to kill her.
However, his opponent was a strong one. Then he would give a blow that would not kill her. With his body strengthened to this point, his Godspeed had also improved beyond Godspeed. This is Godspeed 2, temporary name. To Brain, who had not thought of a good name. Aura was looking at him with this question in mind: what is this fella trying to do? There was not a single sense of alertness.
Brain surmised that Aura was not capable of seeing through his god flash.
Come on. Yes, just make your move already.
Aura was portraying her usual laid-back demeanor. In contrast, Brain was troubled and asked,
Are you ready? Come at me. What are you trying to do? That was Brain's question.
Aura, who heard the answer, tilted her head as if looking at a situation that she could not understand. Of course, for someone not knowing the sword/technique, this would be a rather queer behavior. But if you entered the striking distance of your opponent, one should know that the situation is akin to putting yourself in a situation where you could be ambushed by wild beasts at any moment. Plus, this is a punishment for the rude words directed towards my master. With this, carrying such thought, both sides were probing each other, then Aura made her move.
Fool. The one who made the first move will be at a disadvantage. This was because that there was chance that their actions will be predicted by their opponent.
Moreover, sword draw was a sword technique specifically used for opponents who acted first. Not knowing such a thing fitted someone like Aura, who was just like an inexperienced kid. Might as well cut her some slack with this strike, just to give her a scare.
As Brain made such a decision, he weakened his killing intent. As for Aura, with an inconceivable look, activated her magic. It ran counter to Brain's expectation. He thought it would be a melee combat. Before he managed to panic, the magic activated. Various magical beast eye of catablepers. Aura's eyes turned into something akin to a magical beast. What was he trying to do? Aura did not know what to make of this. Those were her last thoughts concerning the petrified brain.
Aura walked inside casually as if she was familiar with the place, although she never once stepped inside before.
The vampires inside received her panicking. But Aura rejected them with a look.
Within the second level of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Shilteer's quarters was located in one of the rooms there.
Its decoration did not fit the overall theme of the tomb. The room was like a noble's house, luxurious, bright, and the air within was scented.
The rooms was not connected by a single corridor.
Their arrangement theme was rather unique.
One of the rooms contained a peculiar bed that could accommodate up to tens of people.
The vampires' brides lying on top of it were naked.
Another room was decorated by various mysterious tools which their use was undetermined in a single glance. There were also rooms that were stocked with weapons as such. After passing through several peculiar rooms, Aura arrived in a rather humid room. Within the room were numerous stark naked vampires. Aura found her target amongst them. At a place that seemed like the changing room, there were countless makeup tools and a large mirror.
"Why are you here?"
Shilteer asked Aura.
She was wearing a bathing robe, while sitting comfortably on her chair. Her tone was a mix of surprise and reprimand.
Hearing this, Aura frowned. Although, it was herself that declined the invitation. From Shilteer's perspective, it would be akin to someone barging into her quarters.
On this matter, Aura expressed her understanding.
If there was someone barging into your personal room, one would question them about the reason for not waiting in the guest area. HMMPH, since you are still capable of lecturing others, you don't seem quite depressed.
Shilteer's eyes began to narrow in anger, but returned to normal quickly. Seeing the change in Shilteer, Aura thought about incident earlier, which she had not revealed yet. Those were some bold words. Undeniably, it was my own fault.
The words was not directed at Aura, but Shilteer was mumbling to herself. I was shocked. Among the Guardians, there would be someone to make such a huge mistake.
Thinking about this, I cannot bear the pain in my head. Order them to withdraw first.
After listening to Aura, Shilteer ordered the surrounding uneased vampires to withdraw. Then why are you here for?
If possible, please keep it short. I would like to take a bubble bath soon.
To Aura, who preferred showers, she did not understand the joys of immersing oneself in a hot tub. Nonetheless, after hearing her next words, would she be able to maintain her leisure? Furthermore, I met a rather strange sentry.
Ah, that toy was it?
As if hearing the name of something troublesome, Shilteer's face twisted with malevolence. What's the story behind your new toy? That toy was a human that I caught, under Iron Summer's order, sometime during yesterday. Originally I intended to kill him since he was very annoying, but he seemed quite knowledgeable.
Hence I brought him back according to Iron Summer's order.
However, I don't really want to see that face of his and ordered him to stand guard.
Since he is a sentry, it would be better to provide him with a better weapon.
Ma, as you see, it would be a waste of my time if I go digging for it.
Might as well that I simply throw one to him.
Truly, his pre-existing sword was simply too terrible. The smell of garlic would permeate around if one kept swinging that little toy.
Shilteer chuckled.
But she felt something was wrong after noticing that Aura was looking at her with a cold expression and she shut her mouth. Then, there is also that issue with that sentry. After I announced Iron's Summer name, that little joker did not permit me to enter.
Aura was staring down with a frigid look.
Seeing such an expression, Shilteer froze momentarily before she started to panic. Her mouth was moving but no words came out.
Aura was reaching towards the whip hanging onto her shoulder. The action was obviously readying for a fight.
Understanding the meaning behind her actions, Shilteer's expression froze. Truly?
Truly. Please accept my sincerest apology.
Shilteer stood up abruptly from her chair and bowed deeply towards Aura. He did not draw his weapon, only place it on his shoulders while maintaining a rather rigid post.
So I just petrified him, Did you really train him? I have no justification for this. Since he became a servant just today, you should have at least gave him the most basic education. Giving the sentry position to that fella with such an attitude.
If the one who came was not me but was Ein Summer instead, it would become a big issue.
It is as you said. I can't believe that fella could be so inflexible in thinking. I'm sorry.
Ha, Aura sighed deeply once again before she kept her whip, rolling it and hoisting on her shoulders. She continued her barrage of questions like machine gun fire, towards Shaltia, who was lowering her head.
Aren't you being too carried away? Yes, my apologies.
Geez, how could such a mistake like this happen? Are you underestimating the task that you were given?
Please forgive me. You are our guardian. How could you repeat such mistakes? Yes, I fully apologize.
If you made a mistake, shouldn't you work harder on other things to make up for it? In end, what were you doing?
Yes, I was unconscious of my own actions. You said taking a bath takes precedence? No, there is no such thing.
Then, what happened to that fully composed look earlier when I arrived?
Yes, those shameful words were uttered from my own lack of judgment.
I deeply apologize for disrespecting the esteemed messenger, from Ein Summers. Although you have given me your verbal apology, but have you comprehend your mistake? Yes, I have fully recognized it. After looking at Shaltia, who was nodding like a mortar, Aura let out a sigh. At least she let out all her earlier frustration. It is time to pass on Ein Summer's order. If she was too focused on lecturing Shaltia and forget to pass on the order, it would become a problem. It was better to finish up here quickly and return to her own level as there were new minions to instruct. Now, let us go back to our original topic. Yes.
Ein Summer's order is as such. I listen and obey.
Shaltia shall prepare low level, level 2 and below undead army.
Once ready, prepare to send them off for an assault.
Shaltia raised her head and looked at Aura. Aura's message, in other words,
Time to attack. The commander is?
Cocytus. The simple answer eliminated the small but brief hope that dawned from Shaltia.
His humble servant understands. Please pass this to Ein Summer. If permitted, please let me ask this simple question.
Where are we attacking?
About this. Chapter 34, Preparations Part 3.
Pinison Polperlia was troubled.
No, troubled was a light expression. As for why, she was currently facing a danger to her life.
Even though, troubled was the most suitable words for her feelings. To her, with her natural body, life and death, stealing and being stolen from, the survival of the fittest was a part of the natural world, and so she could not do anything but accept it. But, this did not mean that she would gladly accept death.
She was still young. From a human's perspective, she would be 30 years old. Among her own race, she was still just a child. They were not a type of being that would accept death at such a young age.
Then why was she not resisting?
It was true that even if she could not win, she could buy some time.
However, one of the reasons she was not doing was as, in a way, being controlled by a sense of defeat.
Firstly, there were no races that she could ask for help. She may be able to buy some time, but there were no places to get help from. Moreover, there were no means to communicate as well.
Of course, there were those from her race near her. Sadly, there was no way to chase away the existence that would rob her of her life. Considering its strength, they would not win in a battle. The conclusion was easily reached. Their lifestyle highly emphasized on the circle of life.
They have no choice but to accept the notion that the strong prey on the weak. And so there was no existence that would save someone like her. Basically, her life was like a torch led by the wind.
The borders between the Baharuth Empire and the Re-Estes Kingdom were demarcated by the Azalizia mountain range.
At the southern end of the mountain range was a large forest, the Great Forest of Tob. The area of the forest was sufficient to cover up to 1/5 of the kingdom's territory.
The forest was vast.
The humans only occupied a small part of this area. The main reason was that humans mostly confined themselves to the plains.
It was a lucky situation as the humans' territories did not overlap with the territories of strong monsters.
No, it was for this reason that the ancestors of humanity restricted themselves to their plains. Simply put, humans were weak. And so they grouped together, and made weapons and magic to protect themselves.
Furthermore, most of the magical beasts and races were much stronger than humans. With skins and claws as tough as steel, magic-like special abilities and superior physical abilities. Being like this, they preferred to stay in areas where there were plenty of hiding places and few enemies where they could simply run away after spotting other creatures. Some also prefer places where the sunlight did not reach or places with plenty of concealment.
Hence it was rare for such monsters to appear in the plains. In short, it was in areas other than the plains. Isn't it easy to distinguish the territories of humans and the magical beast?
Humans that enter the magical beast territories were professionals, or simply put adventurers. When it comes to humanoids, the elves and the dwarfs are a different matter. Now returning from the useless information, the great forest of Tob. Hunters and herb gatherers would enter the outer edges of the forest, but it was rare to see people entering the hinterlands.
It would be even rarer for those that enter the hinterlands to come out safely. Such is the nature of this place.
Numerous Orvanes lay dormant within the Azalisia mountains.
People willing to cross the dangers of the forest to reach it were almost non-existent.
Furthermore, the forest only enveloped the southern edge of the mountains. To reach there, it would be a simple matter to just approach the mountains from the north.
It was hard to traverse this ancient forest by foot. The visibility was poor as well.
It would be easy for some unknown creature to ambush them from an unknown direction.
Hence, the need to maintain constant vigilance.
Adventuring in this ancient forest would easily sap their mental strength. Due to this reason alone, few people would go adventuring inside the forest, leading to a lack of information regarding the layout of the forest. There were a small proportion of adventurers that repeatedly entered the place, to seek their own romance and the hidden treasures within.
In the annals of history, no country had ever resolved themselves to launch an expedition. It was hard to find valuable herbs within the forest.
A balance could be reached if one placed their lives and the money on each end of a scale, but they might as well head to other places, like previous known but not fully explored ruins. Hence those adventurers who accepted the request and went inside of the forest were described as brave or entirely clueless.
Within a realm where no men ever reached, in a death circle where monsters fought with each other daily during the twilight hours. That southern part.
Entering the great forest of Tob, it would be 30 kilometers as the crow flies.
From the Azalrisha mountain range flowed a river that could not be named.
The river flowed into a lake, and 3 kilometers east of it was the Baharuth Empire.
In the corner of a giant tree was Pinason's tree. Pinason Polperlia.
Race, Dryad.
As a race of forest spirits, a wood spirit. With an appearance of a human or elf, her skin had the gleam of polished wood, and her hair was fresh green leaves.
It was like an extremely first-class figure that an artist carved out of wood.
With a deep relationship with her tree, she could not go far from it. The further she got from her tree, the weaker she got, and it would eventually lead to death.
If her tree was cut down she would die, and she placed a deep importance on her and other trees, preventing any attempt to harm them.
She did not have a brave figure, but it would be suitable to call her race the Watchman of Trees. To Pinason, happiness was being bathed in sunlight, getting water from the ground, and listening to the sound of the wind rustling the leaves of her tree. How much time had passed?
To Dryads, time did not have much meaning. As existences that lived for several centuries, the period of several years did not mean much.
She then became worried. This was probably the first time that she had been troubled since she had gained sentience.
Time to her was mostly told by when the sun rose and dropped, and so she did not know how long it had been and she could not answer.
She did not count the number of times the sun rose and set. The origin of that worry was the ivy stretching out towards her tree. Garrote ivy. Wrapping around trees, it was a plant that slowly made them useless.
However, what made it different from normal ivy was that it was a plant that was a monster.
The garrote part of its name was not as it strangled the tree. It instead got its name by strangling animals.
As it stretched and wrapped around a tree, it hung down from the tree branches. It would catch animals that got entangled.
It then strangled them, and stole their nutrients. It was a plant monster.
The reason for wrapping around trees was naturally to steal its nourishment and make it its own.
When it cannot get nourishment from corpses, it stole it from the tree. And so the tree would eventually dry up.
That monster was stretching out from a nearby dried-out tree, and reaching for Pinison's own tree. While like this, it would wrap around Pinison's tree, and slowly stealing nutrients. Pinison could use several different types of magic. However, there was no magic that could affect plants among them. Pinison's abilities were charm or confusion, both effects that affected one's spirit. Unfortunately, they had no power over plants.
She would request the assistance of any humanoid being if they passed by.
If they displayed any hostile intention, then she would use magic to chase them away or fight them with her parasitic vines. Then again, humanoids passing by this dryad only occurred once every few years.
Unfortunately, Pinison did not see any humanoids of the sort.
And so, she slowly became ruled by defeat.
Until that day. Normally Pinison would be sleeping inside of her tree.
Of course, a spirit such as her would actually be half dreaming and half awake.
An existence perked her knowledge.
Pinison instantly switched to her awakened state and examined her surroundings from her tree. People observing the scenes from the sides would see a strange scene where a sapling with a human face was sprouting out from the ground. From the slits of the trunk, she could see 4 peculiar beings approaching.
They measured 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height.
Their lower body looked like a lizard or a crocodile. Their upper body was made up of a solid, well-built humanoid that looked like a hybrid of man and insect.
The best explanation would be a reptilian centaur.
Each of them were holding a 2-meter-long well-forged metal halberd in one hand. Their bodies were covered by hardened metal-like scales, further reinforced by armor designed for cavalry use. Their bulging muscles radiated a strong sense of toughness.
Their elaborately tailored weapons and armor display skilled craftsmanship. Underneath their rough appearance belied a keen intelligence. They were the strongest existences that Pinison had ever seen before. A race that Pinison had never seen before. That race was known as a Dracotor in Yggdrasil. Among them was a monster known as a High Warrior.
Its level of 38 was not high, but it had a skill called Weapon Break, and it caused players wielding swords to break down and cry. The one leading was the Dracotor High Warrior.
Those eyes moved, and captured Pinison.
Pinison hid back in the tree in a panic.
Did he see me? No, he couldn't have.
While filled with uneasiness, she looked out from her tree like it was glass. The lead Dracotor High Warrior changed its direction, heading directly towards Pinison. The 3 at the back stayed behind and were looking toward her.
Of course, it would be impossible for them to see Pinison herself.
But the sharp eyes gazing towards her were terrifying. After the Dracotor High Warrior came to the tree, he looked around and pushed his hand out while tilting his head.
His hand with 4 fingers was large enough to hold Pinison's head. He touched Pinison's tree, and rubbed it. This must be a feint to make me drop my guard.
Suddenly, one of the vines twisted like a whip, wrapping around the neck of the Dracotor High Warrior. The parasitic vines that wrapped around the tree were normally used to hunt unsuspecting prey. With the sound of puchi-puchi, the vines were easily ripped off. After that, a few more vines came forward.
Moments later, the outcome was the same.
The vines were ripped off within the blink of an eye. With all the vines gone, all forms of hostility ceased. During those moments, the lead Dracotor High Warrior was fighting with one of its eyes closed.
Simply put, the situation was like a walk in the park for him. If it is that monster, it can save me.
Pinison was filled with confidence.
However, how should she ask it?
Pinison's gaze moved to the Dracotor High Warrior's halberd.
It was a weapon that could easily slice through her tree. If magic was cast, it would be fatal. Then she could do nothing but make a request. However, is it fine? Pinison was lost.
If she did this incorrectly, the monster might cut apart her tree.
However, if he left, miracles may not happen again. Pinison hesitated, and decided. Pinison waited.
The Dracotor High Warrior earlier received certain orders from its master, which was to form a squad and recon the area. Now it is in contact with its master to determine whether to help her or not, while Pinison is patiently awaiting for the outcome. After a single sunset, followed by the sun reaching its peak again,
Pinson noticed a small figure walking here. Behind the leading figure were many others. They were creatures other than the Dracotor High Warrior.
The way they walked in formation gave the idea that they were acting as escorts.
Then the little figure in front must be the master. Pinison deduced. That shadow was a dark elf.
Pinison was surprised, and her eyes opened wide.
It was natural as she was seeing something from stories right in front of her.
Dark elves.
They were a close kin of the forest elf. While the elves dwelled in the forest,
the dark elves prefer to stay in caves or underground. They were a race that did not cling towards the notion of absolute good nor evil.
Unlike their close kin, which maintained a code of honor, they tended to be more flexible. What was more shocking was that the girl still looked like she was in her early teens.
HMHMHMMM. The dark elf girl was humming a song as she was approaching.
There was a total of 8 creatures standing about 20 meters to the back.
The little girl raised her hand as she stood in front of Pinison's tree. Hello. Hello. Pinison left the body of her tree, and raised a hand like a mirror.
She then repeated the greeting.
The girl made a surprised face, but it then changed to a smile.
Could you tell me about anything that's bothering you? Pinison remained silent.
Spirits like Pinison were different from elves. The body of dark elves matched their age.
In short, their body changes as time passes. Hence, she was undoubtedly a kid with her current appearance.
She could not bring herself to say anything as to expose such a young child to danger.
As if sensing Pinison's inner conflict,
the dark elf girl smiled happily.
It's fine, I'm not alone.
Pinison made her decision with those words. In fact, if one thinks carefully, those magical creatures followed the girl here. Although it might be troublesome for the little girl, the task could be given to those creatures and they could take care of things easily. Pinison shifted her attentions towards those creatures at the back. Can you save me?
First, let's hear you out. It might be an impossible request. It is. Well, it might be an easy victory from what she could tell from the previous day. Pinison nodded and began talking. She talked about her own situation.
When she finished, the girl nodded and smiled.
I see, got it. Just nice. I'll do something about it.
Really?
The girl nodded, and Pinison continued. I'm safe. Speaking up to there, the girl thrust her hand out to stop her.
I can save you, but can I ask for one thing?
A reward was natural. She would be fighting with monsters. What sort of thing?
Yup. I come from a place called Nazarick. Can you move there?
If you can, I'll save you.
I can bring you to my floor though. Pinison imagined the place where the dark elf lived, and replied with a troubled face. A place without the sun, wind or water is a bit.
The girl smiled cheerfully in response. It's fine. We have a fake sun, can make rain with magic, and can control wind as well, so there's no problem.
Pinison was surprised. Magic casters that could control the power of nature. Pinison heard that there were druids that were able to control the weather. In truth, Pinison could to some extent use a few spells that could control nature. However, there is a great disparity when comparing the spells she used to those employed by the druids. She was afraid that those were the stuff of bedtime stories, myths and legends.
And to think that such a thing existed.
Will you do it?
No, a magic item.
Pinison was surprised at the existence of such a magic item, and did not hear the rest of the dark elf's words.
No, perhaps it would be correct to say that she let the words, "Of course, I can do it too," slide. Amazing.
Really?
Amazing, that magic item.
She thought that it might be good to explain to the girl how amazing such an item was. That item was probably the highest class of magic item known as an artifact. She was probably thinking that this item, which would be the prized possession of anyone, was not that amazing.
Ignorance was not a sin, but there are times that one will lose face. She should teach her in a way that would not embarrass her.
Pinison shook her head as she was filled with a desire to teach someone like a little sister. Anyway, this was not important right now. If she moved, then she would teach her.
But is it fine for you to decide this by yourself?
Pinison did not want to end up like a flower picked up from the roadside only to be discarded after being discovered by angry parents.
Would she understand that agreeing to being transplanted meant that she is staking her own life in this? It's fine. I have permission. And I'm quite powerful.
Really?
Unhumph. The girl's face was full of self-satisfaction.
But after seeing the suspicious gaze from Pinison, she puffed up her face angrily.
Don't believe me?
Yup, sorry.
Quite a bit. Boo. At Pinison's instant reply, the girl bulged her cheeks in dissatisfaction.
If her figure was seen, who would think that she was important? Ma, I'll just let this go.
It would fine just by you understand my greatness after the transplantation. Or that is not all right with you as well? What will I do after I move? I don't want anything bad to happen to me. Nothing like that.
You will work under me as a subordinate.
Work? Recalling the monsters she saw earlier, Pinison was filled with a desire to reject. She would be troubled if she was put together with those monsters. Fighting was not her strong point. Don't be so worried. I won't order you to be violent.
Really? Oh, it's true. As one of my subordinates, you will only be required to protect and manage the forest.
Now, we are preparing various amenities for human habitation.
The forest is only suited for trees to grow.
Hence, I would like your help to cultivate and select the proper trees. Cultivating trees for humans' use was an interesting proposition. But, there was one strange matter.
People? Not dark elves? Yup.
Pinison was quite familiar with humans. But a question popped out in her mind. She was unsure whether they had a friendly relationship with dark elves.
Ma, she did not understand the reason behind it.
But it cannot be denied they required her skills on this.
Are there scary monsters?
It's fine. If you're my subordinate, they won't attack.
There are. As the girl laughed, Pinison's resistance to the idea quickly disappeared.
If she thought about it, it was not bad. The problem was the replanting. If she did not like the soil or if her roots were damaged, she could die. But if she stayed here, it would be asking for a slow death.
As if she read Pinison's unease, the girl laughed.
It's fine. When you are being dug up or replanted, we will use healing magic.
And if you want to return, we will bring you back here. You can use healing magic.
Of course. At this stage, there was no point to further resist. As Pinison did not intend to die, she reached out her hand. She only felt loneliness after departing from the place she stayed in this time. But going to a completely new place raised her curiosity.
Pinison nodded and expressed her understanding.
I look forward to working with you,
Master.
Okay, leave it to me. The girl hit her own chest with a thump.
Now, my name is Aura.
Aura de Bay Fura.
Your name is?
Pinison Polperlia. Would it be fine to call you Aura Summer? Nope.
It's fine, you will not be that kind of subordinate.
But there are a few things I want you to protect. I will explain later. First, we have a lot of things to do.
And so you transported them? Yup.
Together with Pinnisson's dryad acquaintances.
What about the others?
Leave them be. A slaughter is not part of our objective.
Ein Summer instructed us to look for creatures that could coexist peacefully with humans and bring them to the 6th floor.
Next, we are going to negotiate with the Treants. Why were they inviting weak races into Nazarick?
Was it not for monitoring captured prisoners? Shaltir wanted to understand the reason behind it and asked Aura, who was standing next to her.
She wanted to speak but decided to keep quiet in the end.
Aura was happily surveying the countless undead below.
With such an innocent expression, she would have lost to it.
Shaltir decided to switch her gaze towards the group of undead. Shaltir and Aura were currently located in the first level of the tomb, standing on an
elevated flat platform.
Originally the platform was used by skeletal archers and liches to attack their enemies. But the position of the platform was shifted and was now used by Aura and Shaltir.
It was a mystery as to why they were collecting weak undead. Within Nazarick, the average level of the undead would be around level 16.
They could not understand the reason why a large group of undead was gathered up.
If they understood the logic behind Ein Summer thoughts, they may be able to perform better.
As Shaltir went into the labyrinth of her thoughts, Aura, who was next to her, took out
something.
My reward for completing the task involving Pinnisson, Tada.
What's that?
Aura took out a silver wristband in front of Shaltir.
Something protruded out from it as it was worn on the wrist. It was an item that functions as a watch, quite common in Yggdrasil. It should not be something that Aura should be proud for.
But this was different as it was a reward given by Ainz.
The loss of her composure and Aura's success caused a strong emotion to surface in Shaltir's heart. Shaltir was not someone that would show her emotions easily like a child. Only that she might answer in a colder fashion.
That is?
Not knowing whether she caught Shaltir's question, Aura started fiddling with the cuff.
Suddenly, the cuff emitted a female voice.
9 o'clock, 18 minutes. Could it be that the owner of this voice is? This is amazing.
The voice of Kugane Summer. One of the 41 supreme beings, the one that created Aura, was not present anymore. She is also the sister to Shaltir's creator, Perorochino. An item that allowed one to hear her voice anytime, was priceless.
An item brought from the 41 supreme beings, it could be said that no one would not want that item. A desire burned within Shaltir. She wanted that item to every extent.
However, the approximate percentage chance of Aura not giving her the item was 100%.
It was natural.
An item that allowed one to hear the voice of their creator at any time. There was no one in Nazarick that would willingly let go of such a thing.
In fact, the opposite would be true. However, a slight feeling of hope would be a small selfish request.
As Shaltir decided to get a word from Aura, she sensed the defensive magic activated from a teleportation spell. As she turned around, she saw the figure of Ainz standing there.
Ainz raised his hand to stop the two from kneeling. He arrived at the platform they were standing on and surveyed the undead before him. It seems the number is good enough.
Yes.
It is according to your orders.
2,500 zombies, 2,500 skeletons, 900 ghouls, 400 undead beasts, 200 skeleton archers and 120 skeleton riders. Seeing this many undead grouped together is a beautiful sight.
The numbers are good as well. Ainz confirmed the soldiers gathered in the hall.
Skeletons and zombies below level 1.
Level 1 ghouls. The undead beasts ranged from level 1 to 20. Lastly were level 2 skeleton archers and riders. It was not enough for an overwhelming force. If this was used, then a difficult battle would occur. However, the problem was with the ghouls.
Making an analysis about the ghouls joining this experiment, Ainz immediately gave out his answer. Good work, Shaltir.
However, lower the number of ghouls.
Their paralysis poison may be a bit troublesome. Yes. Hiding his desire to talk more, he moved his gaze away from Shultir. Facing Aura, he smiled as he watched her fiddle with the band.
You seem interested.
Yes.
I see. Ainz deeply nodded and said enthusiastically. Then did you find the hidden voice? What's that? So you did not find it. Then, activate it 10 times quickly in succession.
Aura quickly played with the band around her arm.
9 o'clock, 9, 999, 99999, dash.
Suddenly, the voice cut, dash. Ha! Don't press in succession, bastard. A female voice was tinted in anger and said threateningly. My deepest apologies, Bukabakushagama-sama. As if struck by lightning, Aura jumped, landed on her knees, lifting the ring up with both hands and bowed repeatedly. Shultir was also surprised, but not to the extent of Aura.
She looked at Ainz with a shocked expression. What was that?
Sorry, I did not mean for her to be so surprised. Ainz did not think that Aura would show such an expression, and apologized from the bottom of his heart, and the kneeling Aura stood up.
That was one of the 10 hidden voices. If you have time you can search for them.
What sort of voice are the others?
I believe it was.
Digging up his old memories, Ainz whispered out those words. People saying Oni-chan with a lowly voice. Ainz's movements suddenly stopped, and with a movement that a stiff screeching sound would match well with, he faced Aura.
What is it? Hearing Aura's childish response, Ainz had a troubled face. It would be inadvisable to retake a reward that was given out. But is it proper to let such a young child hear about those things? Her loyalty might drop after hearing it. No, in this world, there were no such adults here, it should not be a problem.
Ainz could only withhold his complaints towards Bukabakushagama for putting those types recordings as a joke. He never expected that a thing meant as a joke would become a troublesome matter now.
Within a moment, Ainz had made his decision on what to do. He raised his voice slightly. Now Aura. This is an order that you must obey at any cost. Why, yes.
Do not listen to the alarm at 0721 and 1919.
Do you understand? Why, yes. Understow.
And so are the any other things? Yes.
There is the talks with the Dryads Aura brought back.
Ainz was grateful to Shultir for suddenly changing the topic.
Ainz turned around and answered. That.
You seem to want to ask something, Shultir. Yes, why are we assembling weak monsters?
It is true that Nazarick does not have any spirit-type monsters. However, they are not strong enough to repel intruders that make it to the 6th floor. I am asking if there is any meaning in inviting them.
Ainz looked at Shultir silently before beginning to speak. These are preparations to show that we can coexist with others in this world, but if we meet an enemy that cannot be defeated by brute force, we must show that we are capable of acts of good. Creating this place is not an act of evil.
They may form such a conclusion. Even if they were doing evil acts, they could simply not show it and blunten the opponent's spearheads, and make discussions possible, and let them think that they were kind.
The 1st to 3rd floors were catacombs, the 4th floor was the giant lake, the 5th floor was a
frozen hell, the 7th was a burning hell.
The most suitable floor on Nazarick that could be made into a paradise would be the 6th floor.
It was also the largest one. Is it going well? Who knows?
However, the peaceful existences that were gathered are proof that we are kind individuals.
I am not hoping for anything more. One more thing. Having various types of subordinates is not bad. So I was thinking of integrating them with the monsters that were here. I see.
Seeing Shultir finally understand, Ainz's heart was filled with a painful thought. Aura did not seem to be the same, but Shultir had the tendency to only think with strength.
She might be a good general at the forefront, but using her in the current predicament would be bad.
However, it was true that there was no room to half forgive a guardian for their failure.
Basically Ainz could do nothing else but hold the reins. Why did he have to use his head to this extent? The boss of his company should be a comfortable existence. Or did he use his head more than he showed? The dissatisfaction flashed through his head, but he ignored the thought. He was a guild master, the absolute ruler.
He would protect the glory of Nazarick and Ainz Ul Gaun.
The difficulty should be expected.
If he thought that these difficulties came with the path to greatness, he would be happy.
Of course, it was a lie.
As Ainz made his resolve, Shiltir asked another question. That is all, Ainz Summer, but this may be impertinent of me, but I would like to ask you a question.
Permission granted. What is the reason behind the clash between the undead here and that race of people? If it is for victory, a more powerful army would be a more effective strategy, is it not? This was an obvious question.
From the perspective of the Guardians, undead at such levels, even though there were 5,000 of them, would only need minutes to take care all of them. Even with the Death Knight as an opponent, taking 2 down would only require 1 second. Hence, they need around 2,500 seconds to settle all of them. Using them against opponents that does not have any area-wide attacks was not too bad a strategy to delay them.
They were only effective in delaying for time.
Hence what was the need to gather all of them? Aura, what do you think?
I agree with Shiltir. Gathering weak ones, I believe that there is a connotation to this, but as to what it is.
Is it purposely to send them to attack in waves?
Weaker monsters tend to spawn faster.
Monsters like zombies and skeletons tend to spawn very fast.
Sadly, both of you guessed wrongly. This is all for the sake of experimentation.
If it proceeds as I have foreseen, then I shall tell you the meaning behind all of this. Shiltir and Aura sensed that Ainz was going to end the conversation.
They lowered their heads in understanding. The experiment might fail. Hence, he did not want to give out too many assumptions. But the two subordinates seemed to think otherwise. They were looking at Ainz with eyes filled with admiration and expectations. They seemed to think that their master had a sense of profound consideration and judgment.
Ainz, however, seemed to regret acting high and mighty.
What if it is a matter that is not worth mentioning? Then, he would have to prepare a different set of speech.
Shiltir, when this is over, I will make preparations to give you a ring of Ainz Ul Gaun. I hastily gave you orders, but I look forward to you acting suitable. Yes.
And where is that vampire? Brain was it? Yes.
He is now in my private quarters.
Then let's go. There is no need for Ainz Summer to go. I will call him here. No, there is a lot of things to do. Are you hiding something?
He raised the leading question at the quivering Shiltir.
Currently, he's petrified.
Petrified? Ainz unconsciously sent a suspicious gaze at Shiltir. Why was it that not only Shiltir, but Aura was also avoiding his gaze?
Did something happen again?
A string of unexpected events happened. Ainz felt like kneeling on the floor and scream as he hugged his head. Administering the organization was a tough job. It was a matter of fact that the bosses of such organizations in the world receive such high remunerations.
He would feel better if he screamed it out. But it would be impossible to do it within Nazarick. Ainz instantly regained his mental equilibrium. Petrification was just one of the many types of physical status and could be healed. Then he could only quietly accept it.
Deciding his course of action, Ainz quickly carried it out.
I don't know what happened, but, well, fine. Clean up, no fine. Go together.
Yes.
Now Aura. Teach the Dryads about the common knowledge of Nazarick.
Yes.
Understood. Then, let us start the operation.
Chapter 35, Preparations Part 4.
A happy sound reverberated from the house. The house made of logs was not wide. It had one large room, and 2 small rooms adjacent to it.
Of course, there was no second floor or loft.
However, everything was made large. It was like it was designed for beings larger than humans. On one side of the small room were 2 simple bunk beds, and reminded one of a room of a dormitory. The other side was completely empty. A giant mirror was hung from the wall. Its frame had the glitter of gold, and rune-like characters were engraved into it. The mirror had no imperfections on it, like the surface of a perfectly frozen lake.
Apart from that, it was a normal mirror.
It was quite difficult to live here, the log cabin gave off such an impression. Inside of the hall was a large table.
Surrounding it was 6 chairs.
They were made of wood and were not extravagant. It was more for practical purposes. Inside of such a hall were 2 maids.
Since both were exquisitely beautiful, they did not match the house or its atmosphere. And so a weird feeling was born. One of the people sitting down was the owner of healthy brown skin, and her laughing face suited a bright and happy woman.
She looked to be in her 20s.
Her hair was tied into braids which suited her active look.
If she had a tail, it would be wagging energetically.
And as if to contrast the woman, was a human with a calm atmosphere. Among the existing maids in Nazarick, she could be thought to be older with her height and atmosphere.
She was probably past her mid-20s.
Her soiree knotted hair matched her atmosphere perfectly.
The former maid's name was Lupus Regina Beta. The latter was Yuri Alpha. They were part of the battle maids under Sebas' direct command.
Lupus Regina reached out for the wooden plate on the table. She lifted up a potato chip, made with thinly sliced potatoes fried in oil.
She moved it to her mouth with a crunching sound. It's so good that I can't get enoughs.
It's delicious?
Delicious.
It's terrible that Yurine can't eat.
There was no ill will in the girl's bright smile.
The woman called Yuri flashed a pained smile towards the eating girl.
You will get fat if you eat too much? It's fines. I am not the type to get fat from eatings.
Really?
Then please eat my portion as well. It would be rude to Pez otherwise.
This food, fried golden potato slices as they were called in Yggdrasil, was brought and made by the head maid herself.
And it was made especially for Yuri.
At that friendly tone that indicated their closeness, Lupus Regina tilted her head slightly. Deciding that this was the best chance to solve the burning question, she opened her mouth. Does Yurine have a good relationship with Pestonia Samus? Within Nazarick, the position of head maid which Pestonia had was higher than that of the battle maid Yuri, and her level was higher.
It would be impossible to call her in an informal way. If Sebas found out, they would be scolded.
If she only removed the suffix when he was not around, Yuri's evaluation would instantly drop, but Lupus Regina knew that this was not the case.
They existed on mostly the same floor, but they had no contact due to their positions.
No, there was some connection with Lupus Regina as fellow clerics, but then why? It might be because of the relationships between the Supreme Ones. Yameko Summer, my creator, and the one who made Pez and A-chan were women, and so they had a good relationship.
And so do we.
Who's A-chan's? Aura. I guessed it's. Isn't it bad to not attach honorifics for the Guardians?
It's fine. I make sure to do it when appropriate such that I will not get scolded. Thinking about it, I have seen Aura Summer jump into Yuri's knees.
Lupus Regina recalled Aura jumping. While thinking that it seemed painful to her chest, her gaze flitted to Yuri's nearly excessively ample chest.
Yuri made a troubled face as she thought about where Lupus Regina was looking. They're huge.
Melon, suikas.
It sort of makes me hungries. What are you saying? Yuri shrugged her shoulders with a sigh. If they're that huge, why don't you try being a musician? I have no intention of doing so right now.
What do you think about him following the rules? Isn't he unexpectedly upfront?
Ha. Then it's fines, he's not nices. It cannot be helped. Shonars as a race have not had good attitudes.
But I believe that there is an upfrontness there. Well, they understand that it would be bad if they make a pass at Nazarick's resistance.
Probably. Yuri made a pained smile.
I am more fearful of Shaltia Summer.
She is watching me with weird eyes. Like a predator.
Well, Shaltia Summer is like that.
She is not a bad person, but but her habits are a bit too much. The two looked at each other and smiled. Of course, rather than ill will they were speaking the truth. However, I'm really freeze.
Can't invaders come sooner?
She smiled at the figure of Lupus Regina doing something like a yawn. It seems a flag has been raised.
HMMH?
Here.
In the direction Yuri was pointing, past the glass window, was a shadow heading towards the cabin.
It was a cart. It was wobbling on its way.
The woman holding the reins wore the clothes of a commoner, but the two horses had a fine coat and exquisite bodies.
Since they could pull a cart on a roadless plain told them that much. A commoner and fine horses. The gap brought about a dissonance. There was still quite a bit of distance, but every time it shook, several somethings could be discerned. Crunch crunch. What is it?
They don't look like invaders. Eating the last potato chip, Lupus Regina raised an eyebrow. Lupus Regina whispered out that they might be merchants bringing food to the town.
However, the horses were too high quality. It did not mix with the poorly dressed girl. It might have been that it was borrowed from her master.
However, there was too little information to discern anything.
True. But we should meet them as friends.
Yuri said so, reached out her hands, and picked up her head that was on the table.
She then placed it on top of her neck, and hid the separation with a choker.
As a Dullahan, Yuri could attach and detach her head at will, but with humans, it would be an extremely bad conduct. Checking twice or thrice that nothing would drop, she stood up.
Shall we make a move?
Got it. Lupus Regina got up with a Pyokon and walked to the door together.
The sunlight was surprisingly strong. Yuri brought her hand up to block the sun. The surprisingly cold wind blew through the plains, and the sun shone in a way that did not lose to it, but it had not reached its peak. It seemed that it would get hotter. Yuri faced no difficulties in regards to temperature, but she did not like strong light. The log cabin was just made and so nothing could be done.
The log cabin which they had left was for another entrance for the great underground tomb of Nazarick.
It could be said that it was a checkpoint.
While it would be fine for them to die even if they tried to enter the building, they would be at least given a warning first according to Ainz.
Of course, it was not kindness. Since Ainz did not have a grasp on the circumstances, an appeal of friendship should be done. The building was here to use the excuse we had warned you. Ainz himself was the believer of getting one's just deserts if they trespassed into another person's property. However, if a clueless child enters and dies, there was no way that they would feel nothing. It was the sadness of seeing a friend lose something precious. And so these two maids were chosen for this role.
While covering herself, Yuri narrowed her eyes, and looked at the approaching cart. The cart was large but had no cover, and so was for everyday use.
Behind the girl holding the reins were several presences inside the cart. Yuri took a deep breath, and concentrated on finding signs of life.
The monk-type class, Key Master had the special skill, Presence Search.
It was an ability that could tell the user the numbers and difference in strength. If there was too large a level gap, an undead or construct, it could not be used. But it could detect invisible presences, and was used often. I see.
Yuri whispered softly, and moved her gaze to the plains behind the cart for an instant.
She then returned her focus on the cart. It seems they noticed SS.
Yes.
Yuri nodded in response to Lupus Regina's confirming words and replied. More importantly, your tone.
Yes, understood, Yuri-san. Yes.
Well done, Lupus Regina.
Smiling, Yuri adopted an expression that suited one to receive guests with.
Next to her, Lupus Regina was doing the same. If anyone saw them, they would think that they were sisters that did not look like each other.
The cart finally came close, and slowly stopped. Before the girl at the coachman's seat could get down, several goblins came down from the cart.
Yuri and Lupus Regina did not move.
When the cart came close to them, Yuri confirmed the figures of multiple goblins, instantly readied herself for battle, thought about the appropriate action, and rejected it. And so, if the goblins displayed any sign of attacking, they would be dealt with and killed.
This was because, from her knowledge, they brought nothing but existences who would take no time to clean up. Yuri made her decision as the 15 goblins descended. It was a number that made her want to praise the cart.
Basically in Yggdrasil, goblins were the lowest level of 1, but various types, like spellcasters or lords, separated by race, special traits, or class, and so a goblin would have a name that suited its type, and it would change its level.
In addition, the level could be determined from the quality of the weapons and the extravagance of the clothes.
This was a well-used element in RRG games where the color was the same but the appearance was slightly different, indicating different strengths. Most of the goblins, 12 of them, had the appearances of small fry and were the weakest goblins, but they were well equipped.
Chain shirts and round shields, a machete hung from their waists. Below the chain shirt was a brown short-sleeved shirt, and shorts. And leather shoes. There was a pouch hung from their waist where they could put small trinkets.
Small but well-defined muscle protrusions could be seen from where the armor failed to cover them.
Yuri decided that they were probably level 8 goblins.
Those 12 goblins were holding the reins, checking the handle and rod of the horse and connected cart, lowering the girl that was on the coachman's seat and working frantically.
The ones standing there numbered 3. The first one to get off was a goblin with a large build. It would not be too much to call him a warrior. He had a tall figure that did not match his goblin status. A rustic breastplate covered him, and a well-used greatsword hung from his back.
While sending a sharp gaze into the surroundings, he slowly began walking. On the right was a goblin spellcaster that was wearing a human-type skull.
It was holding a shabby wooden staff that was taller than itself.
Weird ornaments decorated its body, and its chest was slightly swelling out.
If one looked closely, they could see the cuteness of a woman. Why were there such differences between men and women? A question was raised silently. The left had a cleric-like goblin. Rather than an intellectual, he had a smart face.
He was wearing a better chain shirt than the level 8 goblins, and had a morning star at his waist.
Goblin leader, goblin mage, goblin cleric. Yuri thought in her head. The goblins' clothes were dirty, but not that much. There was no smell coming from them.
The goblin leader was in the center and watched the group's movements. Mercenaries.
That was the most suitable word.
And lastly 2 girls were politely guided down from the coachman's seat and cart by the goblins. The girl at the coachman's seat had chestnut hair that was braided down to her chest. With a healthy tan and black eyes, she had quite a cute face.
The other was like a smaller figure of the girl at the coachman's seat. Probably her little sister. The 2 were not well dressed, and had the figures of farmers.
Looking around unsure, they looked at Yuri and Lupus Regina with surprised eyes.
It was like they could not believe such people wearing that would be here. They felt baffled and overwhelmed by them. In front of Yuri and Lupus Regina, suddenly, the goblins got into positions surrounding the women. It was a strange pose.
Unknowingly, Yuri and Lupus Regina's eyes went wide. And like they were matching a timing, the goblins looked at each other, and all broke out into a chorus. "We are Henry Neeson's bodyguards." The 2 girls in the center seemed embarrassed and made a strange pose, but immediately gave up and faced the ground with red faces.
A silence descended on the scene. The goblins' cheers echoed.
Yuri unintentionally left her mouth open.
It was completely out of expectations. An existence like Yuri needed time to process what had happened. In contrast, the goblins were in high spirits.
"Hiya.
It's decided, siblings. The preparations took a day. It would be bad if it was not. Our hard work was rewarded.
Ooh.
You in love. Love. But it's bad. Saying that while we still have Henry Neeson. Refusing would be bad." The goblins slapped each other's backs as they spoke.
The girls in the middle of the ruckus were still looking down with embarrassed faces and made no attempt to move.
Her ears were red. Yuri thought that it could not get redder. Enri Neeson seems to be moved. Seeing your face red with emotion makes us happy.
Yup, boss is the best. Beautiful and amazing, the embodiment of compassion, your brave boss.
And the pose with Enri Neeson in the center emphasizes it.
Yup, the leader of who thought of it really is a genius. Right?
It is suitable for Enri Neeson to do. It took me 3 days and nights without sleep to think of it. It was amazing. It was like an upside-down frog. It would be best to call out to the girl called Enri. Yuri thought up to there.
It was the guest that Ainz had spoke of.
Could it be Enri Summer?
They could have felt something from the words could it be, and the girl called Enri replied yes in a soft voice.
Her sister hid behind her with a red face. If there was a hole, the two of them would certainly jump into it. Welcome. Ainz Summer sends his greet.
Wrong.
Enri Neeson is my wife. Even if you are the leader, I won't forgive that. Isn't decided that I will be getting Neeson. My life plan is all ready. The first thing is to return. I want Emoto-san. Lolicons are absolutely bad.
Yes, Lolita. No, touch.
If you want to. No, I am the only one that can bring Enri Neeson happiness.
I cannot leave Enri Neeson to a bunch of existences like you who can't think with anything but their muscles. My God has said this, thou shall make Enri happy. Sparkle. Disgusting.
I have never seen anyone say sparkle out loud before.
Anyway, your God is an evil God, right?
Well, being macho is everything. Women love buff men. I can't leave it to a weakling like you. Some women might like it. No, none. These bastards are annoying.
While keeping her smile, Yuri's brow started twitching.
What should she do? When she thought that,
Boo-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha.
This is great. So interestings. Suddenly, an explosive laugh came from next to Yuri. The goblins stopped talking as if it blocked them. Lupus Regina.
While receiving Yuri's rebuking words, Lupus Regina did not lose her smile.
But, it's great.
Anyways, welcomes, you twos.
Ainz Summer sends his greetings. Enri Summer and your sister Nemu Summer. We and Nazarick have been waiting. Yes. I look forward to it. Enri bobbed her head. She spoke as if she wanted to hide her words. Nemu.
Stopping Enri, who was trying to drag out the girl behind her, Yuri looked at the goblins who were discussing who would be Enri's husband.
And who are these goblins?
Yes.
We are Enri Neeson's body. I am not asking you. Yuri cleanly cut him off, and the goblin leader's shoulders dropped.
They are people who came when I blew the horn given to me by Ainz-san, Summer.
They have been protecting me. Is that so?
Now what to do?
Yuri thought.
There was not a problem inviting someone like Enri, but it would not be good to have too many people without loyalty to Ainz.
Especially existences without manners.
Contact Ainz, and make decisions based on that.
Then the order.
First was to invite Enri and Nemu to Nazarick's drawing room, and discuss with Ainz about the goblins.
She should proceed like that.
Of course, that was if Enri and Nemu did not have any objections. Then first I will bring Enri Summer and Nemu Summer. Should I ask for permission from Ainz Summer to bring them in later?
That is fine. We will be waiting here.
Is that so? Enri Summer, is it fine to act upon his words? Enri threw a gaze towards the goblin leader, telling him to save her.
Please do not mind it. Enri Neeson. We are quite bad at being formal, and so we will wait here.
And so, Enri Summer, Nemu Summer.
Let us go. Enri was confused and brought along slightly forcefully by Yuri.
Nemu followed with one hand gripping her sister.
The three of them entered the log cabin.
So, why didn't you follow your sister? Well, if Urine is going then I won't. Anyway, how serious were yous?
Lupus Regina had the smile of a predator. Meeting it, the goblin leader had the smile of a seasoned veteran.
The surrounding goblins talking trash were now moving their mouths, and were focusing on Lupus Regina.
With the feeling that she was being met with wariness, Lupus Regina's smile got wider. It was a creature that resembled a beast before a hunt. What are you talking about?
You weren't serious?
That ruckus. What? The goblin leader stopped talking. He understood that it was useless. Ha! It's simple. You are far stronger than us.
If you had any intention of killing us, it would take a second to kill one of us. However, if you thought we were idiots then it might have gone up to 3 seconds.
We will do anything to buy more time for Enri Neeson and Imoto-san. Han! And so you would cut the rope connecting the horses and the cart when you get off? Yes.
If it is just Ne-san and Imoto-san, we might be able to buy time for them to escape on the horses.
And you have several people behind, right? The goblins' faces changed for the first time. Wariness and fear was common. You can tell that much? Well.
2 riders?
There are 2 beast smells. And another 2.
What are they? If they did not come here then ranged, archers? Correct.
They are archers. Could you call them heres?
Oi.
Hesitating for a moment, he jutted his chin towards one of the nearby goblins.
That goblin took out a mirror, reflected light, and sent a signal behind him.
No, you really are monsters. With the phrase that implied, so you noticed them from her, Lupus Regina laughed.
Well, gate watchers can't be small fry, right?
I agree. I thought you would have more cute points, but it seems I was wrong.
So is the person known as Iron Summer inside the log house?
No ways. You are right. The goblin leader had a pained smile. There is an item known as Mirror of Gate.
It is a magic item that can allow 2 points to be connected and limitlessly travel to. Well, there are small things like armies can't use it, I don't knows.
That's an amazing item.
If one considered the item's effects, one could easily guess how desirable such an item would be.
There would probably be no one who would not want it. The goblin leader could think of countless uses for it. If it was sold, the amount was more than the worth of a small country. So, is there any problem waiting here? There was a hidden side to those words.
Lupus Regina noticed it and said nothing, but stared expressionlessly at the goblin leader.
Not really.
But if something bad happens, can you save the lives of Enri Neeson and Imoto-san?
The goblin leader bent his knees slightly.
And so did the surrounding goblins. Lupus Regina calmly expressed her desire to continue even though she was surrounded.
The goblins understood, and unrest spread through them.
Basically, Lupus Regina was straight out telling them that they were not worth being wary against.
Why did you not take them and run aways? Simple. 2 were extremely bad. We thought that we should lower the numbers. Were there any inside? We were idiots who thought that.
Why did you think that bad things would happen to them?
Sealing their mouths shut, removal of evidence.
I have heard about Enri Neeson having a request made by the master of this place, but I cannot understand why existences like you would have a use for a simple farming girl.
If it must have been a human of that village, why? Was it for some kind of success? Did they want her to come back alive? We have those sort of questions. If you noticed that it was dangerous, wouldn't have been fine to not come? Ha! If we did not come and made a mess of things, it would be troublesome. If we came here we felt that there would be less damage.
Well, Enri Neeson's individual life is worth more than any of the other villagers.
Did you tell her? No way. We heard about what Ne-san was thinking about. And so we came here prepared. Lupus Regina looked at the surroundings. Was it to see how she would react while they were watching her? It would be natural for her to assume hostility if they drew their swords. However, only words were spoken and so none could be detected. Basically, they were unsure of her. What would she do? Would she do something to them? Should they try to do something to her?
That was why they had a level of vigilance such that it would not be openly hostile to her. Lupus Regina made a smile of admiration, and made a serious face.
Goblin. Ain's Summer said to welcome them as guests. Then their safety is obligatory. Then that serious face collapsed.
And so, you as well are guests?
Well, it would be bad to talk to guests with this tones, so forgive me.
The goblin leader looked at Lupus Regina's face for a while, then deeply nodded.
I'll believe it, beautiful maid San. I wanted you to attach extremely, but I'll refrains.
If something happens to her, I beg for her life. Please. Lupus Regina had a childish smile on her face as she looked at the bowing goblin.
I like yous. Those who have loyalty.
Ain's was currently attending to some things, and so he wanted them to wait in the guest room.
Henry felt despair. Henry lightly sat down on the chair.
Rather than being hired, it was like she was an animal that was taken from its nest, and she scanned the room in a panic. Next to her was Nemu.
As expected, she was looking around the room like her sister. They knew that Ain's the magic caster was an amazing person.
That was why he stayed in a tower different from regular magic casters, or so they thought.
However, coming was different. It was like she was a princess in a story, a world of a beautiful dream.
It
was not a world for her.
Above the fireplace was a glass work of a bird about to take off. If she broke one, she doubted that even if she worked her whole life, she would not be able to pay it back.
The sofa she was on was beautiful, to the extent that she was worried about her own clothes dirtying it.
In all of Henry's 16 years of life was a magical light coming not from torches, lanterns and candles, but from a chandelier. The items here had an extreme elegance, to the point that most of the items here could become the definition of the word exquisite.
Especially was the black lacquered table in front of Henry. Even to her who did not know the price, she knew that it was impossibly high. The decorated picture of a beautiful woman was also imprinted on it.
She was worried that she would get scolded if she dirtied the carpet. While sitting, she slightly lifted her legs up, and focused on doing her best.
Henry was about to collapse from her nervousness. While Nemu was young, she could still understand. She did not display curiosity one would expect from a child.
A worry that made her stomach hurt attacked her.
The air got tense, and she wanted to run away somewhere. Left alone for a few minutes like that, it would not be strange for them to fall unconscious. At that moment, a knocking came from the door.
Hi. Her shoulders crouched, and reacting to that, Nemu's body trembled a bit as she hugged her sister.
Excuse me. Entering was a maid pushing a silver service wagon.
A beautiful set of maid clothes that was without any flaws and seemed extremely expensive was worn by a beautiful woman.
She had a kind smile.
However, when she looked over at them with a tinge of exasperation, Henry began even more worried.
I have brought refreshments. It's fine. The maid was taken aback at the uncanny speed of Henry's reply.
Are you worried?
Why, yes.
She probably could tell by Henry's worrying shivering and the tearing eyes of Nemu. She put a genuine smile on her face, said excuse me, and sat next to Henry.
She then placed her hand on Henry's shoulder which had frozen with worry. Henry Summer. Please do not be worried.
Henry Summer and Nemu Summer are guests.
It will be fine if you do not mind and wait. But, if I break anything. Please do not worry. Everything here is not important to Ain's Summer.
If it is broken, then Ain's Summer would at most raise an eyebrow.
Really?
Everything here? From Henry's point of view, the price of any one of these items would make her head hurt.
And to think that this was not important.
Yes.
Ain's Summer is extremely wealthy. Why, yes I know.
He was a person that gave out that much rewards.
She knew that wealthy was a shallow description. But not to this extent. Then please do not worry. Even if you say so. Then please drink something. It might put you at ease. But her eyes ran towards the cup on the silver wagon.
It was a delicate craft made of white porcelain, lain with gold.
The underside was a deep beautiful blue hue, and a pattern or drawing was engraved on it. She was terrified of it breaking while she was holding it.
Before Henry could reject, a knocking came from the door. The maid's eyes instantly moved from Henry and she stood up and walked towards the door.
She opened it slightly, and confirmed the outside person.
She then faced Henry and said the name of the one at the door.
Ein's summer has arrived. I have made you wait. Welcome to my Nazarick.
The maid who opened the door retreated to the side, and a man with a weird mask that seemed to absorb any light and a set of extravagant black robes entered. It was the magic caster that had saved the village, Ein's Ulgaun.
However, he was more calm than before. Following was another maid.
Ein sat on the sofa opposite Henry and Nemu. And noticing that there was nothing placed on the table, she called out to the first maid.
Did you not bring out the drinks?
I
rejected it.
Noticing that her words had a tinge of rudeness, Henry closed her mouth in a panic. Eins replied with I see, as if he were forced back by her words.
Thank you for coming. Henry and Nemu, was it? Before the promised food, I would like to ask a few questions. It might dry your throat. How about it? A drink? You are not calling me Omae? That time was complicated. And this is my home, a place to welcome guests. I do have to keep up appearances. That was a time of chaos when they had first transferred.
However, 10 days had passed, and the feeling of making Ein's Ulgaun a legend was born in him.
Then he would have to stop talking like that at some point. He had to work on getting a dignified and pressurizing voice.
Problems occasionally occur.
Eins whispered in his heart. And so, I'm not a different person. While laughing lightly, Eins replied to Henry with a hearty tone. So basically that was what worried her. Henry's shoulders lowered slightly. If you do not want drinks, can you hear what I want to say?
Closing his mouth like he was deep in thought, Eins began talking again.
First was to go to the Empire's campgrounds and give the parchment. Was there any problems?
Yes.
The Empire was huge. I went to a large campground. Then 4 figures with the armor of those who attacked the village came.
They asked me what they came here for, then I told them about the attack on the village, and handed them the armor and parchment. Was there any special action made by them?
No. Not anything special. Once they took the parchment and armor and I left. I see.
Then, the likelihood it was not the Empire that attacked the village was very high.
Although it was not 100% sure, but the probability was close to it.
When you called the goblins with the horn, was there any danger?
No, at night. I heard the sound of far-off beasts. I thought it was dangerous.
I see.
I passed it to you with that intention. I won't think anything of it if you use it. Ah, it's like this. Henry looked relieved.
Eins considered for a moment before deciding there was nothing else to inquire about.
There was nothing new. Things that he would like to find out piled up like a mountain. The things that she does not know should be more. In the end, she managed to complete her task as a messenger properly. Thank you. I have finished all the questions that I wanted to ask. Then, if you think of anything during mealtime, feel free to tell me. Yes, I want to return these to you.
Henry took out a scroll and a horn from her unimpressive bag and placed it on the table. Those items, Stronghold Teleportation Scroll and Goblin Summoning Tool, were given to her by Eins before she departed.
No, these belong to you now. It is in your best interest to keep it. I will recover the scroll. The teleportation scroll was not an expensive item.
But Stronghold Teleportation Scroll is a different matter because that type of scroll cannot be produced via normal means. That, Anyo, Goblin-san, they all.
Since you did not bring them over, I can arrange for someone to entertain them near the entrance.
No.
I don't mean it that way. He did not understand what she was trying to convey. Ines felt surprise as he gazed at Henry. He remained silent.
After a while, Henry began to speak.
Then, can I take them away?
You mean them? Ines nodded after understanding the situation. I heard from one of my maids that they swore their loyalty to you. I have thought of accepting them, Ma. Would it be a problem for you to take charge of them?
He received information from Lupus Regina about the goblins not having any loyalty to Ines. Then, there was no need to recover them.
Although, if he recovered them, should he kill them off as future test subjects?
There were differences when it comes to magical summoning by tools or by ability.
Ines was testing the effects of being summoned for a long time. However, there was currently no difference between long-term and short-term monsters.
That experiment was useful.
In short, he was using the people from this world as test subjects to compare the effects of the summoning.
Looking at Henry, who was silently in thought, Ines added a helpful suggestion. If you are not able to support them, I can provide you with unlimited support in terms of food.
No, that. She looked like she had trouble finding the right words.
Due to the decrease in the number of villagers, if the goblins worked for us, everyone would be happy. I see.
Because of the goblins' level, they may appear short in stature, but their physical strength surpassed that of ordinary humans.
Considering the situation now in the village, their strength was well needed. This is good. Ines felt the luck showering from the top of his head. The goblins mixed well with the villagers. Due to their actions, they received the villagers' trust. Ines, who gave them the item to summon the goblins, had his standing improved as well.
Since he was the savior of the village, he could easily act within the village when he needs to promote anything beneficial. Well, about that, it might be necessary to keep the public order and safety of the village in mind, but that was a permissible range.
Is it? The situation is not so bad. Since I never met them, I do not know whether they have a good or bad personality. If they seriously swore their loyalty to you, then it would be embarrassing for me to take them away from you. Please forgive me.
The goblins seemed very happy.
Nemu. Henry scolded her sister for suddenly barging into the conversation.
Ines waved his hand to show that he does not mind before turning towards Nemu.
If it is like this, goblins, like humans, have both good and bad ones. It is just nice that this group of goblin are a bunch of good guys.
At the sight of the nodding Nemu, Ines shook his head.
Remember to appreciate them. Ines' gaze met Henry's.
He stopped the topic there.
Then, the food preparation should be completed by now. Children would be bored by now.
Shall we go?
No, no need. It is fine that we do not have to stay for meals. Since we are here is such a magnificent place. Henry shook her head rigorously.
Ma, it won't be good if I force you to stay, but it is not easy to prepare dragon steak as main course. Dragon?
Dragon.
Henry only heard of them in stories, be it the antagonist or as the friends of justice.
But in each story, they were immensely powerful beings.
Such an existence was used as food?
Impossible. He must be joking. But Henry got the feeling that the magic caster in front of her was telling the truth. I have sweet things too. Have you eaten a food called ice cream?
After listening to Ines, Nemu shook her head vigorously.
The only sweet thing they had was fruits. If they travel to the streets of the city, they may experience a variety of sweet food. But it would be impossible to them who had spent their lives in the village. It's ice cold. And very, very sweet. As you put it inside your mouth, it will melt.
Just like sweet-tasting snow.
Henry and Nemu could not help themselves but to swallow a mouthful of saliva. It would be good that you could try it once in your life. Now then, what are the contents for today's meal? One of the maids answered in affirmative, and began to explain the dishes for the meal. For today, we plan to start with one of the two hors d'oeuvres.
The first will be a dish of piercing lobster, which is a form of no-attuned seafood, in a velouté sauce. The second hors d'oeuvres would be poirées foie gras of Vithupnir.
For soup, it will be Alfheim-style cream of sweet potato and chestnut soup. For the main course, it will be a meat dish.
Marbled frost dragon steak from Jotunheim as suggested by Ein Summer. Last for dessert, we have golden apple compote, served in white wine and topped with yogurt, and golden red tea ice cream.
For drinks after dinner, we have already prepared coffee.
But I thought that Rurishu peach water might be a better choice on my way here. That is all.
If there is any desire to change, please inform us. What was she saying? Enri and Nemu were staring at the maid, as they were amazed by her.
Was she chanting magic?
Those were their thoughts. Luxurious oatmeal porridge and soft fluffy white bread. That was the limit of their imagination. There was a huge gap in their expectation. Do you like foie gras? I do not think children will. And it is such an oily menu. Is there anything else?
Yes.
Then the hors d'oeuvre will be scallop salad, and plum confit.
Yes, compared to the menu earlier, isn't this one better?
Me? Enri, who was suddenly asked a question, answered hastily.
She surmised that it would not be proper to simply reject without understanding the meaning behind those words.
Anyo.
No, please do so. Truly? She managed to utter a sentence after wringing her brain as Ainz continued to converse with the maid regarding the matter about food. Ainz continued to talk rapidly like an expert.
Hearing this, Enri felt the difference in their worlds between herself and the great magic caster.
Humans who could use money to buy luxury goods were naturally rich. Amongst it was food. Even if you eat it and it disappeared, one would still put importance on it.
Abode, knowledge, power. The magic caster had it all. A simple peasant like Enri could not match up to him. At least someone like a king or people from the heavens could rival him.
The masked magic caster was awe-inspiring.
Saved by such a person. A feeling of respect surged within the heart of Enri. What is it? Thank you very much for your help. Thank you very much. Nemu bowed with Enri to convey their deepest gratitude.
For a moment, Ainz did not understand what they were trying to convey. A question mark appeared above his head.
Then, as if he caught on to the situation, he waved his hand.
Don't mind too much about it. If I noticed the situation earlier, people who were important to you would not have died. Both of you were saved because of your own actions.
Even though, if a magic caster like you did not reach us on time, I, much less my younger sister, would have been killed. I am truly grateful to you for saving us. Ainz quietly shrugged his shoulders.
Ma, it's fine if you think about it that way. As I said earlier, those were the fruits of your own labor.
Then, let us go for dinner.
Ainz stood up slowly, before heading towards the door.
Enri, who stood up late, felt someone tugging the corners of her dress. Oni-chan. Nemu was pulling the corners of Enri's dress, as if she wants to say something.
From her looks, Enri knew what she wants to say.
Since I was saved by such a powerful person, I must let the others know. There were many people in the village who wanted to know who Ainz was. The reason for this was simple.
Controlling a knight like that, Death Knight was an ordinary magic caster, no one would think like that. Since he was her savior, he should be one of those heroes that appeared in the legends. In her poor environment, such a powerful being appeared, those were her own thoughts.
Until now, several confirmed facts appeared in the eyes of Enri and Nemu. Enri was looking at Ainz's retreating figure.
Legends are true, they're not stories. Chapter 36, Investigation Part 1.
While climbing up the stairs to the 4th floor of the guild, a man was breathing heavily. His build was good. No, it would be better to say his body was obese. A layer of fat covered his stomach, and there was some underneath his chin as well.
Depending on the amount of fat, it might be possible to say that he had the face of an unattractive bulldog. His hair was thin, allowing light to reflect off it, and the remaining hair was a white color.
However, his clothes were amazing. He wore a velvet jacket that a commoner could probably not wear. His rings and clothes were quite good items. It quite obviously displayed the depths of his wallets.
Since Rantel was under direct control of the kingdom, the ones running the city were appointed by the king.
And the mayor of the town would be their head. That was him, Panasolii Gruz Vorna Retinmeier. In contrast to his appearance, he was not useless. He was a person in the useful category.
Since the city was at the forefront of the war between the kingdom and the empire, various items and their groundwork needed to be taken care of.
It would be sufficient to leave it to merchants, but the one who rejected it was him. It was a job that required one to have sufficient knowledge to prove whether it was the right decision or not. He was breathing heavily.
"Are you okay?" The one who spoke to Panasolii was the receptionist of the guild, Ishpan Rumble.
But it was a question that skillfully hid the fact that she was tired having to help him here.
Puyai. Puyai.
I'm not okay.
Puyai.
Was his nose blocked? His breathing reminded one of a pig. How should I put it?
Puyai. Since there is someone old like me, Puyai, with a rich build, Puyai, wouldn't it have been better to meet on the first floor? Puyai.
Was he oinking or talking?
Ishpan lowered her head as Panasolii's words caused her to think such. My apologies. Puyai. Puyai.
Well, there's no helping it.
Puyai. Panasolii began walking and took out a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat on his brow. Puyai.
I can go by myself from here.
Thank, Puyai, you. Yes.
Excuse me.
After sending Ishpan down the stairs, Panasolii started walking.
If he had turned his head to see her, he would have seen her staring at him while walking down the stairs. However, Panasolii did not turn back. He wiped his sweat while walking, and stood before a door. He was about to open it, but hesitated. The fourth floor of the guild.
On it were the guildmaster's office, safes for important items and rooms for talking about important information.
The room in front of him was a meeting room. It was made for important meetings about the guild or about things that affected the city.
The talks that occurred here were mostly unpleasant.
The later he opened this door, the happier he would be.
But the people who could laugh at Panasolii and had knowledge about the complicated job of running a city did not exist.
Wiping his face with his handkerchief for the last time, he straightened his back. His stomach shook. He did not knock.
While the ruler of this city was the king, it was actually Panasolii. I made you wait, Puyai.
As he opened the door, he spoke to all of those present.
He took a step in, and looked at the room.
It was not a large room. About 6 meters in length, or a bit larger.
There was a table in the center, with 6 chairs.
As there was no windows, it made one feel claustrophobic. There were several papers scattered on the table. Without paper or cardboard, gaps would occur in the serious information of the guild. However, it felt like the papers were left there after the last person read it. Several cups and 2 bottles of drinks were placed there as well. Those sitting on the chairs numbered 4. 2 he knew and 2 he did not. One of the faces he knew belonged to a masculine man. With an outfit of long sleeves and long pants, he seemed to be able to move freely. A light, or magic light, glittered from the sleeves and his collar, showing that it was endowed with protection magic. The scabbard at his waist was an exquisite decoration. The long sword was also well made. This too had the glimmer of magic. He had jet black hair and moustache. His build was fairly large, giving the impression of a tightly wound body, with prominent bulging muscles, that could not be hidden by his clothing. A warrior. The word was suitable, and the man was the definition of it. Another face he knew was a thin man with extremely highly strung nerves. His age was about to enter the late 30s. He wore a deep green robe. The tall ebony staff he always carried was laying against the wall, its magic crystal embedded in its tip. He wore 3 rings. In addition, a blazer protected his arms. All were enchanted with top-quality magic.
His thin hair was golden and his deep blue eyes carried a sharp gaze.
If he had a bit more muscle he would be considered a beauty, but currently he looked like an emaciated man.
One
of the unknown faces was the only woman in the room. No, should she even be called a woman?
She was an extremely aged woman. Wrinkled face, wrinkled hands.
Her white hair fell to her shoulders in a mess.
Combined with her hooked nose, she looked like a witch out of a fairy tale.
Her clothes were work clothes for commoners.
It was originally white but it was spotted with green stains, and smelled of grass.
The fact that she was called here, while wearing that stated her importance. And the last person. Shortly cut hair. A square face. A man with warm expression but a will of steel. He had an atmosphere of being well into his late 30s. His clothes were like that of a commoner, but it was made of good thread. His neck had the symbol of the 4 great gods hanging from it. It was simple, but it did not feel lacking. The words clean suited the cleric. He had a good body, but it was not built to the point of a warrior. However, he was the tallest and everything about him felt big, to the point that it felt like his hands on the table could cover the face of a man easily.
Panasoliai said nothing and walked forward, and sat down in an empty chair.
He then wiped the never-ending sweat with his handkerchief. Then took a cup no one was using and poured water into it. He emptied it in one breath. The water had the taste of fruit mixed inside.
His cold throat felt a faint sweetness, but it felt refreshing and the feeling spread to the rest of his body. Again, when he poured in water, one of the men he knew opened his mouth.
I apologize for calling you.
Welcome, Panasoliai-sama. Puyai.
Ah. Is it another dangerous thing?
Guildmaster. The warrior-like guildmaster, Pluton Einsak, had a cynical reply and had a pained smile.
It is as you say. I see.
Puyai, and these people are? Yes.
These are people who I feel have the necessary knowledge about this event. Firstly,
Panasoliai lifted his hand, and stopped Pluton's introduction.
Nice to meet you, Pharmacist Dono.
I believe your name was Lizzie Bayer Dono, was it? Panasoliai and his acquaintances made faces like it was expected.
The two he did not know made surprised expressions.
Panasoliai finally registered on the faces of the two he did not know. He felt that he was lowly evaluated from them. He liked this change in atmosphere.
While wiping his sweat, he hid his smile.
Panasoliai's appearance was extremely unattractive. Rather than being liked by the opposite sex, it was more common for him to be ignored. Even at his debut in society, he stayed mostly by the wall.
It could not be helped, and he himself had given up. However, that appearance helped at times. Such as first meetings.
The fact that his head was different from his body was outside of his partner's expectations, and he could use it as a good card for negotiations.
This time, he used to raise the two's evaluation of him. So you did know. Of course, Pluton. There is no way that I do not know the woman that is the best pharmacist in this city.
Ho.
To know an everyday worker such as myself. You have my admiration. The old woman bowed her head politely.
Panasoliai calmly waved his hand.
No, the potions you have made have saved the lives of the kingdom's soldiers.
I believe that I do not need to explain that the Empire will attack in several months.
At that time we will be relying on you. Understood. Even if I have to get all my disciples, we will prepare the necessary amount. I thank you for your words. Then shall we discuss this another day? Of course, I shall wait for that day.
Then please do, Mayor Dono. Got it. Mayor Dono.
And you can call me Lizzie. I see, my gratitude. It was like saying it was worth it to come.
The problem that eventually had to be solved had preparations that made Panasoliai give his admiration in his heart. His face that looked towards the unfamiliar cleric. Now, you are the highest priest working here, Gignal, El Dono, yes? Yes. This is our first meeting, Mayor Dono.
Please call me Gignal. Thank you. Lowering their heads slightly, they exchanged greetings. You have saved many soldiers with your healing magic. Allow me to express our thanks in place of the king. Please do not mind it. It was after that war after all. Indeed. While he still said that, Panasoliai naturally knew. Paying for rewards was normal. The funds we receive are used to run the facilities.
The one who must express his gratitude is I.
No, it is appropriate recompense for your work.
We, the ones who work for God, would like you to remember that our doors are always open. Got it? My doubts have been cleared just by your words. Panasoliai then looked at the last person he knew.
And, it has been a while? Magician Guildmaster, Theo Lacasil.
Dono.
Wasn't it only a month?
Mayor.
Please drop the dono.
Really?
Then I'll do so.
Can you tell me why so have summoned the highest powers in Rantle to this room?
I do not want to hear that I was hurried summoned for a dangerous thing.
Making a decision that the information was recorded on the papers on the table, Panasoliai picked up the thrown papers and read them. They informed him of the woman Bainiara, and what happened to her comrades. The summary was that they were attacked by a monster, and the party was wiped out, but it was not rare for that to happen to adventurers.
However, the problem was the monster was a vampire.
And so the report contained lots of information about the questioning that she received.
For example, the massacre of the bandits in the cave. It showed a crack of the destructive power it had. The more he read, the more he thought that the vampire was extremely strong.
Reading it several times, it implanted itself in Panasoliai's head. Including the fact that Lizzie and Gignal, who he did not know, were called in, Panasoliai nodded as he gained a vague understanding. I see, now, I do not know much on this subject. Can you spell it out for me? The Adventurers Guildmaster, Pluton, and Magicians Guildmaster, Theo, were friends from the same adventuring party. And so they could get the nuance of each other's thoughts just by looked at each other's faces. They looked at each other, and Pluton opened his mouth. Panasoliai summer.
A vampire has been spotted near Rantle. It was quite close. However, was that something to be worried about?
While thinking that, the Mayor Panasoliai did not voice them.
Monsters were close to the world of humans, but there was a boundary.
There were occasions where goblins, orcs and ogres came to attack, or griffins, manticores, or cockatrices hunted for food. However, there were also cases with monsters apart from those encountered humans when they were being chased, migrating, or other exceptions.
However, undead were different. Undead with for the death of the living, and were born from unclean places, such as battlefields and ruins. And they appeared near the land of the living. It was natural for undead to appear in cities. No, it was rare for none to appear.
And so the cemeteries where death was common, was defended from attacks from the inside, and rules were made so that no one could enter at night when undead were common.
They were used to seeing undead, and they were monsters that often came up in conversation. Vampires had quite the strength among undead.
As Panasoliai was not an adventurer, he was not too clear on it, but he knew it was the top 5 among the undead.
However, it was not an undefeatable existence. That is terrible. We must hire adventurers, and calculate how much they will cost.
While Panasoliai spoke like that, it was a result that only made him raise an eyebrow.
The rest looked at each other, and made bitter expressions. No matter how one looked at it, it was not good. Can you tell me why?
Towards this question, the people at the table looked at each other before deciding on a representative. It was the head of the Magicians Guild, Theo.
The problem is that the vampire used reanimate dead. Silence descended upon the room. It was a silence that the mayor could not grasp. The vampire used a strange magic.
Originally, a vampire was a race of undead that could utilize numerous magical skills, and this was where the problem started. The
mayor was looking at the report which he read.
Indeed, The important information about the vampire was emphasized, yet he failed to understand its importance. Although the mayor could not understand the meaning of it, the people in this room had no problem grasping the severity of the situation.
This is extremely dangerous as it knows magic.
Basically, reanimate dead is a third-tier magic. So?
There are 10 ranks of magic, from the first to the legendary tier 10. Well, there are legends of something above that, but it is baseless. We shall not touch it.
Theo shook his head gently as he faced the mayor directly, before he continued to speak. Now, do you know who is the current strongest magic caster?
A meaningful glance was dished out, but no answers came back immediately.
Not considering the circulating myths and legends, only one name came to mind when considering a serious answer.
The Empire's magic caster, Fluda Paradine.
From the mayor's answer, Theo nodded as if agreeing with the answer given.
Now, do you know what level of magic the great magic caster Fluda Dono can use? I do not. Tier 6. While you may not think it is amazing, but the most recent case of being able to use it was 200 years ago.
The ones known as the 13 heroes, do you understand? The existence of the tier 10 is unclear, so the highest rank that humans can use is tier 6. Well, the ones who fought the 13 heroes, the evil gods could use tier 7 though. Towards the vague explanation, the mayor seemed to develop an understanding.
He began to wipe his sweat.
Basically, please do not think that tier 3 is just a rank that is faster to count from the bottom than the top. Got it? Basically, being able to use it is quite an accomplishment. Yes, correct.
Now for the main point.
Theo continued his explanation, with a manner like a teacher addressing his students.
The basic difficulty level of a vampire is 60. This is the perfect strength of an A-class adventuring party.
Depending on the composition, even B ranks can handle it, but it also depends on the preparations. Added to the fact that it can use tier 3 magic, even without tests to determine it, at least B-class adventurers are needed.
The mayor frowned as he began to grasp the gist of what was spoken here.
Basically, you want to say that a monster that rivals an A-class party has the strength of B-class. Yes.
Theo, let me explain the rest of it.
Pluton continued Theo's explanation. For A-class adventurers, their population is approximately 2% of the entire country's adventurer population. The total number of adventurers registered within the kingdom is 2,000 people. In other words, the number of A-class adventurers is about 40 people.
Needless to say, A-class adventurers are rare. I see.
Panasolei let out a breath that resembled a sigh.
I have a basic understanding. I want to hear your evaluation. Is it dangerous?
Extremely.
No mistakes. Not wrong. Extremely dangerous. Then what would you suggest doing? There is but one answer. Pluton had a strained face.
At least a combination of A+ rank parties would be suited.
That is impossible. For too impossible. Where can we find such adventuring parties? 2 in the kingdom, 2 in the empire, so we borrow 1. So 3 parties.
And India Grand Council Alliance has 4, so. Panasolei had wide and surprised eyes.
He narrowed his mouth to a pose.
Are you serious? Pluton. Moving parties from the Grand Council Alliance within the kingdom? Are you seriously saying that? Yes. The mayor's eye widened further, as if it was going to pop out after looking at Pluton, who nodded gravely. Then he closed his eyes tiredly and collapsed on the chair, weakly shaking his head.
Impossible. This is the king's territory. Obtaining permission for that country's adventurers to move freely, it would create all sorts of problem.
After all, they are a group of people that could potentially aggravate those people in the theocracy. To Pluton, who reviewed that fact easily, the mayor was staring at him with eyes filled with resentment.
Still Pluton reviewed a nonchalant expression. The mayor clicked his tongue, staring at Pluton with the eyes intent to kill him.
Are there any others?
Apart from the Grand Alliance?
Like Kalsena City-State or Roble Kingdom? In Kalsena City-State's guild, the highest is an A class, and Roble Kingdom only has one.
They will not let go of them and they may hate us for it, but we can do nothing but contact the party directly. I predict a painful conclusion.
Then what about combining 3 parties? Impossible, you know, Mayor. The mayor turned his intention towards Lizzie, who voiced her opinion for the first time.
If the opponent is a vampire that can use Tier 3 magic, then it would be a good fight with 2 A+ class parties.
But, you know, Mayor, that is thinking if the highest magic the vampire can use is Tier 3. What they wanted to say and what they were all being cautious of, Panasolii was finally able to understand it and his face paled.
At most, basically. Yes, you know. At most.
If not, then it will be a nightmare within a nightmare.
In the case of it being able to use something higher than Tier 3, the words dangerous don't begin to describe it, you know. We believe so.
If Tier 4, 4A+ class parties, if Tier 5, then at least 10 will be necessary. Hence, under the condition where we cannot determine the strength of our opponent, sending only 3 teams would just be wasting their lives.
Impossible. To judge an adventurer's team solely by their strength, the strength of a team would be equal to 1,000 men.
This is due to a particular incident where 2,000 soldiers surrounded an adventurer's team. When only 1,000 of the men were facing the adventurers, the situation ended without any casualties to the adventurer's team.
But if it was the case that 3 parties were too little, then what was that vampire?
Fully comprehending the dangers of the situation, the mayor picked up a cup and slammed it on the table. Then what about collaborating with Gazif Dono?
Gazif Stranov, the kingdom's strongest warrior. A human with strength beyond that of an A+ adventuring party. An existence the kingdom should thank. It is true that there is no warrior that can defeat Gazif Dono.
However, should a 4-man adventure party fight Gazif, the winners will probably be the adventurers. Gazif Dono has an amazing sword, but he is different from a warrior with slightly blunted swords, a shield, armor and medicine prepared. The party has multiple paths they can take. They can do 4 times as many things as Gazif Dono.
When fighting monsters, this makes a large difference.
Mayor. It is currently only in the vicinity. If it makes its way into Rantle, retreating will be difficult. Ugh. Accepting Pluton's words, Panasolii raised a pained voice.
He understood what they wanted to say.
On top of there being no A+ class adventurers in Rantle, they could do nothing but human wave tactics, and the undead needed no rest or sleep. Then they could do nothing but hit it until the sun rose. The results would obviously be bad.
In addition, even if they were not destroyed up to that point, retreating was quite difficult as well. If we cannot find A+ class parties, there are no other options. Even if we search the vaults of the Magician's Guild, we will probably not find anything that can be effective on a vampire of that strength. It's a great disaster, you know. We can't do anything but cover our heads and wait for it to pass. I will not hide my displeasure as a cleric, but throwing away lives if a foolish action. However, if there are innocent sacrifices, then we clerics would become shields. If it reaches the city, I want to faint at imagining the number of sacrifices, you know. If they could not assemble them, they could do nothing but tremble. This was the opinion of all those present.
However, accepting the fact was not fitting of the position of mayor.
If they could not be assembled, then find other methods that could lead to a better ending, no matter how slight.
Then
first was information.
When Panasolii was about to open his mouth in agreement, water was poured on him from the side.
It's not such an easy problem. Lizzie Dono.
A flash of bitterness ran across Pluton's resigned face as he laughed. If 4th, then the city's scope, if 5th, the kingdom, anything above that, it is on the scale of surrounding countries.
This is. Theo and Pluton made painful smiles.
Lizzie and Gignal made faces expressing their surprise.
It's that much of a problem?
Certainly it is a strong enemy, but
the opponent can rival the army of a country. And it can move by itself as well. With sentience and magic, it can predict our movements.
The fear of an existence that can rival military powers suddenly appearing, I don't want to imagine it. If it was several tens of thousands of soldiers, their traces of movement could easily be found anywhere. In addition, a large volume of food would be needed to support them, and a prolonged battle would be difficult.
Then what about an individual?
What about if it used invisibility magic, and was proficient in espionage? It was probably possible for it to fly and infiltrate the city, or disguise itself as a traveler and pass through the front gate.
It did not need food. In addition, it hated the living. That sort of monster was nearby.
From the understanding of a powerful monster, Lizzie and Gignal hung their heads in pain as the understanding changed to recognition that it was an extremely dangerous existence. A heavy atmosphere hung in the room, and silence dominated.
It was to the point that one could hear the others' throats moving. The worst. At Panasoliai's whisper, everyone expressed agreement.
I have heard the weaknesses of a vampire are the light of the sun and the cleansing of the clerics. Can we not attack it using those?
Firstly, it is impossible.
An existence that can use magic of that level and not have any counters for sunlight is quite difficult to believe. Panasoliai looked to Gignal for help. I truly apologize, but magic that can obliterate an undead instantly will probably not work in this situation.
Even the 6 high priests of the slain theocracy, the 3 directors and 6 Mikos would find it impossible.
In the nearby country, even their highest priest could not cleanse an existence beyond A+.
It made one feel the meaning of an undead most deserving the word powerful.
Panasoliai was about to wipe his sweat away, but he noticed that none was flowing. Theo, why did such a monster appear here? What legend did it come out of?
Any information?
No, such a legend does not exist. Is such a thing possible?
Undead which bear hatred for the living, hiding in a corner of this world.
I, myself, am not familiar with aspects of third-tier magic, especially whether it is something that could be learned easily. But Theo, as the head of the Magicians Guild, should have a clear idea on my question.
Is it something that she could learn herself? Impossible. Theo's sharp voice broke the silence within the room. Magic at this stage could not be self-taught. Then, this could serve as evidence that a figure acting as a teacher existed. Likely the teacher is a dangerous character worthy of investigation. No one could discard this rather uncomfortable idea.
Maybe it received backing from a country.
Could it possibly be controlled and trained secretly?
Then, we could just negotiate with that person, as there is no way to talk with an undead, which harbor a deep hatred for the living. However, the mayor's idea had to be discarded.
That situation is highly unlikely.
A country that could control a vampiric magic caster is unheard of. Furthermore, by referring to the vampire's personality, it would be impossible for a vampire to have a cordial working relationship with the living. What about a magic caster that had his blood sucked out and was converted into its familiar? According to the information collected by the Magicians Guild, having one's blood sucked out by a vampire would only result in being turned into a lesser vampire.
It would lose its qualification to be a teacher. If it's like this, someone could have betrayed humanity. This is the most logical conclusion. Like a cult or something similar.
On those incidents where the adventurers encountered cultists, it is not uncommon to face with the worshippers of the undead. Or, based on the Gignal's personal knowledge, it was the best situation to spread the notoriety of that famous undead. The worst possible situation, the one playing the role of teacher, Landfall.
Once again the room fell silent. Landfall was considered to be the most powerful vampire lord.
She had sufficient power to destroy any country, turning it into an undead paradise. Legend says that she was destroyed in the end by the 13 heroes. Just that for the past 200 years, occasional rumors sprouted about the discovery of the magical items or treasure maps that belonged to Landfall.
That undead teacher is the undead. No one could stop themselves from sighing.
Landfall's disciple?
It's the worst possible scenario. Landfall is capable of using Tier 5 magic.
If that vampire possessed such strength, without the skills of the 13 heroes, we could not hope to defeat it. It was said that the 13 heroes have passed away, then again, some of them may still be alive. The Elven King is still alive, right?
There's no way to verify the authenticity of such news. It seemed to be a rumor that originated from the theocracy.
We seem to be dragging on with small talk.
Sensing that the mayor was tired after his speech, the room once again descended into silence. I hope to get some consensus on this. Firstly, that vampire is a rather strong enemy. Yes, indeed.
Are you saying that if we cannot assemble A+ class adventure parties, we can do nothing but hug our heads?
I hate to admit it, but it's the truth of the situation.
Was there any communication from the nearby villages? At best, we could only assign patrols to search for the undead camp as soon as possible. Although we may find it, we could never defeat it.
This is no laughing matter. Nobody could answer those words of irony. Everyone there was rather depressed. Then, Pluton muttered something. However, before this,
we should collect more intelligence at the spot where the vampire appeared.
The mayor's brow twitched.
About the existence of that vampire, was the matter confirmed? Is there any possibility that it was an observational error?
No, there is no chance for error in this. We have investigated this matter thoroughly.
So it seems. I do have one question. Why leave the girl as the sole survivor?
There's no reason to leave her alive. The mayor read through the report several times. He tapped his fingers on the table as he queried. We had such a question in mind as well.
After considering everything, I came out with a possible explanation.
The majority of undead had a strong hatred against the living. But there were also those with strong intelligence. They would not simply kill the opposite party.
Instead, they would enact plans such as causing the enemy to go into a spiral of self-destruction, act by using their minions or a third party. The possibility that all of this was just to satisfy its sadistic tendencies.
To imprint its horrifying form on its victims. There is one more point. The vampire received more than expected damage from the potion. But there are some out-of-place aspects in that situation. If it received unexpected damage, the vampire should have killed any witnesses to stop the spread of information.
Everyone in the room crossed their arms as they immersed themselves in their own ideas.
Their long discussion did not result in any plausible explanation.
At this moment, the mayor had a sudden idea. How about the idea that the person circulating the potion was releasing his fishing line? The atmosphere in the room stirred. The few people inside tried hard to think of facts that could refute the mayor's assumption.
But nothing came out. If there were a sufficient number of A+ ranked adventurers, then they would be able to fight on par with the vampire. The vampire seemed like it was afraid of someone.
A short moment passed before Pluton opened his mouth. The probability of it is very low, but it is not entirely impossible. Lizzie Dono, could you concoct a potion that could defeat a vampire?
The questioned pharmacist made her face even more wrinkled.
Undoubtedly that healing potion is capable of hurting the undead.
It's hard to tell based on the situation at hand.
Because to concoct a potion that is capable of repelling a vampire is not something, me, my pupils nor anyone I know is capable of.
That healing potion is unheard of even within the Magician's Guild.
Then, how about the potion known as Umrata, which can be found in the theocracy?
Rumors said that it contained the power of the gods.
Priest Dono, even us in the Magician's Guild do not have any records about a potion that could match the potency of the healing potion that is one of the most guarded secrets of the theocracy.
The person that gave Britta the potion had his name recorded in the report. Momen, is it? Did you summon that person here? Yes, we made an appointment today.
But, there's still some time left.
Is it? We might as well discuss it. I am curious about the type of potion that managed to defeat the vampire. As to the identity of the person who owned it, I am looking forward to meeting him.
Panasoliai poured water into his cup, and drank. His throat was parched from the talking, and a pleasant cold flowed in. About the reason for the encounter at the cave, do you have any hypotheses? As discussed before, I can only make predictions on our prior assumptions. Sunlight weakens vampires. Theo highlighted several districts on the map as the mayor silently observed his workings.
Basically, vampires prefer places where the sunlight does not reach.
Plus, vampires have developed a rather twisted sense of superiority over the living. Hence they would not dwell within cities with prey aplenty, nor would they hide deep within the sewers. They prefer a luxurious underground abode. A situation where they would stay in a roughly built cave is non-existent. In short, it incidentally managed to find the hideout. Is that it?
Yes, other than this there is no other possibilities. The destruction was thorough and there were no signs that they were looking for a magical tool. So it seems. The matter about the vampire, we have a rough understanding of the situation.
About Momen, as a last resort, let's use this opportunity to investigate thoroughly.
About the other matters, let us complete it within the allotted time. Then, before Momen arrives, I have some question that I would like to ask, especially to the Adventurers Guild head, and the Magicians Guild head.
As he looked at the faces of the four, the mayor spoke. Among all of you, has anyone heard of the name Ainzulgaun? The four people looked at each other with looks of surprise before shaking their heads.
Acting as their representative, Pluton opened his mouth.
The name is unheard of.
Who is that person?
I am not too sure.
I only heard of the details from Gazif Dono. The mayor remained quiet as if he thought of something.
After a short moment, he continued talking. I heard tell of several incidents involving people masquerading as knights of the Empire, attacking villages near Rilontier.
But those knights were killed.
That is the name of the magic caster who settled the knights and saved the villagers. Ho!
It was unsure who let out that sigh of admiration. The Empire's knights were exceptional in terms of both equipment and training. The kingdom cannot match either of the aforementioned.
With that large number of knights defeated by a single person, it would suffice to say that magic caster is highly skilled. Although he may have purposely feinted his weakness, his ability should be comparable to the Empire's knights.
The magic caster did not take the field himself, rather it was the work of the monster that he controlled.
During that time, Gazif Dono confirmed the strength of the monster by his own sword. Although the outcome was a draw, the opponent did not bring out its full potential.
This is the first time I have heard something so utterly ridiculous in this room.
Theo's announcement was agreed by both the potion master and priest as they nodded in agreement. In essence, magic casters mainly control monsters weaker than themselves. If they held a large ceremony, concentrated numerous spells, or through the help of exceptionally powerful magical tools, a different outcome could be produced.
But such a situation is unlikely.
In other words, the strength of that magic caster is comparable to the warrior that fought with Gazif Dono.
When that was said, Lizzie had a pained smile.
No matter how you think about this, it shouldn't be true, right? It would be more prudent to assume those were Gazif Dono's flattery, or he simply overestimated his opponent's capabilities. As you said.
Controlling a monster that is stronger than Gazif.
Assuming that is true, then the strength of that person and Fluda Paradine is on a similar level. No, there is a possibility that his level is higher.
Using the current common sense, people would feel that such a matter is not possible.
The main issue is this: the connection of the people discussed. A vampire that possessed unimaginable power and the mysterious magic caster that saved the village.
Silence. They were all locked in the maelstrom of their thoughts.
The first to break the silence was Theo.
The situation might be coincidental, but it is too perfect. Moreover, on one hand, he is saving the village, on the other, he is murdering people. These two matters contradicted themselves. Then, in this moment, there were many opinions. Most of the opinions contained many contradictions. The trust in its validity was rather limited.
Soon after, the priest started mumbling to himself. How about we consider this from a different angle? That vampire detected the presence of that magic caster?
If that is the case, how much does it help? The mayor let out a lonely grimace as he answered. It would be good if the matter was as such. But the truth may not progress so smoothly. If one was filled with too high an expectation, the shock from betrayal would be higher.
Hence it would be more prudent to expect the worst-case scenario.
That was the personal opinion of the mayor. We can only make use of our imagination due to the lack of facts. We'll leave the matter about Eins Ulgaun as our next topic of discussion. If it is like this, regarding the matter of information gathering, the Adventurers Guild will extend all the help we can provide. I'll leave everything to you, Pluton.
You do not have to worry about money issues.
Understood. Then, let us get some rest before Momen arrives. Excuse me, Pluton.
Could you give me all information regarding Momen?
Understood. Let's continue the discussion in my room.
Everyone stood up and went out of the room at their own pace, but the figures that exited the room numbered 7. Chapter 37, Investigation Part 2.
Noon at the guild was not that busy for the reception on the first floor, but it was also because adventurers did not meet at this time.
Basically, adventurers that left the city due to work, left a bit of time before dusk and left early in the morning. Well, this was common sense of travelers.
And the refreshing of quests typically happened in the morning. So people looking for jobs came early to the guild. Thus noon was mostly empty.
Of course, this was Rantel. If this were the kingdom it would be flooded with a variety of jobs, and was a different story. The receptionist, Winner Halshia, was stiffening her yawn to prevent others from noticing, and stared blankly at the door.
This yawn was the 10th in 3 minutes. Feeling tired after lunch was an inescapable fact of being human. There were occasions where one felt sleepy, on an empty stomach.
Of course, the blankness was not on purpose.
She did not have much work today, and so finished most of it by then.
Basically she was currently extremely, to the point where this should be emphasized, bored. Moving her head slightly, she looked enviously at her co-worker who was talking to an adventurer leader who came late. Being too busy was bad, but sitting down on a chair with nothing to do was bad as well. She moved her bottom, which could be said to be suitable for childbirth. Winner adjusted her position slightly on her chair,
and stifled the 11th yawn.
While listening to her co-worker and adventurer talking about repelling monsters that appeared near the great forest of Tob, and giving up.
The door opened slowly. A man with the sun at his back slowly entered.
Apart from the exquisite sword at his waist, he was an unattractive man that had nothing special about him.
His clothes, while not poor or dirtied, they were not something that attracted one's attention. It suited a new adventurer.
However, the boorish gauntlets were loose, but adventurers were those types of people. The brass guild member card hung from his neck and followed his movements, jumping to and fro.
Basically a novice or F-class adventurer. Winner understood, and looked at his movements.
The man looked at his surroundings, matched Winner's gaze like he was scanning her, and walked towards her counter. With a Gathan, reacting to the sudden sound from her side, Winner looked at her co-worker who was explaining.
Their eyes met.
Ishban's eyes were spinning, looking at Winner. The adventurer in front of her was looking down at the paper in his hands, and did not notice, but it was an extremely disrespectful action.
What is she doing?
At the weird action, she was about to unconsciously speak out her words, but stopped.
As the man that just entered was now standing right in front of her. I apologize. I have come later than the expected time. I am Momen. I was called to the guild today to meet the guildmaster.
At those words, Winner recalled the words from her boss. Today, I have called a novice adventurer called Momen. When he comes, show him to the meeting room on the 4th floor.
The time was, thinking up to there, Winner noticed that more than 30 minutes had passed since then. Momen-san, was it? I have confirmed it. Then I shall guide you to the meeting room on the 4th floor. Could you please follow me?
Yes, please do. Winner strongly ignored Ishban who was waving her hand under the counter.
She probably wanted to talk to him. But, focus on the adventurer in front of you. Though imperfect, she had to do her job as a receptionist. What would she do if she did not focus on the adventurer?
While thinking of telling her that when she returned, Winner stood up and walked ahead. Opening the door behind the counter, Winner, who was guiding Momon to the 4th floor, was thinking about why she was guiding a novice adventurer to a meeting room on the 4th floor, which had the heaviest guarded secrets. In addition, today the meeting room was occupied by the most important figures in E. Rantle.
Thinking about the figures attending, she wondered why Momon would be there.
And thinking about Ishban's strange actions, she recalled something she said.
Ah, a rival.
Huh? At the words she unconsciously muttered, there was an immediate response from behind her. At the words that she thought no one but her could hear, her ears turned red from the embarrassment of being heard.
Looking over her shoulder, she waved her hand and made an excuse in a panic.
No, it's nothing. Really? Winner moved her gaze from Momon, whose face was saying, I can't say there is nothing.
So embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I will hit Ishban later.
While having such thoughts, they both said nothing as they climbed the stairs, and she brought Momon to the meeting room.
It is here. Yes, thank you. Knocking, Winner left after confirming that it was fine to enter. What greeted her when she returned was the face of Ishban biting her lip with an unpleasant expression. What's with your face? Even though I was thinking of guiding him.
Ishban inflated her cheeks and replied.
It was like a girl in love.
Your interest?
No way. It was cut apart in one phrase. That person cannot be. I have predicted that he is my fated rival. Even though this time I thought that he would finally tell me. What are you saying?
In front of Ishban, who was making a weird face, Winner sighed.
Ishban was not a bad person, but she had one quirk. But without it she would be a great friend. Thinking that, Ishban's curiosity-filled eyes gazed at Winner. What is it, those eyes? What happened?
About Momon?
A.
Being called to the 4th floor where a novice normally does not go, and called together with the mayor, it's quite a bad problem?
Probably.
Well, I think that he was called because he is my rival.
Your thoughts are weird.
If one thought about it normally, calling a new adventurer to the 4th floor was an unprecedented situation.
The more she thought, the more her head with ideas.
For example, a great noble hiding his identity, or a warrior with amazing strength. Thinking that, Winner shook her head in rejection.
No matter how one looked at him with a favorable light, excluding Ishban, he was not that much of an adventurer. Then why was he called? This is because he is.
I said this earlier, but your thoughts are weird.
While lightly replying to Ishban, it was true that Momon had raised Winner's curiosity. To the extent that she thought that she should ask someone.
To the man that entered late, Momon, Pluton, the guildmaster, acted as the representative and introduced everyone. The Mayor Panasolii should have been the first, but according to the man's wishes, his turn was moved to the last.
This was as he wanted time to examine the man called Momon. It was true that he got a broad sketch of the man from Pluton, but seeing was different from hearing.
While Panasolii made a pig-like face, he examined Momon. The first thing he thought was that he probably had a reason why he did not remove the gauntlets inside the room.
But there were strange people among adventurers.
To the problem that he did not touch the guildmaster Pluton, asking what type of people touched strangers would be bad. Deciding that, Panasolii kept silent, and looked at the details. His expressions and manner, and his air, but he did not feel anything surprising.
Basically, he was a normal person. However, to an extent, his posture and movements were beautiful.
Panasolii thought that Momon had originally received a high-class education.
Actually, the third sons of nobles often became adventurers.
Of course, most lost their lives on their first adventurers, and none succeeded. In summary, Panasolii's evaluation of Momon was he was of high birth, but he still raised some questions.
Unfortunately, he could not grasp more than that.
What surprised Panasolii more was that Momon was extremely relaxed. The impudence to make the guildmaster and the key position holders of the city to wait for 30 minutes. On the contrary, he was projecting an atmosphere that had a strange pressure, as if asking what was wrong to making them wait.
Adventurers were basically strict with time. For promises or contracts, they would definitely never betray it.
So to Panasolii, this Momen was a strange person.
Was this because he was a beginner?
Panasolii, who was not familiar about adventurers, decided so.
No, he did not.
As expected, he did not think that Momen would think himself to be more important than anyone else. And lastly, since the order was jumbled, the mayor of Rantel, Panasolii Gruz Vorna Retamea Dono. Puyai.
Nice to meet you, Momen Kun.
Puyai. Nice to meet you, Mayor Dono.
Momen lowered his head slightly.
Panasolii really raised an eyebrow at that.
Scorn, apprehension, bewilderment, disappointment. He was extremely used to receiving stares like that during introductions. However,
what he never experienced before was the feeling that he got from a quick flash in Momen's eyes. This was something he was sensitive to from meeting lots, 1,000 mountains and seas worth of people.
The proof of this was that no one in the surroundings felt it. What was that strange feeling?
Panasolii thought, and hit upon a person with extremely similar eyes.
Well, there was one noble in the kingdom.
A great noble that was hated even by the shadows and snakes. It was like being looked at like a test subject, those wide pupils greatly resembled him. He once again looked at Momen's eyes, and Panasolii was attacked by a chill.
But why? He could not express how cold it was.
If they based their impressions on his appearance, no matter how they appraised him, it was a normal reaction.
They would never let Panasolii feel this chill.
However, why? He could not be careless.
This was an impression that was important.
Thinking so, Panasolii straightened his expression.
The change was conveyed to everyone in the room. It was natural.
At worst, the pig face suddenly changed to that of a mare. As if to cough out what was stuck in his throat, Panasolii's voice reverberated through the room.
Shall we begin, Pluton? Yes, Mayor.
As if pressured by the words of the attending mayor, Pluton began talking to Momen.
The reason why we called you is actually not that important. While a female adventurer was adventuring, she received a large wound. And used the potion you gave her, and said that it had an excellent effect.
And so, we would like to see this potion. Suddenly, Pan would be the best sound, the sound of a hand hitting something reverberated in the room. Pluton, who was pressurized by it, closed his mouth. The gazes of everyone gathered towards Panasolii, who was making a stern face.
Now, Pluton, do not hide anything. We should tell the truth. That is Mayor.
Pluton raised an eyebrow.
It was natural. If it was an adventurer they trusted strongly, it would be understandable. But this was a newbie to the guild.
Letting the information of a strong vampire near Rantel, classified information, leak was too dangerous.
If this information was leaked, it would become a huge problem. Then it would be best to use a suitable lie to cover it up.
And Theo, Lizzie and Gignal agreed.
They were raising their eyebrows as well. Momen Kun. We evaluate you highly.
And so we will tell the full story, so can you keep it a secret? Of course.
A reaction like a beat.
However, the most unbelievable answer was right in front of them.
However, it was someone the mayor evaluated highly. And so it became difficult to make a direct rebuttal.
Pluton, Theo, Lizzie and Gignal, the four of them looked at each other, wondering who would speak up, but no one picked up the bomb. Pluton leaked out a breath that resembled a sigh.
Understood. Then, firstly is the miscellaneous items.
This might be weird, but it has entered our ears, and we would like you to understand that your position is a bit bad and listen.
Do you not mind?
Pluton spoke to Momen with an expression wanting to say that. Momen moved his chin to indicate the rest to continue despite receiving a stare with the pressure of a former A-class adventurer.
At that bold and brazen attitude, Pluton instantly swallowed. No, the ones who swallowed was not Pluton alone.
All the ones excluding Panasolii and Momen swallowed their saliva in surprise.
Understood. If you are prepared, I will speak. Pluton then took a breath and continued.
Just yesterday, a party of adventurers patrolling the surroundings of Rantle was destroyed by a monster.
The monster was a vampire. And since this vampire can use magic, we believe that it is far stronger than a normal one.
It is as Momen-kun knows, a monster with skills is dangerous.
To what tier of magic it can use, even if we know not much will change.
Currently what we want you to remember is that the vampire that has skills is a dangerous monster, you know. Even an A-class like me cannot cleanse an undead of this level, please understand. The mouths of the other three moved to support Pluton, and spoke to Momen simultaneously. At that act, as if to hide something, Momen raised an eyebrow. And then Momen spoke out his thoughts.
Basically, you did not want me to know its strength. Am I correct? Exclamation mark. Identifying the point they wanted to hide, someone groaned. If one thought about it, the reason is easily. That is enough, Momen-kun.
Pluton raised a single hand, and cut off Momen. This time the reason we called you, I am sorry, but it is not to hear you. With Pluton's voice infused with his rough feelings, he demanded silence. Momen and Pluton stared at each other, and said nothing. Everyone in the room felt the fireworks exploding in the space between the two of them.
No, Momen was still calm.
At that scene, Pluton was trying to release a pressure towards Momen, but it was failing. Originally Pluton was a strong person with actual strength, and comparing himself to Momen, a weakling, it could not be thought of as anything but a praying mantis raising its arms.
Is he really a novice? Theo whispered.
And Lizzie and Gignal unconsciously shook their heads, and expressed their agreement. While old, his opponent was an A-class adventurer, but he did not step back.
It was not like he was a person of great talent, but something else was felt.
The one who sighed at the scene and watching it quietly was Panasolii. Panasolii himself could not hide the feeling of trouble that this man Momen had, a strange feeling, and for some reason was a strong person that was a novice. However, compared to the other four's predictions, his spiritual shock was lesser.
Well, Pluton.
This Momen is not a person that can have ordinary methods used against him. As I said earlier, can we tell him everything?
Pluton, leave the rest to me. Even without saying it, Panasolii began talking with a strong will. So. Only one adventurer returned. It was a woman, and one that received a potion from you and threw it at the vampire. So Momen-kun. We called you in order to see that potion. Momen's expression moved.
While paying caution to the change, Panasolii chose his next words carefully. Of course, we understand Momen-kun's suspicions. The price of a low-grade potion is 50 gold coins.
This time we promise 100. Could you sell it to us? It should not be a bad talk.
However, this was if this potion was made by Momen, and he had several. If he found it in a ruin or for some reason only has a few, there was a chance that he would reject. If Momen was not related to the creation of the potion, the prediction that he was related to the vampire would have its chances drop drastically.
Understood.
Momen nodded lightly, and took out a small bottle from the bag he brought, and placed it casually on the table. The bottle was made of glass, and had extremely fine details on it. It was to the extent that Panasolii wondered if he had mistaken it for a perfume bottle for a great noble. Even though it would break easily in battle, there was no need for it to be this finely made. If it was broken, its owner would have to be quite a rich person.
The liquid inside was red.
By appearance, it seemed to be no different from a normal potion. Everyone's eyes left the potion, and went to Lizzie.
Then, excuse me.
Lizzie reached out with her wrinkled hand, and pulled the potion bottle towards her. At that instant, the color of her eyes changed. A light danced in her eyes, and her eyes suddenly sharpened, her cheeks reddened, and the vigor she gained seemingly made her younger. The one there was the figure of the pharmacist that everyone in Rantle knew. Lizzie took a magnifying glass out of her pocket and seriously examined it. while checking for sediment by looking at the bottom, and checked the surroundings for any solids. While whispering words that were not words, she seriously checked its effects. The cap of the bottle was loosened, and its smell was fanned towards her and sniffed.
Her sharp eyes got sharper.
Lizzie hesitated, and then immediately dropped some of the potion onto her fingers and licked. TSH.
Did she notice something?
Strained breaths left Lizzie as she covered the lid, and chanted magic.
Appraisal magic item.
Lizzie activated appraisal magic, and saw the effects of the potion.
And did she know something? Her face changed to one of shock as she activated another magic. Detect enchant. Casting the two magic, how much was Lizzie's shock?
Her body shook, and
collapsed on the floor. What is wrong? Lizzie Dono. To be worried was normal.
Gignal, who was nearby, ran towards her.
It could not be helped that it looked like a poison. What is wrong?
Is it really a healing potion?
What did you give to Lizzie Dono? In the midst of the chaos.
Cuckoo, fua fua ha ha ha. Suddenly, a broken laugh reverberated within the small room.
Lizzie slowly lifted her head. Plastered on it was the smile of a broken madman.
Everyone, excluding Moman, was pressured by her sudden change, and could not lift a finger to speak. Cuckoo.
Look at this. Theo Dono.
This is the completed form of the potion you know. We, the pharmacists and alchemists, the people related to making potions, cannot reach the level of the ideal potion right in front of us you know. Lizzie's face was flushed with excitement, and took quick and shallow breaths. And as if to express that she would never let go of it, she thrust the potion bottle she was gripping tightly to Theo.
What happened? Lizzie Dono.
Lizzie's wild eyes moved towards Gignal, who was speaking normally.
Her wide eyes seemed to be able to drop out of her face. Potions degrade, right?
It is natural.
Isn't it common sense? As part of making potions, a special solution made using alchemy was necessary. This solution was made of herbs and minerals, and had to be processed by several methods.
Of course, using herbs caused the potions to have a shelf life, and degrade.
This was common knowledge. That's right. It's rightly so. Potions use a special solution depending on if it is made using alchemy or chemistry. And it is natural as time passes that it degrades. So we use preservation magic.
Taking a moment to pause, the conclusion left her mouth.
Until now.
Everyone's eyes gathered on the potion.
They understood what she wanted to say. This is. Do you understand, youngsters?
This potion is.
This does not degrade, basically the completed potion you know. Something no one could make.
Lizzie faced Moman with bloodshot eyes. Youngster, where did you get this potion?
Or did you make it? I made it using my knowledge.
The method?
Of course, I know it. A strong excitement filled Lizzie, causing her lips to tremble. And Lizzie's voltage went up even further. Then teach me the method of making the potion.
The reward is 30,000 gold coins.
Exclamation mark. Everyone was surprised. The amount Lizzie said was an extraordinary amount.
The amount a normal craftsman could make a day was 1 silver coin. Basically this was a craftsman's 300,000 days, 821 years worth of money. To the Mayor Panasolii, even he could not think of this as anything but a broken amount of money. It was an amount that only Panasolii's entire fortune to rival.
And Moman's reply to that was cold. I refuse. Then double. Lizzie suddenly promised double.
Interestingly, 60,000 gold coins was more than Panasolii had in his safe by far.
I refuse.
Ah, right.
This is something that cannot be taught with money.
This is one of the highest knowledge that no one could reach.
Lizzie glared at Moman. They were eyes that one had when facing an enemy. They were not eyes good for talking to someone whom they invited.
While looking at Lizzie with cruel and cold eyes, Moman covered his mouth like he was thinking. There was no one that could confirm that his mouth moved slightly.
Behind the cover, the mouth said the first part of the plan has failed. When I was 10, I entered this world. The world of pharmacy. And I worked hard, for making an inferior potion for years. Do you understand?
Youngster. Hard work upon hard work, research upon research for the idea potion I could never reach.
The answer is right here.
The answer everyone related to potion making desires.
The answer to that we have been researching non-stop to reach, She glared at him. And so what is wrong with wanting it? For the answer, even becoming a criminal is cheap,
Lizzie stretched out a finger that looked like dried out wood, and pointed it at Momen.
There were pale streaks of electricity writhing around her finger, and the ones watching did not mistake it. What? Lightning. Are you seriously using attack magic? Lizzie Dono.
Excluding Panasolii, everyone who had confidence in their strength stood up. Gignal, who was next to Lizzie, was about to move to become a shield for Momen, but Theo stopped him.
Lightning was a magic that attacked in a straight line.
Humans could not become walls, and if blocked, those behind would also receive its effects.
It would be better to prepare to use healing magic.
Pluton slowly got closer to Lizzie, and was going to close the distance.
You who are no pharmacists, shut up.
Youngster.
Tell me how to make this potion. What herbs or minerals does it use? Or does it not use it? Does it involve the organs of animals?
When the room had the feeling of panic run high, Momen's coldly calm voice reverberated. Ignoring if the lightning magic proceeded one more step it would be activated towards him, Momen calmly remained sitting, and had a fun smile. At that scene, Panasolii's eyes opened wide.
Lizzie was quite agitated, and depending on how it goes she might cast magic. But Momen was not readying himself or underrating her. It was like he had confidence if he was hit.
Panasolii understood. Panasolii already had his conclusion on Momen.
There was no way he was a novice. This man. At worst, he was quite the adventurer. Zoli solution. What the heck is that? A reagent?
Accepting Lizzie's rage-like cry, Momen coldly spoke the names of items like he was chanting a spell.
Yunk stones, Vieful dragon stones, gold nostrum. Those things. I never heard of them. Lies. Lizzie wanted to say it but bit her lip to the extent that it would bleed. If she took Momen's words to be lies, then they had to reject everything about the man.
In order to discern if it was a lie, there had to be a reagent that could be rejected. Even if she bluffed, and ended it while laughing, she estimated before she did it.
Then to identify the truth, she had to find it through the cracks in it. However, Lizzie knew nothing about the names he was saying.
Basically, should Lizzie believe everything, or doubt everything?
Doubting was simple. It was fine not admit it. She could ignore everything Momen said.
But what was more terrifying, that made Lizzie's body shiver was, if Momen was telling the truth.
Have you heard of it? Yunk stones have an effect of strengthening the effects of healing, and Vieful dragon stones have the effect of strengthening elemental damage.
Lizzie said nothing but stared at Momen's cold smile as if to bore a hole in it.
Lizzie's years of experience were screaming at her. This man was speaking the truth. Then,
as if she did not want to hear anything more, weakly shook her head. The only one that could understand Lizzie's sudden pale change and feelings was Theo.
Theo once again braced himself against the fear he felt.
Momen laughed with his nose, and spoke out the last words.
You said that you have walked on this road since you were 10. Then please tell me. Why you seem to know nothing. Momen had a crack-like smile. What have you done, for all your years? Lizzie said nothing, but breathed hard. A denial of her entire life. Being pierced with it from the front, and something that did not allow for rebuttal. It was natural. Because it was true. She was laughed at from the peak she could never reach no matter how hard she tried.
She tried and worked hard, but those words cut into her vitals.
I apologize. Potion making is not something that can be explained to someone with not even a shred of knowledge. He had nothing to teach to the ignorant.
While speaking with words that had that meaning, Momen politely bowed to Lizzie.
At the same time Lizzie slid down to the floor like a puppet with its string cut. There was none of the earlier worry. The only thing left was a painful silence.
Lizzie hid her eyes with one hand, and did not try to do anything. She matched her age. No, she instantly gained a few years.
Mayor.
Currently, about using magic within the town, there has been a violation.
Theo, who understood Lizzie the most, exposed her to Panasoliae. A crime where magic was activated in front of him. He could understand why she got angry, but as the Magician's Guildmaster he could not keep silent.
And Panasoliae was in between a rock and a hard place.
Of course, the law had to be upheld. While attack magic was not fully activated, it was the truth that it was threatened to be used. And in front of the mayor himself. Then according to the law she had to be punished.
However, while the Empire was planning to attack them, giving a punishment to a proficient potion maker, Lizzie, would result in the deaths of several soldiers of the kingdom in the future. Honestly, if Momen was not the person that was threatened against, he would use some reason and end it with a fine. Panasoliae knit his eyebrows, and Momen opened his mouth as if expecting that.
Please wait. I did not get hurt. And so I will not mind if we ignore everything that happened. I see. Should it be that I owe him a favor? No, should I express my gratitude?
Panasoliae thought so, and bowed lightly to Momen. Then, Momen, I shall add Dono to it. I shall use my authority as mayor to ignore this.
Theo, any problems? No, none. Then Pluton? None. Then it shall be. Everyone, return to your seats. Theo, Pluton and Gignal, who stood up to stop Lizzie, returned to their seats. Now, Lizzie Dono, let us hear the conclusion.
Does this potion have the ability to chase away the vampire? Lizzie turned to look at Panasoliae with her red and bloodshot eyes, and nodded ambiguously. I do not think that its effects are not that different from a healing potion, and so it is difficult to think that it ran away from its damage.
But it might have ran away after realizing what potion it was.
Basically?
It feared the potion maker. It was the viewpoint of the mayor, you know. The eyes of everyone then stared at Momen.
Just earlier, when they first met Momen, it was something that they would have laughed at.
However, this was different. The man in front of everyone was probably holding something that they could not even imagine.
While everyone was silent, the small sound of a chair moving was heard.
It was the sound of Lizzie standing up.
Sorry.
I am a bit tired. I would like to rest, but...
The one they were looking at was a wrinkled old lady.
Not a trace of her earlier rigor could be seen.
Panasoliae had several soothing words, and that he would like her presence to be here, but they never came out. Lizzie Dono, thank you for telling us about your information. I am sorry, Mayor.
And everyone. Lizzie lastly faced Momen. Momen Dono, please forgive me for earlier. Lizzie deeply bowed her head. It was not something one would do to someone their grandchildren's age. It was an apology towards someone completely above themselves.
Momen watched it with cold eyes, generously shook his head, and expressed his acknowledgement.
A younger person was conducting himself as a high-ranking person to an elder.
From an ignorant third-person perspective, this was a terrible action, but from the eyes of the four people who saw the earlier scene, it was nothing but something natural.
So, an immediate payment.
This will include the apology for my earlier outburst, so 1 bottle is fine.
Could you sell it to me? Lizzie deeply bowed her head.
If one had to describe it, it would be a posture of deepest respect.
Her sincerity was present.
However, if one thought about the earlier occurrence, Momen would probably reject.
However, Momen pleasantly accepted. Go ahead.
Oh.
Thank you. Her eyes sparkled, and she was probably going to investigate the potion. Her vigor appeared.
Lizzie fished a small bag out of her pocket.
Opening it, the contents spilled onto the table.
Several sparkling objects fell out.
They were 4 gems.
Aventurine worth 55 gold coins, fire agate worth 17 gold coins, blue quartz worth 25 gold coins, and Jilcon worth 48 gold coins.
Take it.
Momen said nothing, took Lizzie's bag and gems, and put it in his pocket.
Then excuse me. Lizzie left the room.
As if the sound of the door closing was a signal, Panasolii started the conversation again. Momen Dono, originally we would end this after we asked a few questions, but please attend this talk.
What we want to ask is about the vampire that appeared near E. Rantel.
Pluton, give him the paper with the description of the vampire.
No, it's fine. I do not mind explaining it.
After Pluton described the vampire, Momen lightly nodded his head several times.
Do you know about it?
At Panasolii's question filled with expectation, Momen's reply was very simple. Yes.
The room quietened in an instant.
Everyone, currently, could not believe what they were hearing.
It was natural.
Who would think that the information that the city's Adventurers Guild and Magicians Guild did not know, would be in the hands of the lowest-ranked adventurer?
No, it was the opposite. Everyone understood. That it was not strange for the one called Momen to know. So you did know. Theo's reply was normal. And due to Momen's light nod, the room was filled with sighs. Can you tell us? Momen kept quiet.
The silence indicated to Panasolii that he wanted something of equal worth, something obvious.
And so he smiled. Of course, I will pay.
And depending on the accuracy of this information, I promise even further rewards.
Momen opened his mouth when the conversation turned to money.
A vampire named Camilla.
From what I heard, she is one of 3 disciples of Landfall. What? The surprise leaked from the 4 people. It was one of the points raised when Momen was not here.
It was the voice of surprise that a person appeared who could confirm such a deadly truth.
What are you? Pluton spoke. You are not a nobody.
Yes, I cannot think of you as anything but amazing.
I shall admit that. No one here in this room can deny it. However, why is such a person a novice adventurer? Why are you not a prominent one?
Do you want to ask that?
Those who received Momen's gaze, everyone in the room nodded. It was natural. There was no way someone who did not want to know existed. I am from a village Camilla destroyed. And so I tracked her down for revenge. What? Then do you know how strong it is?
Of course.
When I was a child it could use 3rd-tier magic. It might be at 4th right now. A vampire that could use 3rd-tier magic. What was he chasing after it? While no one said it, they all had the same question. It was natural.
Before Momen came to the meeting, to defeat Camilla, they came to a conclusion that several A+ class adventure parties would be needed.
And he could do it alone. Something that even the strongest warrior in the kingdom could not do. I will ask directly. We predict Camilla is strong. But do you have any methods to defeat her?
At Panasolii's question, Momen laughed softly.
It was the smile of understanding that it was a needless question to ask. And actually, they predicted Momen's answer.
Of course.
If there is none, I would not have chased her.
Oh. A voice of excitement unconsciously left everyone's mouth. A despairing situation where an extremely strong vampire appeared near E. Rantel was broken apart by the appearance of the one in front of them.
And it was not their intention. Asking them not to be happy was impossible. Oh God! This is the path that you have given us. It was to the extent that Gignal was praying to his god.
However, Theo maintained his calm and asked Momen to sate his curiosity.
But how are you going to do it? Using a potion?
Or a magic item?
I cannot tell you. It might leak out somewhere.
Theo was disappointed when Momen firmly stated it, but if one thought about it, it was correct. Vampires had enchanting magic eyes as a special trait.
Using a person that heard about the method, and then if they talked, the chance of Momen losing would increase.
Then we shall immediately inform Momen Dono about any information regarding Camilla.
I have no problems with that.
In response to Panasoliai's suggestion, Pluton replied for everyone.
There was a way to solve this dangerous problem.
When Panasoliai was controlled by his feeling of safety, he recalled something else he wanted to ask.
Then about Ain's Ul Gown. He is my master. What? It was too quick.
Momen replied to Panasoliai's question without trying to say anything else.
Gown Dono. It should be Ain's summer. While his expression was smiling, there was pressure in there.
Panasoliai felt the strong loyalty Momen felt towards the one named Ain's, and adjusted his words with a strained expression.
Exactly how much power does Ain's summer have? I do not know. Momen stated and shrugged. He then released a bombshell. Probably expert at the 6th tier. Everyone took a breath. Then they started shouting. What is that? Since you used probably, are you saying possibly even higher? Ha! To know nothing about such a person. Are you saying that he is hiding somewhere?
Maybe the 13 heroes, no, impossible.
Oh my God.
Written in English. Matching the Empire's court magician, amazing. A feeling of dissonance between Panasoliai, who could not fully grasp how amazing it was to use 6th tier magic, and the ones with experience as adventurers and felt the ranks of magic strongly, Pluton, Theo and Gignal. The three of them were staring at Panasoliai. Panasoliai felt panicked by the stares.
What is it, looking at me like that? No, I was just thinking about how envious I am.
It is so, I am envious of Mayor Dono.
Theo, Gignal Dono. To humans who cannot use magic, it is just a story. It can't be helped. Well, that is true.
Completely.
The three of them sighed in unison.
A loneliness like he was being isolated attacked Panasoliai.
While it was true that he did not have the common sense of adventurers, but was this not too cruel? It was to the extent of feeling worthless.
But Ain's summer is amazing.
And so is his disciple Momen Dono. Well, I can use up to the 3rd tier.
But the reason Camilla ran was probably due to fearing my master, Ain's summer. I see, then we normally don't do this, but shall we hurry and begin the rank-up test?
Is it fine?
Momen recalled what Ishban said, and asked Pluton.
An exception. Pluton laughed.
If we fight Camilla in the future, there might be a need to go to the front lines.
We must raise your rank.
Then why don't we raise his rank to be immediately?
Since he can use the 3rd tier.
We cannot do that, Gignal Dono. Basically, the Adventurers Guild have their own rules in each country, but there are common ones.
The test being necessary is one of those rules.
If we fake it, I cannot say that it will not come to bite Momen Dono in the future. So the Adventurers Guild and Magicians Guild are both bound by rules, huh? It can't be helped, Theo.
Rules are such things.
But, from what I heard and investigated, you did a job as a porter, so I thought you would be a warrior, but a spellcaster is.
Ah, that. If I may, it was due to this magic item working.
Momen removed his gauntlets, and slowly placed it on the tabletop.
These gauntlets are Ilu and Greybell. This is one of my treasures that Ain's summer has gifted me.
It is boorish, but has no damage. Exactly what sort of magic does it have?
It simply increases the user's strength by a large amount.
Can I investigate it?
Please. Then I will be borrowing it.
With curiosity flashing in his eyes, Theo picked up the gauntlets and activated magic.
Appraisal magic item. Theo's eyes widened, and he stiffened. His body shivered like it was in the cold. His lips were trying to get out words, but they shook.
Relating his quick change to Lizzie's earlier, Pluton and Gignal looked at each other, and while sitting, moved their chairs slightly. In the midst of it, swallowing his saliva, Theo finally spoke.
This is the highest magic item, artifact level.
While Pluton and Gignal took the same pose as Theo, they stared at the gauntlet.
Theo, like he was touching something precious, picked it up gently and returned it to Momen. Ain's Summer is a very generous person. Momen replied to that with a smile.
While looking at the door that Momen left through, the ones in the room slackened and weakly sat down in their chairs.
One's spirit weakened when they conversed with their superiors.
While Panasolii and the rest were supposed to have the pressuring values of connections, rights and money within this town, it was shown clearly that the adventurer novice called Momen had hidden valuable items behind him. It was to the extent that if they could not defeat the vampire called Camilla, they could not protect the town without Momen.
And the one called Momen was bottomless.
The person himself said that he could use the third tier of magic, but was this true?
It would not be surprising even if he could use the fourth tier.
In addition, the terrifying figure behind them.
The magic caster Ain's Gown.
The ability to make a potion beyond the capabilities of the current alchemy and herbal knowledge.
The strength that could make an anomalous vampire run away in fear.
A wealth that allowed him to give away an item with an overwhelming magic.
It was certainly someone worthy of holding the loyalty of Momen. Panasolii hugged his head. He felt that his balance was toppled by several powers today.
Gignal, who woke up his body, spoke words like he was living in a dream. That was an artifact that humans cannot make, huh?
It was my first.
Artifacts were the names of top-class magic items. It was impossible to create them via human hands, and could not be made except by existences like gods, high-ranked dragons, demons and angels.
Their magic power was huge and unbreaking.
According to one legend, they were items that could even bring one back from the dead. It was the class of items that the 13 heroes used several of, and there were many adventurers that made it their dreams to find. It was rare to the point that Gignal, an A-class adventurer, had never seen until just earlier.
Depending on the person, its value in coins changed. But it was at least 100,000 gold coins.
However, I thought that it would be more grand.
But that was amazing. As a warrior, it was well made with no damage.
If it was important, most adventurers would have filled it with gashes from horns and claws. And so it was probably made with extremely damage-resistant materials.
While plain, it is a good item. This was my second time. The one I saw was the treasure of the kingdom sword, and it was exquisite.
Oh, Mayor Dono.
The treasures of the kingdom, I want to see them once. Well, it's probably impossible. You can see it at the award ceremony, but audiences are a bit, well, they won't come, sadly.
Panasolii stretched his body.
Everyone else who saw that did the same, and took listening figures. Then, what do you think?
The current information is too little, but, thinking about it, there is no discrepancy or contradiction.
Do you think the information was very good?
Meaning?
It was information we wanted.
The identity of the vampire, and Ain's Gown, and the potion Momen had.
Are you saying we were played well?
Panasolii kept quiet and considered.
It was like he did not understand his own thoughts. No, it is just my worry. It is as Theo said, there are no discrepancies or contradictions. It would be fine to think of it as truth. While saying it was fine, Panasolii's expression did not clear.
Pluton raised a suggestion as if to support him.
But, shall we begin acting within the shadows? I see, could you do it, Pluton? I will give you the necessary funds later.
Understood, Mayor Dono.
Receiving Pluton's gaze, Theo understood and nodded. And I want to ask, is it possible for information from this room to leak? While Panasolii said it, he decided that his words were impossible.
There was no trace of the meetings that happened here ever leaked. As to why, this simple-looking room was covered in lead plates, and only one entrance.
Anyone who tried to enter would be extremely obvious. There was no place to hide. If invisibility was used, it was impossible to hide their presence and existence in this small room. Firstly, it is impossible. The owner of the room, Pluton, stated with pride.
However, Theo, who continued, made a depressed face. Completely, but if the one called Ainz can use the 6th tier, I cannot say that with complete confidence.
Honestly, the 6th tier is in the territory of one's imagination.
There might be magic to peer into this room.
Theo then shook his head. The realm of one's imagination. If they suspected, they had to suspect anything.
It was so, Panasolii understood. If they suspected anything, they had to think about if there were several intruders that entered the room. However, entering the room without letting anyone know was impossible, and if they could, where would they hide in this small room? Panasolii looked at the room.
Below the table and the ceiling were impossible.
If they could, unless they could blend into the shadows, it was impossible. While recalling that it was said that the assassination group Ijania could do it, Panasolii shook his head.
It was ridiculous, without a trace of logic.
If they were thinking about it, they had to think about the existences that came up in legend like shadow dragons and night stalkers. Panasolii sighed, and cleared his mind of those thoughts.
What he had to think about was not legends and fairy tales.
Now,
Pluton.
On top of turning this into information that will not make a ruckus, report it to the adventure guilds of the nearby cities.
Understood.
What about information regarding Ainz Dono and Momon Dono? If we do it badly, I feel that this information will have dangerous information, and cannot feel good about it.
Hide it to the best extent. Then, I shall do so. I will send it using scroll of report. The Magicians Guild will send it. Please Theo. And I will report to the king about Camilla.
If I leave now, about 15 days? Gignal made a strange face as if Pluton and Theo were strange.
It was 280 kilometers to the capital. Using horses, 1 day was about 42 kilometers. Using simple calculations they would arrive in 7. The number Panasolii said was twice that. Was it not too long? Why is it just that?
Gignal unconsciously asked.
Even though they are bringing important information, why are they not hurrying?
In contrast, Pluton and Theo, who knew the reason, had painful smiles.
This would turn into a conversation about the sensitive parts of the kingdom.
Actually, Panasolii was also smiling painfully. There are lots of reasons, Gignal Dono. To Gignal, who could not understand, Panasolii kept his painful smile and continued. I think you know, but there are rules and privileges in the Adventurers Guild.
To avoid being absorbed like in the slain theocracy.
The issue about Camilla should not be subject to the same things, right?
The upper echelons of the kingdom is currently separated into a power struggle. If it is found out that the king's faction is helping the Adventurers Guild, it will be extremely bad. If done improperly, the guild will be split into 2. But something. Gignal Dono. This is dangerous. Even though the kingdom is already separated, the Adventurers Guild does not want to give it another reason.
Continuing for Panasolii, Pluton's words were kind, but had the intention of rejection.
Gignal probably felt his will, and changed his attack. Then what if I negotiate with God, and I hire adventurers with fast horses? I the mayor to use adventurers to contact the king?
Basically I have no better subordinates. Can such a mayor be trusted?
Then if a monster appears on the way,
then the nobles in the nearby cities will take responsibility? Or will Princess Lana make more roads?
If it is found out that there is no remains of a monster attack, I will be finished as a mayor. And it will fall to the king, who had the responsibility of picking such a mayor. That is a false accusation.
Gignal then understood the depth of the separation within the kingdom.
If there is a dangerous monster like Camilla, in the end she cannot evade facing humans. If there were no empire to send troops to face us, we would fall apart faster, and divide. Those words left a heavy silence in the room. Do you understand why I said it? I got it.
I should not run by myself, right?
It is so. You may not understand, but I believe you do.
Now, shall we end this meeting?
That's true.
Looking at Pluton, Theo, and Gignal, who refused to understand, Panasolii ended the meeting. Ha 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 ha.
Ainz laughed. It was a laugh that the Absolute would use to mock and pity weaklings.
Basically, there is no strong person that I should be cautious of in the surrounding countries. Now, what should I do?
What would be best? Ainz laughed shallowly, and felt the necessity of the success of the earlier plan. The weight he was carrying instantly lightened, and he felt relieved. But it did not completely disappear.
For example, what if a similar Yggdrasil player existed, and so it was important to make connections to quickly find such a person?
Then what should be done to fulfill that?
Currently, he was using Demiurge as a decoy demon king. After that, since Yggdrasil players are definitely stronger than this world's strongest existence, he should use the fact that they stand out as part of his plans. Standing up from his chair, Ainz began walking within the large room.
He began talking to space where no one was.
Of course, there was no one there using invisibility.
He was simply talking to himself.
Opening a fighting tournament would be interesting, but impossible in the current situation. Then what about opening a dungeon to attract adventurers? Opening a section of Nazarick, interesting, but it is dissatisfying.
But it seems to be effective.
To attract Yggdrasil players who want to return to their original world, should I spread this rumor?
Speaking so, Ainz shook his head left and right. No, there is no need to be flustered. I can wait for the motions in the kingdom and empire. The situation might change then. And there is a chance that the Yggdrasil players blended well into this world. There were benefits in doing so. It was the plan to strengthen Nazarick that was being implemented.
There might not be a need to increase their battle potential, there was a need to get existences that had good heads, and were suitable for negotiations.
The annoying things are left.
Oi.
Ainz spoke to the waiting maids behind him.
Call Aura and Shaltir.
Tell them that I have a lot of information about the plan to tell them. Understood.
While watching the two maids leave the room, Ainz leaked a mocking smile that he could not hide.
There was a need to look at races other than humans.
And so he should pray that Kokita's experiment goes well.
Phew. This has become easy. While slightly rotating his shoulders, he looked at the door. While thinking about what he should do next. Chapter 38, Promotion Test Part 1. Momen arrived at the outside of the Adventurers Guild.
It was afternoon now, the streets were getting busy from the people who stopped their work. The crowd was busy with people searching for a place for lunch, many of them entering and exiting the nearby restaurants.
Momen was one of the many people walking on the main street. He could not help but express a cold smile, which he hid with his hand.
At a place filled with numerous pair of eyes, he could not simply express his sense of glee. Of course, Momen doubted that anyone would pay attention to him, still there may be a pair of hidden eyes somewhere else. As he thought about those people dancing to their schemes, he could not help himself but smile. Momen bit his lip, suppressing his urge to smile, as he walked at a leisurely pace, a pace that looked as if he was enjoying the sunshine.
On the journey towards the inn, there was no suspicious movement. With a single look to the back, there were no followers as well.
He shifted to a more relaxed pace. If he was ambushed, undoubtedly Momen would fully suffer a blow while walking like this.
Still, Momen proceeded forward.
Taking the role as a magic caster, Momen could detect the presence of several pursuers and prepare his defenses. On a personal level, he knew that using his terrifying arsenal of magic would put him in a spot.
Hence, he had to rely solely on his physical strength. He would not fail when it comes to hiding his true job skill. Regretfully, he was not confident that his facade could be maintained at such a busy place.
Because of this, all the shadow demons on loan had been dispatched.
They were deployed by Momen to be his sentries, prioritizing his own safety.
But still, being alert while using a rather foreign job class would still result in a sense of unease.
Those were Momen's thoughts. Hence, he had to be on full alert. Passing through the street filled with the afternoon crowd, Momen arrived within the vicinity of the inn that he was staying at.
In this area, he could still observe the people going into the inn for their meals and rest. Momen could only frown at the level of noise.
As soon as reached the inn, he diverted his course sharply to the side. In front was a small street. Walking, turning. Not long after, he arrived at a secluded corner.
There, Momen placed his back to the wall.
He scanned his surroundings roughly.
There were no signs of pursuers nor the people whom Momen met with earlier.
Momen pouted his lips as if not satisfied about something.
At that moment, at the spot where Momen's back connected to the wall, the shadow suddenly stirred.
By your presence, Narbril Summer.
The shadow demon's rather harsh and cold voice reached Momen's, Narbril's ears, as if someone was standing directly behind her. Shadow demons possessed the special ability to teleport at short distance between shadows. One directly appeared behind Narbril through its shadow warp ability. As implied by its name, Shadow Demon could morph into shadows. It was a monster that excelled in stealth. However, the scene of a two-dimensional shadow morphing into a three-dimensional being would cause a sense of unease for any observers.
Thankfully, there were none. Narbril was covering her mouth in a way as if appearing in deep thought. Needless to say, it was to prevent others from reading her lips.
The surrounding alerts?
We've checked the area. We did not find those who came to visit. And so what was the meeting like after I left? For the most part, after Narbril Summer left, the meeting ended immediately. As for its contents, Hearing it, Narbril nodded. Anyway, she had a job for this shadow demon. Now go.
Follow the Adventurers Guildmaster and gain information.
Understood. The shadow wavered again.
Narbril looked at her surroundings, and contacted her master.
She activated message. Ain's Summer. Narbril.
Good work. Why was her master's voice extremely happy?
Thinking about it, Narbril understood that it was due to herself skillfully leading the other party. No, I did nothing. This time, Narbril did absolutely nothing.
Before she was called, she simply edited her backstory with the existence of Camilla.
But it did make her late for the appointed time. Everything was as Ain's Summer planned. I have great admiration for the part about the gauntlet.
Well, as long as the results are fine. While Narbril received the gauntlets, Iluan Greybell, from Ain's, was when Ain's was simply planning to increase her physical capabilities.
They became strong because of the gauntlets, and were preparations for lying.
One more point was that Narbril's illusion magic is not perfect, and so the chance of people noticing when they touched was high.
This was to avoid such a thing. He did not think that there would be things that raised the evaluations of Ain's and Momen.
Gingarerik, the above paragraph is a bit confusing, but I am not sure how I should rephrase it. However, about the fact that this is known as an artifact.
I'm troubled. Ain seemed to have a pained smile on his face. It is as they have no such great magic items. Ain's then laughed with his nose.
An atmosphere like he was satisfied floated in the air. And more importantly, by selling the name of Ain's Ulgaun, an invitation from the kingdom should be evaluated pretty highly, killing two birds with one stone.
Yes. As expected of Ain's Summer. Even though I have never did anything, everything proceeded as Ain's Summer planned. No, that is not true, Narbril. If you did not work earlier, it would not have gone well up to this point.
Now, the next thing to do is to collect information about the potion crafters. Yes.
Will it be fine for the shadow demons to work on it? Yes.
How are the shadow demons being utilized currently? Yes. The mayor, adventurer guildmaster, and B-class adventuring parties are being tailed.
Then there are not enough. Unfortunately. Then it cannot be helped. Send me the number you need. Preparations require some time, so contact me using message. Understood.
Now, about the actions after this.
Various orders from Ain's. As expected, it was about collecting information.
However, compared to what was given previously, it was extremely detailed. Basically, stage 1 of the plan was over, and meant that the second stage had started.
The feeling of working towards the plan of her master. To Nabril Gamma, it was more enjoyable than anything. No, it was the enjoyment of Nazarick.
And among them, Dash.
I got a lead from everyone else. What did you say? No, it was nothing. Ein's summer. I see. Expressing it, Nabril had a small smile at the image of Ein's, who was tilting his head. Leaving the alley, the first one he met, after returning to the inn, was the sullen face of the owner.
He looked like he had something he wanted to say, but Momen ignored it.
If he wanted to say something, then he could say it directly. He would not become a target of inspection.
Climbing the creaking wooden stairs, he pushed open the room door.
That instant, Momen-san. A woman jumped from the bed.
It was Baniara.
Thank you very much.
Baniara ran forward in a panic, and prostrated herself at Momen's feet.
The potion you gave me saved my life. Thank you. Thank you very much. I cannot say what exactly happened, but... No. It seems quite bad. I heard about it from the guildmaster.
Momen flashed a kind smile, took the hand of the prostrating Baniara, and got her to stand gently. Baniara's eyes watered, and gripped his hand tightly.
But due to his gauntlets, Momen could not feel her hand.
Then, Baniara's eyes widened as she noticed something. The guildmaster? Did anything happen?
It was not important. I was called for the potion.
My apologies.
She once again prostrated herself.
When I was asked about the event, I told them about the potion Momen-san gave me. I apologize for the trouble.
Please do not mind it.
Momen once again took Baniara's hand, and got her to stand up.
I see.
I thought that I would die.
I threw the potion, and it seemed scared. Thank you very much. You saved my life.
Baniara wiped away her tears. It was probably related to the fact that she saw her comrades dying in front of her.
She was also prepared for herself to die.
If one had a narrow escape from death, they would also understand the extent of her emotions.
Thank you very much. Truly thank you very much.
Momen laughed at Baniara, who was bobbing her head. Having to face the inferior Baniara with such a smile did not clear his anger.
However, he had to do it.
Amongst the orders Momen received from Irons was to gain a good relationship with Baniara. Momen thought that to control information on Camila, it would be better to kill an eyewitness, and proposed as such.
But Irons's response was different.
It would be better to not kill, but instead manipulate her memories to make the false information better.
And so he said.
Of course, those were the aims.
Momen could understand it, and had no reason to question his master's orders. So please do not mind it.
Momen again got Baniara to stand.
He then reached into his bag. You've used it, right? Please take this. He took out the same minor healing potion. And he placed it in Baniara's hands.
Baniara made a strange face as she stared at the potion she received.
Then, you said you had nothing but 2. I made more since then.
Baniara was not an experienced adventurer. However, she clearly felt the value of the potion on her earlier adventure. In addition, she had seen potion workshops, and knew how difficult it was, and was surprised at the words of the unappealing man before her.
Especially his light tone that was like he was scooping up water. What is wrong?
No, I see.
The fact that she completely understood something showed on her face. How amazing the man before her was.
From the conversation with the owner, she got a light understanding, but she now understood completely. There was no way that a man who could offer a 50 gold coin worth, or more, potion for free was a normal person.
The world was different.
While small, a cold wind blew through Baniara's heart. Baniara admired heroes. Saving people in fairy tales, defeating dragons, saving towns.
That was her happiness when she was younger.
Probably due to her then alive mother reading them to her at bedtime.
The feeling of bitterness when a monster destroyed her village. If a hero was there they might have been saved. However, it was simple admiration. As to why, she had never thought of becoming one.
For example, the warrior known as the strongest in the kingdom, Gazif Stranov.
He had talent from a young age.
And according to rumors, the warrior known as Brain Angleus as well.
The existences close to heroes had extreme talent.
However, Vainiara did not have such talent.
She accepted it as fact. She did not know if she would succeed as an adventurer. However, she could not become a hero. She was a human that could not keep up with them if she tried.
An existence that could easily climb the steps that she considered to be giant walls.
Such a thing was standing in front of her.
A person that can become a hero, Momon-san is one.
Momon made a weird face.
A sense of envy, admiration, and jealousy filled Bainiara.
I'm envious. I do not know, but probably, you are extremely strong.
A troubled look appeared on Momon's face.
He did not understand why she was saying those things.
Actually, not even Bainiara knew why she was saying such things.
What does it feel like? The feeling of looking at an inferior person. An overwhelming sense of pride?
Or sadness?
What was she saying? She did not understand, but did not stop.
Bainiara was swallowed by the black feeling in her heart.
I'm envious. To those that have it.
I want your ability to become a hero. As her emotions reached their peak, tears flowed out of her eyes. Watching Bainiara, Momon's eyes turned cold and sharp. And it transmitted a fierce rage to Bainiara.
To the extent that it was similar to killing intent.
Bainiara's words were stuck in her throat.
It was natural. While giving out such kindness, it was natural to be angry when receiving hostility. What scolding would he give?
Bainiara scrunched her shoulders, and waited, but Momon's expression changed. It was a surprised expression like candy was falling from the sky. Changing to an unsatisfied face, anger once again flared, changed to apathy, and dejection. Making those faces, it ended in a slightly discontent face.
And Momon's words were extremely calm. You
survived, right?
First you was Omae, second was Anata.
Momon faced the puzzled Bainiara and continued. You said the ability to become a hero, but I believe that a hero is doing something that people cannot do.
In addition, as a part of it, saving many people might be necessary.
Does it require ability?
Momon replied in a fluster.
Bainiara's eyes unconsciously widened. By surviving and returning, the guild learned detailed information about the vampire. And so, the guild could make lots of preparations.
While it is unclear if the world will be destroyed or not, they can now lose less lives in the process.
Then, while not actually being a hero, is it not a hero-like action?
But that was due to the potion Momon-san gave.
Momon,
no.
I may have gave you the potion, but the one who threw the potion was yourself, right?
I did not throw it. Am I wrong? You decided and you chose. Is it not?
Many people may have said this, but if you allow me to say my own opinion, if you can save one person then you are a hero.
He's comforting me.
Bainiara thought so.
His words were shoddy. However, why? She felt that a part of her heart was warming up, as if his panic was being transmitted.
And Momon raised an eyebrow.
It was like he had to say something unbelievable. If you work hard as an individual, you can become strong. I believe that you are amazing.
Are you comforting me?
I'm serious. It was like he was reading out from a script. It might have been something that Momon heard from someone in the past.
Bainiara thought.
She could not become a hero that saved lives. She had no talent.
However, at Momon's words, she thought that she could, just a little, save a life, and become an adventurer that was not a hero. Baniara's tears stopped at one point.
Ending the conversation, Momen walked to his own bed.
Baniara then spoke.
Momen-san. Thank you very much.
Momen made a discontent face, shrugged his shoulders, and faced his bed.
Is he shy?
Baniara thought that about Momen, who lied on the bed.
2 days afterwards, Momen was called and entered the door of the guild. The time was early morning. Preparing his equipment, he was ready for a day of work. It was as he was called by the guild.
The space beyond the door was filled with the atmosphere of a marketplace.
In front of the posted parchments, people talked to their friends.
Along the wall, the other party members were talking to others. And some grabbed the parchment faster by a fraction of a second, tore it down and brought it to the counter.
Momen weaved his way through the bustling crowd.
Ishpan, who was sitting at the counter, quickly found Momen. Even though it was only her line of vision moving rapidly, considering that Momen would definitely be coming, it would be correct to wait. Momen noticed, and did not go for any of the other counters, and headed straight for Ishpan. Momen himself did not want to, but receiving Ishpan's straight invitation, he could not go anywhere else.
Momen. I was called here. Welcome. The guild master is waiting. The atmosphere changed. It was due to the surprise, but whose was it? It was natural.
A person with a brass plate hanging from his neck being called to the guildmaster's room was impossible.
It was so if one thought using common sense. What points in common would the guildmaster have in common with the lowest class adventurer? They were the top and bottom respectively. Amongst the adventurers here, not one was ever called to the guildmaster's room.
There, Ishpan was the only one that said as expected, made a face that showed that it was normal, and clapped her hands in the confusion. Basically something that one was supposed to do as the guild's receptionist.
Ishpan then laughed. I shall guide you. I know, so it will be fine.
At Momen's strict and refusing words, while still smiling, Ishpan's expression froze.
No, I already know, so there is no need for you to guide me. What? Breaking her frozen smile, she had an expression that said those words. Then. Please wait. It will be troubling if you are walking in the guild alone. Then I will follow behind you. Yes. She thought in a panic, but no suitable words came.
Already, Ishpan had a refreshed look on her face.
What was it? It was something like a smile that one sent to a strong enemy when they won.
Momen followed behind Ishpan, and left through the door to the 4th floor behind the counter.
As the door closed, the silence where one could hear footsteps though broke, and the hustle and bustle returned.
However, it was different from those who were earlier looking for jobs. Just who was that man Momen? The voices asked.
They looked at each other, and searched for one with information.
Many people would think that adventurers would have drunken talks at bars, and receive requests from the owners of the bars. Those were the dropouts, and were often known as hunters.
However, they were different from actual adventurers. When they were at bars, they traded information.
Such as the strength of nearby monsters, prices of magic items, and information and rumors of other adventurers.
A vigorous information gathering. It would be fine to say lazy adventurers had a low return rate. If they had knowledge on monsters, they could prepare tactics against it. The prices of magic items.
If they could find a definite period to buy it, they could strengthen their loadouts. And when they knew about other adventurers, they knew who to be cautious against, and who to look out for.
To adventurers, information was the first step to countering monsters.
Taking this made a huge difference in the chance of returning alive. Those adventurers looked for information on the anomaly known as Momen, and it was extremely normal for them to look for knowledgeable people. No, it would be unnatural if they did not. Maybe a fine?
If it was a fine, then there would be no way that he would be called to the guildmaster's room.
Someone from one of the parties spoke out their thoughts, and someone from another rejected it.
They raised other ideas, but they were instantly rejected. That continued. As expected. The first floor returned to silence, and a whisper of understanding could be heard. Their eyes gathered. Just who was the one who spoke? There was the party known as the Axe of Cyclone.
E-class was the most common rank, but they rivaled the D ranks above them.
In addition, one of their members, Nina, had C-class abilities.
As everyone's eyes gather, the members of the Axe of Cyclone made an oops face. Oi, is he someone Peter knows? An adventurer with friendly relations to the leader of the Axe of Cyclone, Peter Mork spoke.
Ah.
They talked, and expressed their desire to escape, but with the surrounding gazes Peter knew that it was impossible. With an accepting expression, he talked about the time they hired him.
Of course, not everything. Only the main points. However, as fellow adventurers, they felt the strange differences that the man Moman had. The feeling that he did not have much experience. And so, the treasure of the guild or something? Possible. Someone whispered, and someone confirmed.
Yes.
Since he had no experience, he should have been trained as a genius somewhere.
They met people from the Magicians Guild who had huge egos. From the adventurers that worked together with them, got the same cold feeling from Moman.
Did he come from the kingdom's Magicians Guild?
No. What about the Empire's Magic Academy? There were guests that he came from the best magic school in the kingdom, and there were guests that he came from the best magic school in the Empire.
But still, half of it was a joke. It was possible, but nothing past the level of a rumor. This time, Moman was nothing more than a brass plate holder, a rival that they had to watch out for. That was their evaluation of Moman.
However, the last bomb blew away all of their thoughts.
Ah, but that person was called to a meeting with the mayor.
The bomb that Winner released caused all of the adventurers to explode.
The room returned to silence, and everyone looked at each other.
Is he promoting?
Ah.
But alone? If so,
with such a connection, it might be worth it to take him as a comrade. The adventurers looked at each other. About whether or not to investigate the man Moman to the extent that it would not be bad. Thank you for coming, Moman Dono. Moman knocked, and was greeted with the smiling face of the guildmaster. Extreme pleasantness, like their first meeting was a lie.
The guildmaster, Pluton, opened his hands lightly, and posed so as to display his welcome. Pluton stood up from the sturdy stable where he was sitting until now, and guided him to the sofa where 4 people could sit.
Now, come in.
The
room was not large, but it was magnificent.
A carpet decorated the 15-meter-long square room, and several scrolls were filling the bookshelf by the wall.
The middle of the room was taken up by the sofa and table.
Glass was fitted in the window, but thin curtains were put there to block out light.
The items in the room, rather than extravagant, were instead focused on their practicality.
Moman sat on the sofa, and Pluton took out a decanter and a porcelain cup.
Do you want a drink? The liquid inside of the glass decanter had no color. Was it water, or flavored water? There was no need to accept it, but it was fine to accept it. In addition, the guildmaster said it purposefully. Accepting it would be the proper thing to do. Thinking about inferior people meant that he himself was being more well-rounded. Moman was satisfied by his growth, and nodded his head.
Pluton then poured the liquid in the decanter into the cup, and placed it gently in front of Moman so that it would not make a sound. While this was how a chief of an organization should act, this was not the attitude that one should take against someone far below oneself. The reason why Pluton acted this was due to him acting for the city and how Moman was evaluated.
Moman took up the ceramic cup placed in front of him. To Moman, who did not took out his gauntlet, Pluton did not utter a single complaint.
Of course, in terms of etiquette, the action itself is considered rude. But the item in question was deemed as God's artifact by the Magicians Guild head, Theo. Considering this, he understood the feelings of an adventurer not wanting to take off their prized possession. Moman brought the cup to his lips. Perhaps, Moman, for the first time arriving in this city, felt surprised, his eyes dilated.
The reason for his sense of surprise was simple. They had the ability to induce a level of coldness. It's cold.
To Momon's muttering that seemed like a question, Pluton's eyes briefly showed signs of unease.
He quickly nodded in understanding. Ah, this is a magic item known as a decanter of refrigerate, and so the drinks are cold. I have seen something larger, but I did not know about a decanter. This is the first.
Is that so?
I have not seen anything larger. How much is it? This
is, I believe it is about 150 gold pieces.
It might be different though.
On his return to Nazarick, he should purchase one. Considering such an idea, Momon placed the cup to his lips. The liquid within contained a faint smell of spice as it glided down his throat. As Momon placed the cup on the table, Pluton sat on the sofa in front of Momon. The reason why I asked you to come was as the contents of the promotion test have been decided.
I see.
Just as expected, Momon pressed Pluton to continue with the topic earlier with the expression of his eyes. This time, the job that Momon Dono will be doing is to patrol the graveyard.
A graveyard. Momon's stay in this city was not long.
However, due to nature of his task, which was to infiltrate the city and gather information,
most of these matters were familiar with him.
Rantel was a city that played the role as the battlefront during the war with the Empire. Hence, a lot of its features were different in comparison to other cities. Firstly, the city was protected by 3 layers of walls. Many blacksmiths who specialized in weapons forging took up positions here. Apothecaries managed by pharmacists were denser as well.
Many of this was closely linked with the war effort. Well, even the whorehouses were aplenty. And there was one more point. There was one encased within walls in the outer district. There, a large cemetery was established.
Taking up to 1/4 of the external wall, almost the entire western wall was used to segregate the cemetery from the rest of the city. In this world, allowing the dead to remain in the battlefield was not something permissible.
This was because of the existence of the undead. A common sense in this world. The undead welcomed the living when they met their end. It was often that such places spawned these unholy monsters. Battlefields and ancient tombs.
Although it is a place where the living resided, they were monsters that appeared nearby.
Especially for those who died a horrible death, their deaths were not mourned. The chance of them coming back as the undead was high.
Henceforth, a large burial ground, a place for people to mourn the dead, was a necessity.
To this, the Empire was in agreement with them.
Even in times of war, together they would held a ceremony to mourn those who died because the undead was the common enemy of the living. In those wars where countless lives were lost,
burying the dead in a massive grave was unmistakably the best course of action. In actual fact, the occupancy of the cemetery reached 100%.
There was no more room for fresh body to be buried.
But what were their plans if dead bodies turned up? The key to this answer lied within the concept of life and death within a country. The human soul required a vessel.
Facing a skeletal body that lacked its original flesh and blood, nearby countries had the same consensus that such an act is like destroying the old vessel of the soul.
The way of thinking was similar to that of the Empire. The only country with a different opinion was just the slain theocracy.
In other words, they needed to dig up old bodies, or bodies that were turned entirely into bones, and proceed to break them into pieces. During those moments between digging and crushing up the bodies, occasionally there are those skeletons that moved. Hence they hired adventurers. They often acted as the cemetery's guards during those times.
No, it would be more accurate to say that all adventurers residing within Rantel did this rather mundane job at least once.
Momon rejected such a thought about having such an easy task for his promotional test. In contrast to outsiders, Momon was just a low-tier adventurer.
Many would consider that setting a promotion test with such level of difficulty would be possible for him to handle. In such a case, Momon himself could become the trump card that this city sorely needs.
The itineraries for this promotion test was ideal to fulfill their intentions to silence any external criticism.
I see, understood. But is it fine to be alone?
Due to the relationship of this promotion test, I can understand that you do not want adventurers above novice rank to participate.
I do not mind. More importantly, is the only one participating in the promotion test myself? Yes. Are there any problems?
This will be easier as I cannot control the range of my magic. Then can I hear the details?
Pluton looked daunted for an instant. As a warrior who worked with his friends before, it was not a good conversation.
Then it will begin at 1700 today and ends at 0600 the next day.
The loops required are 3.
The first will end at 2000 today, the second tomorrow at 0100, and the last at 0500.
I believe it will take about 30 minutes to 1 hour to complete one round.
The places you basically need to be alerted about are basically the Gravekeeper's building which you can use. Since you said basically, there will be times that I have to improvise, I assume. Of course.
I hope that you will act in a manner appropriate as an adventurer.
Pluton raised an eyebrow, and looked at Moman like he was examining him. If numerous monsters with high difficulty appear, please prioritize information gathering. It would be easier to focus on retreating like this. If it is Moman-san, there's no need for such thoughts, right? Affirmative, there's no such need.
What sort of monsters would appear?
Seeing that Moman's mood did not shift, Pluton released a single breath of relief. Idle chatter that could reduce Moman's evaluation of this city was something he intended to avoid. The reason for this was that the only people that had the caliber to stand face to face against that monstrously strong vampire, Camila, was Moman, who was sitting in front of him and his master, Ainz Ulgaun. Nobody else had such similar capabilities. If both of them resided in neighboring countries, undoubtedly they would have to rush there to seek their assistance. As luck would have it, this person Moman arrived in Rantel.
They could not afford to lose such a talent.
Normally, the promotion test would start off with intelligence gathering. Well, it does not matter now.
Since it's Moman Dono.
Pluton reminisced of his past as he rearranged his thoughts.
Mostly, you will encounter zombies and skeletons.
After a skirmish, you would meet armed zombie warriors and also skeleton soldiers. Strangely, some soldiers died without their weapons, and when they raise as undead, they were equipped with different types of weapons.
The most convincing argument that the weapons were the representation of their will, possibly due to the interference of magic, as some surmised.
The others' bodies would turn into ghouls or high-tier ghouls. On rare occasions, creatures immune to physical attacks, Ghost and Lace, have appeared before. Parasitic maggot mothers would lay their eggs there and produce giant deposit flies. The unholy manifestation voids will also appear there due to the congregation of death.
So it seems.
Especially when Moman did not mention any particularly strong opponents that he needed to be wary of. Such a thing would not be problem. No, there was no problem in the first place. Moman, with his preparation completed, decided to leave after saying his goodbyes to Pluton.
Yes, the mayor decided to form a friendship bond with you. It would be a casual meeting, you do not have to do anything. How about it? No, I have no interest in such matters.
I've heard the place has quite a number of beauties there, from the biggest melons to the flattest plains.
I do not have any interest. What is he saying all this while?
Moman stared at Pluton with a cold gaze. I see.
This is now the promotion test. What am I saying?
Ha ha ha. Under Pluton's dry laughter, Moman looked at him coldly as he stood up from his chair.
If the conversation has ended, I would like to depart now. I'll be in your care then, Moman-kun.
They lightly exchanged handshakes.
Moman was still wearing his gauntlet. Then, he left the room.
As he looked at the departing figure, Pluton's first plan was a failure. Still, the thought of disappointment disappeared instantly.
With such a casual invitation, yet Moman still rejected it. He has no interest in women, is it?
Pluton kept this important piece of information in his mind.
No, well, when it comes to men, the lower part of the body and the brain are two entirely different matter altogether. They would not get till that moment arrives.
If it's those women who would fetch tens of pieces of gold, a few of those top-class prostitutes.
Delivering them secretly to Momen, was it?
Pluton was contemplating such a move as he looked at Momen's retreating figure. In truth, the plan to retain Momen was agreed to by the mayor. Be it money, women or power, no matter what Momen needs, he shall receive it, as long as it is to keep him within this city.
How about we intoxicate him, and push a few ladies at him? But those are prostitutes, Pluton lamented as he returned to his desk. Chapter 39, Promotion Test Part 2. Gravekeeper's Building. The name was exaggerated, it was a shabby wooden shack-like building. To be described in a word, it was a hut.
The size of the place was at least 10 square meters. The corner of the room had altars featuring 4 gods. Another corner had a fireplace with firewood stacked as fuel.
Near the entrance were tools for grave digging. If the tools were used, dirt would be visible.
The wall made up of wood had gaps wherein the subtle warmth of air drifted into the room.
It would be hard to stay here when it was winter, but for now it was still summer, so there was no need to worry. But insects came in, so it was dissatisfying.
In the shabby building, in the light of a hung lantern, Momen lied down on the mat on the floor. In the surroundings of the lantern, insects were attracted by the light, and amongst them were large flies, causing a small ruckus.
Momen's promotion test. The contents of the test was to spend a night in the cemetery and patrol as a night watchman.
And if an undead shows up at night, the task is to defeat it. Of course, if no undead were to appear, the job as a watchman was finished.
However, in a place such as a graveyard, there was no way it would have such a good ending.
The huge cemetery was separated into 4 parts, north, south, east and west, by partitions. The partitions were imbued with holy magic, so if a large mass of undead surfaced, the sections would close in on them, allowing each individual to easily fend off the undead.
Such was the wisdom gained from experience in a past failure.
Furthermore, there were shelters in each section which can be used as an escape route in times of emergency. If one heard about it, they would understand. In order to repel undead, a graveyard was considered a given. This was a place where the war dead were buried, a place where death gathered.
The words were bad, but it was a cursed ground.
Momen boredly stared at the bugs that surrounded the lantern.
The task was to patrol 3 times.
First was at 2000, second was tomorrow at 0100, and the third and last at 0500.
The patrol time was roughly 30 minutes to 1 hour. It was impossible for one to sleep.
The time now was probably around 0000.
He had already patrolled once, and it ended without problems.
No, honestly, it all ended up to be one-sided attacks.
According to the guarding cleric, the eastern section of the graveyard was being dug up. If he wanted to repel undead, then he should focus there. He found 4 skeletons. 4 small fry skeletons. There was no need to use magic. Momen casually entered the premise. He swung the still-sheathed sword 4 times. Since then, no undead were found. With that, the first patrol was successfully completed.
The guildmaster had said it, that the chance of strong monsters appearing was extremely low. Momen remained lying down and yawned boredly. To fulfill this request, he had temporarily borrowed various items from Ainz, but the chance of using them were low.
When he thought that, Momen slowly got up. He then walked to the badly supported door and opened it. As the door opened with a screech, the air of the graveyard flowed in. Looking through the silent world, Momen looked outside. A small smell of death. As to what sort of smell it was, would be difficult to explain with words.
It was only felt by the ones entering the 1st to 3rd floors of Nazarick, and it would be fine to call it the air of death.
There's something.
Momen's eyes narrowed, and looked through the darkness.
Even with eyes that could see through the darkness, nothing moved in the graveyard. His ears were the same.
He could not feel it from there, and could not confirm any moving shadows. However, in the darkness, he felt the presence of a born undead.
However, its presence was not strong. It was of the strength such that it was lucky for Momen to notice it.
Was it around the level of a weak undead, a skeleton or zombie? While whispering that, Momon hung his sword at his waist, and prepared to leave earlier than expected.
Momon patrolled the graveyard for 10 minutes.
At the eastern section, 2 torches wavered.
And the figures that the light shone on were not few.
Seeing that, Momon stopped his footsteps, and hid himself in the shadows. He briefly considered lowering his body but decided it would not be sufficient and quickly hid behind one of the tombstones. Momon did not bring any torches with him, and this area did not have any light source.
Hence, it was unlikely that he would be noticed here.
However, magic could be used to raise a person's sensitivity towards the presence of life.
He could not be careless on this.
The scene reflected in Momon's eyes as he peeked out from behind a tombstone was the figures of the people the torchlight shone on.
First was the 2 skeletons holding the torches leading.
Behind them was another person, and 3 pairs, making a total of 7. The one leading was a man wearing a black robe and walking in an impressive manner. His sickly white skin reflected in the torchlight, and seemed to be sparkling.
Not a single strand of hair could be seen on his head. It was to the point that one would suspect if he had any other hair on his body. His disgusting figure reminded one of a reptile.
With an arm that seemed to be made of bone and skin, his filthy yellow nails were attached to a hand gripping a black staff.
Rather than a human, he looked more like an undead.
Apart from the leading man, the rest had the same appearance. Their bodies were hidden by the black robes. The colors were bad and there were patches of discoloration on them.
No matter how one appraised it, they were not good items.
Their heads were covered with triangular hoods which blocked their eyes.
In their hands was a similar staff. The tips had differing patterns inscribed on them. Their heights varied, but from their body outlines they were all men. Looking at such a scene, Momon was troubled.
From their appearances alone they were extremely suspicious, and he should probably attack them.
They raised the question about what they were doing here this late at night.
Even the ones leading and holding the torches were skeletons. However, if it is a special ceremony that Momon did not know about, it would be bad to fire an area of effect magic at them. It has been 15 days since Momon had come to the city.
He had collected various information, but he did not know everything about the city. If something happened in the city, they might have had to bury the dead for a reason. While looking at the slowly walking men, he thought. The contents of this request was the repulsion of undead. There should not be a problem as it did not exclude living humans.
While coming up with an excuse, he had to improvise.
If it's an accidental shot. Momon sighed lightly.
Of course, such a thing was not possible.
According to his own feelings, he wanted to kill them and bury the bodies.
However, he had received Ainz's orders and could not fail his mission due to his own emotions.
Annoying.
As Momon made eyes that looked far away, he began slowly walking.
As he could not have hostility when he faced them, he should at least get information on why they came here, and get the minimum necessary information. It would be fine to kill them in the end.
Momon followed behind, and walked to a corner of the graveyard.
There, they showed no sign of noticing Momon. They seemed to reach their destination, and began something at the graveyard.
As if something was recently buried, the smell of earth filled the air.
They made a circle, and whispered something. Riding the wind, chant-like whispers reached Momon's ears.
Sometimes high, and sometimes low.
Their chorus sounded like they were praying. However, it was not a reverent and solemn thing for the dead.
In fact, it seemed to be desecrating and did not have such a good feeling, and reminded him of an evil ritual.
Then would it be fine to attack? As expected, Momon did not know. I do not like this magic though.
Momon chose the magic he would activate, rather than using escape magic. Although he had several spells that he could perform, he preferred to use flashy attack magic. However, this magic was too simple, just sufficient to achieve the outcome he wants. Compared to an unknown spell, Momon had to maintain a minimal level of alert.
For attacking purpose, this is the most suited magic for the occasion. Do not hate humans. It was a line that Ainz often used. Momon did not understand it, but he understood enough.
as there was not a single fool in Nazarick that would defy the words of the most important existence.
If Ein said that white was black, it was black. If one did not recognize it as black, they would be forced to. It was something that one who devoted their loyalty to Ein's should do. Then, I should go. Momen whispered softly, and activated his magic. Khajiit chanted a curse. Rather than a curse, it should be a prayer.
A wish to death was contained within, an existence that could shake life.
The surrounding darkness got thicker, it was the feeling of death getting stronger. In the tepid air, their skin was slowly swallowed by it. The thing that filled the graveyard was something that Khajiit was extremely used to.
Khajiit no life.
It was one of the names of the top brass of Zuranan. He could use up to the 3rd tier, and was skilled at making undead monsters, and had strong authority as one of the 10 leading members. While paying not a small price, he brought powerful people to walk calmly through the graveyard of the city. The people with Khajiit forming a ring were Khajiit's disciples that he had raised. They could all use magic better than the average magic caster.
To Khajiit, this city was extremely amazing.
He wanted to give it a gold star.
But there was a reason why Khajiit was in the strongest graveyard. Many undead spawned within the vicinity of the city, due to the difference in location. Many undead spawned due to their lingering resentment towards the war.
Hence, they built this graveyard to bury the dead.
During burial, the temple held numerous holy prayers. But due to the scale of the graveyard, the many souls whose resentment lingered upon this area, causing the negative life force to converge together, no matter how many times the mass prayers had been performed.
In the night, the place looked as if it was transformed into a different realm. There were no other places that were this suited to birthing undead.
Although it was a suitable venue for Khajiit, most of the spawned undead consisted of low-tier undead. But with his presence, he could store all the negative life force, in order to create a birthing place for high-tier undead.
This time, they were furthering this goal. He had repeated this process multiple times. He went and all of them ended without problems. This time as well.
So, what are you doing there? Suddenly, a light voice reached Khajiit and the rest. Interrupting their chant, the disciples turned to face the owner of the voice.
There in the darkness was a contour, from the shape it was a human man.
From entering this graveyard multiple times, meeting a third party for the first time made them unsteady.
In front of the calm man. Khajiit Summer. Do not be flustered.
Khajiit replied to the questioning voice by his disciple with a low heavy voice.
Who are you? Just an adventurer. I was patrolling this graveyard. Khajiit surveyed the surrounding area.
Other than the man, there seemed to be nobody else.
It was unlikely that he came alone.
Then how should he drag out those in hiding? But why though? What did he see and what was he trying to accomplish here?
The more he thought, the more he could not fathom the man's intentions. Khajiit was troubled, and made a signal with his fingers for his disciples to watch the surroundings. Just you?
Where are the others?
It's just me.
Alone?
What are you doing alone? That is my line. What are you doing in this place?
Khajiit-san? Khajiit looked at the face of the foolish acolyte who simply uttered his name, who upon realizing his own mistake raised both his hands gesturing wildly. Khajiit then moved his sight away from the fool, who would be punished upon their return.
Realizing this, the man dropped his shoulders. Your name?
Momen.
He never heard of this name.
Basically, he had gathered all the intel about the high-tier adventurers within this city.
Momen's name did not appear within the list.
Who are you exactly? Are you using a false name? Considering that, Khajiit cast away his doubts.
No matter what, there is only one solution, which was to kill him.
Your companions?
I said I was alone. What are you doing here?
Patrolling.
So what are you doing? How could this man answer simply?
Since his replies were too easy, no one would believe it. Khajiit activated dark vision and see-through invisible.
He used his enhanced vision to check his surroundings again. Yet, he could not detect anything. Since this man was an idiot, what should be next?
Khajiit decided to do something about Momon.
Are you an idiot? Words straight from the depths of his heart. Momon made a strange face.
Without replying, Khajiit made an order. Skeleton.
Throw a torch to that person.
Matching his orders, the two skeletons threw their torches in Momon's direction.
They did not reach him, they brightly lit him up.
And since they were out of the reach of the light, the far darkness returned to them.
Matching it, Khajiit's coldly composed voice rang. Kill.
Within moments, Khajiit and his men began to chant their magic unhesitantly.
They were chanting magic arrow.
Khajiit fired 3 arrows, while his men fired 2 each, bringing a total of 15 arrows. Directing it towards Momon, who was rooted to that spot. Hit by the magic arrows, Momon's body was blown far back. While falling out of reach of the light, he lifelessly fell to the ground.
Watch the surroundings.
Khajiit activated a skill to detect for any signs of life, trying to see if there were many movements within the area.
His acolytes formed a circle around him, wary of their surroundings. Within the darkness of their surroundings, there was no activity at all.
Khajiit even used his ears to listen to any source of sound.
But the cemetery remained quiet. He really is an idiot. Coming alone. Confirming that he was not moving, he made a smile at Momon. His disciples, hearing it, laughed in a similar manner. Now, if he did not die, I will use him as a sacrifice.
Investigate.
Moving his chin, one of the disciples walked quickly to Momon.
Momon's body rolled over like a thrown rag doll.
His limbs were lifeless and unmoving.
One of the acolytes arrived at the spot where Momon's body lay, checking the face of the owner. Due to the darkness it could not be clearly seen, but he seemed to have coughed out blood, and his eyes turned white.
From the side he looked dead.
Furthermore, the acolyte placed one of his hands around Momon's throat. A hint of residue warmth could still be detected, but the heartbeat was totally absent. Tens of seconds later, the heartbeat did not return.
Returning, he looked at Khajiit and nodded. He is dead.
So, what was he? As he had said earlier, he is probably an adventurer.
The disciple looked at Momon and continued. Class is brass.
Brass? Khajiit laughed.
Brass adventurers are idiots. Khajiit laughed from the bottom of his heart.
The acolytes that he brought over were all users of Tier 2 magic within his organization. With that level of concentrated magic arrow, even a D-class adventurer would not have survived.
Not to mention a brass-level adventurer.
Overkill.
He did something unworthy of the man. What about his belongings? The gaze of his acolyte was directed at the gauntlet. Khajiit shook his head. To a magician, his magic is his weapon.
Swords and arm guards are totally useless to them. In essence, if one considers it carefully, a low-tier adventurer would not possess anything that would interest Khajiit and his ilk.
Idiot. Leave that trash alone.
Perform the ceremony.
Quickly return. Master, my apologies.
The far disciple picked up the nearby torch, and returned. Momon's body was swallowed by darkness.
From the actions of trash, the ritual was interrupted. Put everything to complete the ritual. The voices of acknowledgement from his acolytes broke the quietness of the surrounding.
Khajiit raised his skeletal-like arms within a torchlight, drawing out a powdery substance from a leather pouch.
At that moment, a crimson fiery red changed to a dark green.
From the lights of the torches the skeletons were holding, Khajiit entered the circle and spoke. Now, collect it in the supreme artifact, the Pearl of Death. As Khajiit spoke, his other hand that was not holding onto his magical staff was holding onto the magical artifact. With that he reached towards the sky. Numerous shadows swarmed around him, different from those shadows formed by the torchlight.
The graveyard returned to silence. The darkness coiled in the surroundings.
With a myriad-colored flame, a magical illumination permeated the entire area, mixed with the smell of burning beast fat came from the torch, produced a scene that looked as if it came out from a fantasy setting.
The surrounding disciples were about to enter a trance. Basically, you are all enemies.
A bothering voice could be heard. Khajiit and his disciples turned to look at the direction of the voice.
And then they raised voices of surprise.
In the midst of the thin darkness that the torches somehow reached, Momen, who should have died, had a calm face. Magic Arrow is a Tier 1, lowest form of attributeless attack magic.
Its advantage was its high accuracy.
Once released, it was almost impossible to dodge it.
Due to its attributeless property, it cannot be countered by defensive magic.
Taking 12 direct hits from that magic, a brass-level adventurer could not have survived it. However, being able to stay calm in front of them meant that he could use some method to defend against them. But there was only one way to defend.
That was to use third-tier magic, and complete negate any damage. But there was a contradiction.
There was no way that a brass could use third-tier magic. His disciples panicked, and his gaze flew to the one that was panicking the most.
It was the man that checked Momen's death. Yes, he confirmed that Momen had died. Then he was not an undead, but had revived. Impossible. You should have died earlier. There is no way I would die. Momen spread his arms gently.
The shocked acolytes directed their gazes towards their teacher, hoping to receive guidance on how to proceed from here.
The action was not wrong as part of underling etiquette. But in a life and death situation, such actions would result in their early demise.
Now, since you have attacked, I assume there will be no problem to kill you. From the palms of Momen's hands, small balls appeared.
It was a magic they knew well. It was one their master used. When they noticed this, they immediately casted magic.
They understood that if that magic was cast, the chances of them dying were high.
Some tried to cast defensive magic. Some tried to cast magic arrow. Some tried to cast charm spells. Some tried to cast magic to lose strength. Some were trying to blind him. Some were trying to release arrows of flame. The two skeletons were running, trying to throw their torches at him.
However, Momen had begun earlier, not allowing any actions to stop him to be taken.
Twin maximized magic fireball.
From Momen's open palms, 2 balls of fire twice the normal size burst into life.
He released them. Impact.
A fire burned in the range of the spell, and for an instant, the graveyard burned with light.
Fire born from magic died in an instant. However, its destructive ability was absolute. The 6 disciples all fell to the ground.
The skeletons were destroyed, and their bones turned to ash, and was blown away by the wind.
Amongst them was one shadow standing.
Oh.
You endured it.
Energy immunity fire maybe? Asking that, he noticed the burn wounds on Khajiit's face. Then it should be a defensive magic at a level below energy immunity fire, energy protection fire. In order to defend himself against this level of fire power, what's the amount of mana he poured into it?
Momen was feeling impetuous, because he could not finish all of them in a single blow.
Well, he comforted himself by thinking that the outcome fell within his margin of error.
In truth, it would be rather dull if he annihilated them with a single blow. It rekindled his desire to inflict a painful despair upon them. Not a simple power, an idiot that can use the 3rd tier. An idiot? By a human. Momen frowned. I will not die simply? That is my line. My preparations are complete.
Enough death has been collected, by the power of the Supreme Pearl.
Khajiit raised the orb in his hand. It was a crudely made pearl, emitting a black metallic radiance.
The surface of the pearl looked as if it did not undergo any form of polishing to smoothen its surface. Hence, its shape seemed ambiguous.
It would be more accurate to describe it as a piece of ancient rock.
Suddenly, the 6 disciples burned by the fire slowly stood up.
It was not the movements of the living. It was the movements of one controlled by death. They shabbily stood between Khajiit and Momen.
At that, Momen looked on with a strange face. Zombies?
That is my opponent?
Fu-ha-ha-ha-ha.
Yes, just so. But, that is fine. Attack.
Zombies, the lowest rank undead, could not use magic.
The ex-disciples attacked with their claws. Momen watched boredly, and cast magic. Fireball.
The flames from the second round of fireball engulfed the bodies of the acolytes.
As the fire dimmed, their bodies collapsed on the floor.
Momen's face displayed a gloomy expression as he finished them off in a single strike. Animate dead could not change multiple bodies to undead multiple times.
Then what was he doing?
Momen looked at Khajiit, who was holding onto that black bulky artifact.
He was not bluffing.
Likely, that was the ability of that item, to grant the user the ability to control multiple zombies.
Was not using the word supreme not fitting of such an effect? The word supreme was only fit for Ainz and the other 40. Not Momen, but Nabril thought so. As if answering Momen's question, Khajiit's cheer could be heard. Enough. It absorbed enough death.
The orb in Khajiit's hands absorbed the surrounding darkness, and it reflected some light.
It was like a beating heart. Suddenly, the earth moved. It was something huge trying to move. Then the earth cracked. As if something huge was trying to come out.
From the broken ground, something white slowly came out.
It was a 3-meter-tall mix of bones.
Dragging countless bones, it was a beast with a head and 4 legs, a dragon. Its tail made of bones lined up together, hit the ground once with a bang.
It was a monster called a skeletal dragon. By its level, it was not a strong monster, it was weaker than vampires.
However, this skeletal dragon had one thing that made it dangerous to Momen.
Momen was surprised, and then irritated. Fu-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha.
Khajiit's broken laugh reverberated through the area.
Now, a skeletal dragon with absolute magic resistance. To spellcasters it is an enemy that cannot be defeated. It was just so. A skeletal dragon had the abilities of skeletons, and had a resistance to magic.
Basically, Momen's magic would have no effect on it.
Then, Momen drew his sword with its sheath. Tying the sheath and sword together, he made it difficult for them to be separated. Hit and destroy it. Momen took a step. He elegantly dodged the swipe from the skeletal dragon's front leg. His hair danced around from the displacement of air caused by the skeletal dragon's attack. He rushed towards the chest of the skeletal dragon. A full swing with all of his muscles.
The 3-meter-tall skeletal dragon flew backwards. Slightly later, the sound of the impact shook the area.
What? The surprised one was Khajiit. Not only was he not a magic caster that could use the 3rd tier, he also had the strength of a warrior to send a skeletal dragon flying. He had never seen or heard of such a person. What level of talent would one need to accomplish that? Especially that strength.
Since the skeletal dragon was made of bone, it was lighter than it appeared.
However, just more than it appeared.
Pursuing the study of magic day after day, a magic caster's muscles was not sufficient to do such a thing.
While making panicked movements to hide behind the skeletal dragon, Khajiit screamed. What are you, bastard? An A+ class adventurer. Did you hide your name? No, just a novice.
They don't lie.
No one apart from A+s cannot do such a thing. There should be none in this town, but did you chase me?
While spitting his saliva out, Khajiit glared at Momen with hatred.
Why are you so irritated? Calm down. Bastard. Spending 2 months on a ritual to summon a skeletal dragon, and that was losing to an unfathomable man. Khajiit bit his teeth and tightened his lips. The skeletal dragon slowly stood up with creaking sounds.
Its chest area's bones were cracked, and the skeleton was about to crumble.
Ray of negative energy.
The black ray shot out from Khajiit's hands and hit the dragon.
Carrying negative energy, it healed its wounds quickly. While it has absolute resistance to magic, it is strange that it can heal with it. Ignoring Momon's disruption, Khajiit used magic. Reinforce armor. Lesser strength. Undead flame.
Shield wall. Khajiit continued casting magic to reinforce the skeletal dragon.
The skeletal dragon's body hardened, and its false life force increased.
A dark flame that could erase the essence of life wrapped itself around its body.
Lastly, an invisible barrier seemed to envelop its body. Then I as well. Reinforce armor.
Shield wall.
Protection energy negative. Momon also used defensive magic.
The two with complete magic defenses matched their timing and slid into battle.
Momon swung his sword. While he hit the foot of the skeletal dragon, his brows wrinkled. The earlier strike went well, but the situation was bad. Firstly, his weapon.
The skeletal dragon's body was constituted from bones, hence it could negate any damage from piercing weapons.
The most effective weapon would be a bashing-type weapon, which Momon does not possess. So, he had to forcefully rely on his sword.
Although, Momon currently had the advantage, but his balance when swinging the sword was not that good, preventing him from dealing any significant damage to the skeletal dragon.
Since his sheath was attacked, when he swung his sword, his sense of balance was thrown off slightly.
As a warrior he might have been able to keep his balance, but Momon was a spellcaster.
He could not do such a thing. The skeletal dragon's front claw passed above Momon's head as he squatted down.
The black flame that covered the skeletal dragon's body entwined itself over Momon's body after he dodged the dragon's attack. Due to the defensive effects of protection of negative energy, the black flame dissipated.
If he could not defend but avoided, he would take some damage. Ray of negative energy.
With a ray of magic, Khajiit healed the wounds of the skeletal dragon. This was the main reason that caused Momon's brows to narrow. No matter the amount of damage he dealt, Khajiit, who was controlling from the back, would heal its wounds. Then, how about a plan to attack Khajiit directly? Momon and Khajiit were standing at a straight line against each other.
The skeletal dragon in the middle would act as his shield.
If using a piercing magic like lightning, with the skeletal dragon's absolute resistance against magic, could have easily blocked it. The area of effect magic fireball would be useless based on the defensive magic that Khajiit used earlier. Then what about spiritual magic, if he could get past its resistance and get a magic in?
Less than charm person. Less than mind of undeath.
Momon and Khajiit simultaneously cast magic.
Momon used a charm magic.
And Khajiit used a spirit-cancelling magic. The result, Khajiit had a winning smile.
Momon clicked his tongue. He was probably pissed by Khajiit's smile.
A shadow passed by Momon's face. A white figure filled Momon's vision.
Evading was difficult.
Suddenly, Momon made a decision. With the tip of the sword placed on his shoulders, he stood while using the blade as a shield. As the blade touched his shoulders, a numbing force spread out. Momon's tall figure flew into the air.
He was blown away by the skeletal dragon's tail attack that was aimed at his face. Toto.
While maintaining an excellent posture without losing his balance, Momon stepped into the ground to endure it.
While it was a good chance, the skeletal dragon did not attack. It was as it was protecting Khajiit and could not leave him. While watching the skeletal dragon, Momon's hand shook, as if to shake off paralysis.
This time, a shadow appeared from the back of the skeletal dragon.
Less than acid javelin. Less than lightning.
The green javelin that flew out from Khajiit's direction directly hit Momon.
The javelin had the ability to cause corrosive damage.
However, the magic was dispelled centimeters away from touching Momon's armor. At the same time, Momon's lightning was blocked by the skeletal dragon standing at the front, completely negating it.
Khajiit and Momon both clicked their tongues. Did you cast defense magic? Can you come out and not hide behind it? Why must I do it?
The one that will suffer from a drawn-out battle is you, though. Momon hit the mark and Khajiit stared sharply at Momon. In contrast, Momon calmly laughed.
It can't be helped.
As if he decided something, Khajiit again clutched the weird ball.
He then raised it to the sky. Then listen. Did you think there would be only one? Watch. The power of the Pearl of Death. Momon's body shook. It was the proof that, once again, the ground was shaking.
The earth once again split, and the figure of a dragon made of countless bones appeared.
A second.
Humph, it is a pity that I have to use the result of a half of year's worth of labor-intensive large-scale ceremony.
But if I can kill you, and proceed to spread death all over the city, at least I can recoup the used energy.
At Momon's unmoved appearance, Khajiit raised a cry of anger, bafflement and other stuff, and mixed it with a cry of victory. Hayu!
With sharp breaths, Momon ran.
He ran with a speed that normal people would find absurd.
He ignored the look of shock on Khajiit's face. The skeletal dragon tried to hit Momon with its front leg when it entered his range.
Momon bent his body, and aimed a blow at the skeletal dragon on the right. However, the skeletal dragon on the left was waiting and sent a tail whip close to the ground. Momon jumped backwards.
Before him, the air trembled as the sound of a giant tail swept through. Suddenly, it changed its movements, and jumped upwards. It was heading towards the retreating Momon.
Momon evaded left to avoid the hit that could shake the earth, but the skeletal dragon stopped and hit him with its foot. Goo!
He stopped the forceful foot with his sword.
It was using all of its weight, but Momon normally received it, and was instead pushing back. The attacking skeletal dragon took a step back, and a blank space was born in the battlefield.
What are you?
Defending without martial arts. How did you get such a strong body? I trained normally.
Are you taking me for an idiot? You snap easily. You make a great pair with that woman. I'm sort of angry.
Momon stared at Khajiit with animosity.
Khajiit felt a chill, and took a step back from the gaze. Do it. Skeletal dragon.
Once again, the two skeletal dragons kept close to Khajiit and attacked Momon.
Avoiding the attacks of the skeletal dragon, and about to step in, but due to the attack from another one, he lost that chance. That battle repeated onwards.
While it was possible for that battle to continue until the sun rose, a decisive factor occurred.
Acid javelin.
Momon unconsciously tried to avoid the magic spear that was thrown at his face.
It was quite a blunder. If it hit, it would have no effect.
However, he avoided a projectile shot at his face on reflex.
This had no direct damage, but as a spellcaster it was a blunder. The result of the miss was huge. Momon's vision sharply changed with a slap. It suddenly turned. He tasted weightlessness for a second. Then he hit the ground. He received a blow from the skeletal dragon's tail from his left side. Rolling, he could not tell how he was doing. He rolled multiple times. Momon finally stopped rolling, and as he was protected by multiple protection magic, he felt no pain. However, the two skeletal dragons in front of him raised their front feet. A desperate situation. If thought normally. If you beg, I might save you. Khajiit held confidence of victory, and waited for Momon's reply with a sadistic smile. Of course, even if he begged, he had no intention of saving the one who wasted 6 months' worth of congregated power. However, after he begged, he wanted to see what expression Momon would have before he died. It could not be helped that Khajiit was excited. Momon's raised top half changed to an expression of fury. Ikes, mans, ash. What? As Momon was too far away, his voice did not carry. As the graveyard was dead silent, he could faintly hear it. Momon glared at Khajiit. It was an extremely unhappy expression. While he should be looking down on him, it felt like he was being looked down upon. This time Khajiit could hear. It was. The likes of humans should not open their mouths, trash. What? The likes of humans. Khajiit was thrown into confusion by Momon talking as if he was not human, but he decided that he could not take things easily, and gave out orders. Destroy, skeletal dragon. While 2 feet moved, Momon laughed in amazement.
Anyway, did you think you could win?
The skeletal dragon's bone leg was about to step on the sprawled Momon. But there was a moment's pause, and Momon activated his magic. Teleportation. Momon's sight instantly shifted. Momon had moved 500 meters above the ground.
Of course, without wings Momon plummeted to the ground.
Without air resistance, he would take about 10 seconds to hit the ground.
In the world of darkness where one could not tell up from down, a strong wind blew. If a normal person was there, they would be trapped with fear, but Momon calmly laughed.
Less than fly. His fall slowed down, and he came to a stop mid-air. If he looked down, it would be the earlier battle. Khajiit and the two skeletal dragons.
They were surprised at the fact that Momon disappeared, and they looked wildly at the surroundings.
Momon looked at the graveyard and its surroundings.
He looked for humans other than Khajiit, but he could not confirm.
However, there was no such thing as being too careful. Detect life. From the magic, he knew all of the life in the vicinity.
As a result, he confirmed that there were no large life forms like humans nearby.
Then. Should I stop being Momon, and return to being Nabril?
Chapter 40, Promotion Test Part 3.
To be able to use fly.
Towards the sound of Momon slowly descending from the sky, Khajiit maintained his level of alertness. It was a mistake to underestimate someone that could use the same tier of magic as himself. It was not unimaginable that Momon would use the magic fly to escape, especially during the encounter with the skeletal dragon. However, Khajiit could not grasp why he did not retreat in the first place.
Humph, do you have any chance of victory? Facing off against skeletal dragons which have absolute resistance against magic.
Well, but there are numerous ways to achieve victory here.
What?
That smug face caused Khajiit to develop a sense of fear.
He immediately ordered the skeletal dragons to attack. The two skeletal dragons approached Momon at a surprising speed.
The humongous claws, formed from countless pieces of bones, swiped downwards. The moment before the swipe connected, Momon's magic activated. Dimensional move. Again.
Momon's figure disappeared once again.
Khajiit focused his gaze upon the sky, looking for Momon, who disappeared. He assumed that Momon used the magic to achieve the same tactic by moving around the sky. But where did Momon run off to?
A sudden sharp pain gave Khajiit his answer.
Yeah. Khajiit's cries of pain resounded around the cemetery.
A burning sensation spread through Khajiit's left shoulder. The pain felt like he was beaten all over the body, seeming to spread with every beat of his heart.
Khajiit was surprised as he looked towards his left shoulder. He noticed something sharp protruding from it. Gar.
The next moment, the sword was slowly withdrawn, causing further excruciating pain.
It felt as if the bone was cut deep inside. Combined with the pain from earlier, it further increased Khajiit's discomfort. The viscous blood flowed out from the wound, wetting his black robes.
Saliva came out from Khajiit's mouth as he could not bear the pain. He panically swung his head around, looking towards his back.
Momon with an inconceivable expression was standing there.
Is it that painful?
Momon asked him as he played around with the blood-stained dagger.
In contrast, Khajiit could not even utter a single word due to the excruciating pain.
Magic casters did not usually head towards the front lines. Furthermore, Khajiit was used to people serving him.
Other than dishing out pain, he had never experienced the sensation himself.
Hence, his tolerance towards it was rather low.
His forehead sweating profusely, he ordered the skeletal dragons using his mind.
Facing the approaching skeletal dragons, Momon swiftly backed away as if he wanted to avoid them by using the mobility of fly.
Using that momentary gap between the two skeletal dragon, Momon slipped away.
Khajiit retreated behind the skeletal dragons. Once he confirmed that he was at a safe spot, his brain began to regain a certain level of calm and he began to grasp the magic used by Momon.
That was teleportation magic.
Dimensional move was classified as a Tier 3 magic. Magic casters who practice this magic usually used it to enlarge the distance between them and their opponents in order to escape.
However, that was for those magic casters with weak physiques.
If they were to use that magic to make a warrior admit his defeat, it would be classified as an attacking magic instead. No, a magic that could overcome an opponent's defenses, it would be more effective than a cumbersome attacking magic.
Khajiit pressed on his shoulders as he glared at Momen.
I see, your trump card was to kill me by using teleportation. Undeniably, this trump card was rather troublesome, Khajiit thought. If magic was totally useless against skeletal dragons, killing the summoner would be the best move, a logical choice of tactics. If he could utilize teleportation easily, Khajiit's overall chances of stopping it was very low. However, Momen gave a casual reply.
No, it's not like this.
Khajiit for a brief moment did not manage to grasp the meaning behind Momen's words.
He began to scowl.
As if elaborating his mind, Momen began to move.
Well, it would be too easy to kill you. This is just a performance. What was he saying?
With a carefree attitude, Momen sheathed his sword. Suddenly, Khajiit did not know what to say as he remained clueless.
It was natural. He was the one pressuring Momen. But he was now on the receiving end.
With such an overwhelming advantage, having that ability to swiftly move around yet abandoning it.
That was the work of a madman. No, impossible, an idea came to him. Khajiit shook his head to abandon that thought. It was impossible. Bastard, are you mad?
Do you really think that way?
Or is it that you choose not to admit it?
Momen smiled coldly. Under the influence of that smile, although it was brief, Khajiit's body shuddered.
It was not due to anger, but fear itself. He met an enemy that should not be provoked in the first place. That discomforting thought passed through Khajiit's mind. It was too late now. Khajiit was staring at Momen. Momen happily accepted that look. His smile widened. This was the finale.
It seems that you are absolutely confident about the skeletal dragon's ability to repel all magical attacks. Let me enlighten you, then you can die.
The sound of a single clap was heard. Momen relaxed both his arms.
That moment, between both his hands, was a single white electrical arc.
The electric arc looked like a twirling dragon as if it had a life of its own.
The surrounded area was illuminated by that bright electrical energy.
Momen looked as if he was surrounded by a dazzling brilliance. Kansas.
Khajiit's eyes widened.
No words came out from his opened mouth. That was a magic that was beyond his understanding.
The only thing he could see, within that brilliant white radiance, was Momen smiling lightly.
Khajiit managed to regain some of his composure. Because he looked down on others, he was made a fool. Now he was about to receive his just deserts.
The skeletal dragon's large body completely blocked off his view. Thinking about it, he tried to summon his own pride. Ah!
Foolish person.
No matter how strong your magic is, you can never defeat the skeletal dragon's magical resistance.
Go. Kill him.
Khajiit's sharp command was unable to conceal the fear in his voice. The two skeletal dragons on his left and right began to move. As the twin humongous bodies approached, Momen was smiling calmly like a teacher giving his foolish pupil a lesson. Absolute resistance against magic? But of course, skeletal dragons possessed absolute negation against any magical attacks.
But it is only applicable to Tier 6 magic and below. The skeletal dragon swiped using its front paws.
At the same time, Khajiit did not comprehend the meaning of those words. In other words, it cannot negate any magic above that level, O foolish one.
Twin maximize magic chain dragon lightning. In each of Momen's hand, a lightning with the shape of a dragon burst forward. The lightning, thicker than a person's arm, arced separately against the two skeletal dragons. Receiving the large lightning magic with its body, the bodies of the white skeletal dragons shook.
The lightning dragons wrapped around the skeletal dragon, and burned the corpse that was imbued with false life.
The outcome was instantaneous.
Skeletal dragons which possessed immunity against magic used their bodies to block the magical lightning arc. Their body collapsed into pieces as if they aged by hundreds of years within a single moment.
Although the skeletal dragons were completely disintegrated, the lightning attack did not dissipate.
The two separate arcs of dragon lightning raised their heads in search of fresh prey, and flew towards their last target. The shocked Khajiit had his entire vision covered by the lightning's blinding white radiance.
There was no time for him to even beg for mercy nor to scream in agony. So insignificant.
He could only mumble those last words as his body was completely swallowed by that attack. His muscles spasmed, making it look like he was doing a weird dance. In the end, his body keeled over and twitched. With his body rapidly burned, the lightning attack disappeared.
The smell of flesh burning permeated the air.
Khajiit's body lay on the ground unmoving.
The smell of burnt meat filled the area, and Khajiit no longer twitched. Momen loosened his shoulders.
He spoke towards the Khajiit's body as it lay on the ground.
The body was curled up due to muscle contraction. The burned meat smells good.
Or you were using fox sleep like I did earlier?
Momen snorted out a laugh. It was impossible.
Now, before I bury the body, I need to act like an adventurer and check for treasure. Momen heard a lot of information, and took the appropriate action as the victorious party. Basically, when a human was your opponent, the guild would endorse the belongings if you presented it to them.
With the endorsement, you could sell it as you please. However, if you did not go through the guild, and you stole it poorly, there was a chance that suspicion would fall one's way.
And so most adventurers would go through the guild.
Of course, Momen was thinking of going through the guild. It was to avoid standing out too much. But if there was anything rare, he would not mind stealing it, and take it back to Nazarick.
There was nothing surprising among his belongings, and if sold into this world's currency, he might be praised by Ainz. With a small feeling of excitement, Momen chose to activate magic.
The first one to investigate was Khajiit, and while it was troublesome, a rough search would suffice. Detect magic. With the search magic, the surrounding magic items were differentiated.
In Momen's vision, the items with magic auras sparkled. The ones with reactions were the robes of 6 people and Khajiit's staff, and his ring.
And the last one was the pearl that left Khajiit's hand.
The one with the most magic was the pearl. Momen walked to the pearl, and casually picked it up. An unshapely magic item, he did not see much value in the item, but if magic it would be different.
After finding its true value, if it was not worth being taken back to Nazarick, it could be sold. At that moment, "Obey!" A voice rang in Momen's head. It was a strange one, neither male nor female. It was like a non-human was forcefully speaking human words. "Obey me." Momen's view shook. It was the feeling of being pulled into the orb. It was a type of spiritual attack. "Obey me and spread death."
Annoying.
Momen glared at the orb.
It was unclear what it was thinking, but this level of spiritual attack could not control Momen. Just by shaking his head slightly, he could clear its effects.
But an intelligent item. Momen opened his eyes in shock. He destroyed the notion of breaking the item. An item with intelligence was something Momen did not know about. The expectation of Ainz enjoying it floated in his head. Impossible. Resisting this one's control. Are thou truly human?
Now.
No. Thou art not human. Momen's eyebrow twitched. Bring death to the humans together with me. That is the fate of those who hold me. Spread death. Annoying. Obey. Obey me and spread death. The voice repeated obey over and over in his head. Momen narrowed his eyes. Momen took in an audible deep breath, as if to send wind into a furnace in her heart.
A thing like you has no knowledge to understand. I was a fool to think that showing Ainz some low-class item like you would make him happy.
A screech could be heard from the orb. The strengthening effect from Iluan Greybell was activating. The feeling that made it possible, anger. It was the name of the emotion-filling moment.
Dash.
Listen, idiotic rock. I am Nabrul Gamma. I pledge my loyalty to the 41 supreme beings.
Myself being controlled by a low-class magic item?
And to obey it? Listen, trash. I am to only offer my loyalty to the supreme beings. If you understand, shut it. I will not say it twice.
Do not do anything to make my feeling of idiocy at thinking that Ain's Summer would be pleased to receive you increase. Dash. Dot. Momen placed the orb inside the bag he had received from Lizzie. Now. If you say the same thing again, I will destroy you, so sorry.
What the hell? As if to not let anyone hear, a small voice whispered.
He was trying to chase away the scene of the blinding lightning seared into his eyes.
I can't believe it. He did not believe it, but it happened right in front of him.
He was an adventurer comrade of Gignal Elshai. The same A-class adventurer, a spellcaster thief. BBI Autumn stifled his surprise, and thought about the thing he had to do next.
The reason he came here was to test the one called Momen.
Calling an A-class adventurer like BBI to judge the promotion test of a novice was impossible according to common sense. This time, BBI himself thought that he was being made a fool of. However, hearing about the situation from Gignal, he understood the reason for the request.
This was not a judging, but was an examination. Investigate the mystery known as Momen. Just that.
Getting near a dangerous and evil magic caster that could employ animate dead.
Momen encountered such a monster. He unveiled this person, Momen's capability. Then, that unbelievable scene happened. Blowing away a skeletal dragon with a sword.
Then, he did something unforeseen, using an unknown magic to destroy the skeletal dragon which had absolute immunity against magic.
This part was the most unbelievable.
BBI himself could use certain low-tier magic. Hence, he fully understood the raw power exhibited by Momen's magic, not seen in 3rd tier nor 4th tier magic. It should be a higher tier magic, 5th tier, no, possibly 6th tier.
It is possible that it belonged to those legendary higher tier magic. I really can't believe it. Once again, he spat out his personal thoughts. BBI slowly began to move from his hidden spot.
If he brought this information back, not only the city, but the whole country would be shaken, like an earthquake. But if Momen intended to hide his true capabilities, then it would relate to one bad news they obtained. If he knew that he was being investigated, BBI would be killed.
A cold breeze passed through BBI's back.
BBI's opinion of getting his prediction spot on was rather high.
Immediately retreat.
BBI moved his body carefully.
It was best not to let Momen notice his presence. The thought of encountering the undead on his way back surfaced in his mind. From his hiding spot, he slowly inched forward. That was a tier 7 magic.
From the magic Nabrul can use, it is the second from the top. Should I explain about magic? Suddenly, the voice of a third party, a man's voice, caused BBI's movements to freeze.
It was right behind him. It was not too far a distance, yet not too close either.
BBI, who was a thief, sensed that he could not allow the owner of that voice to get near to him.
He had to retreat at full speed.
BBI bit his lips as he could not move as he intended. Seeing his unmoving limbs, his surprise went up by a level.
A hand was reaching out from darkness. It was not human. It was a monster's claw.
Amongst his jumbled thoughts, he assumed it to be an ambush Momen prepared. Keeping quiet. At the same time, his mouth and his limbs were fully immobile.
Now.
It seems that you are returning, but you cannot go immediately.
Please let me have some of your time.
The hand that extended from the darkness clamped down on BBI's arms, legs, and mouth.
He could not move no matter how hard he struggled. How much strength does it possess? He tried to move his eyes. He could not obtain a shred of intel on the person behind him. His movement was completely inhibited by some type of magic. He tried frantically to reach the scroll hidden in his sleeve. Although he might die here,
At least, he should deliver the information he gathered so far.
However, a mocking laugh was made at BBI's frantic actions. You seem to be taking out something, message it's useless.
I have used a magic that blocks all divinations and investigative magic in this area.
So message will not work.
But anyway, you have been seen by Narbril.
Was it the truth or was it all lies?
Doubt surfaced in BBI's heart.
Under such circumstance, his options were limited.
He decided that it was a lie and struggled to reach the scroll.
It was only a few centimeters away, yet it seemed so far.
The ears of the struggling BBI caught the sound of footsteps belonging to the mysterious individual. The footsteps were slow but getting closer and closer to BBI. As it arrived directly to the back of BBI, he once again struggled with all his might. Yet, his body remained unmoving.
There is no need to worry.
A bony hand was calmly placed on his head.
I won't kill you. I promise that you can go home safely.
Now, relax.
Then.
Really? With his memory modified, seeing the departing BBI as he returned to the mayor with the information at hand, Ainz dispelled the magic perfect unknowable.
This was a Tier 9 magic, capable of eliminating the traces of scent, body warmth, vibrations, prints and various other stimulus that could trigger the enemy's detection.
Well, there should be no problems on Narbril's side.
It seemed like Narbril did not commit any blunders this round.
During the finale, the thief, BBI, would not have been discovered if not for Ainz's detect life skill. If it persist, he would have used the skill message to deliver intelligence regarding Narbril, that he could perform the Tier 6 magic teleportation, leaking the information to others.
Well, just a possibility. If he was not capable of using that skill, there would not be any other option left.
Firstly, the modification to BBI's memory would not be detected.
At least, they could keep their cards hidden. But Ainz looked at BBI's feet. Adventurers cannot be made light of. If he did not look into his memory, even Ainz would not have noticed it.
BBI, who had both his arms and feet restrained, was forcefully able to leave a hidden message using the coded words of the thief language.
When facing an overwhelmingly strong opponent, if one did not use any hidden techniques, mostly they would be pursued ceaselessly.
This alone was able to reignite Ainz's cautious behavior.
Then, Ainz faced towards the direction in which Narbril departed.
It was supposed to be an easy job of delivering some items to Narbril. Why do I have to purposely come here to verify the nature of the task? Well, could it be, considering the perils of an enemy territory, this is the result of my absence?
He did not want to make the wrong move.
The truth was closer to that. Possibly, there were no better people more suited than Narbril for this task.
Ainz was confident of this.
Other than this, there was an alternative, Pandora's actor.
However, what he wished was that they, Nazarick, would be thought of as the strongest.
However, he also wished that the inhabitants of this world would throw away their thoughts of hating them.
However, that was difficult, Ainz believed so.
This was a difficult problem that troubled the absolute ruler Ainz, that could not be solved even if he ordered it. As long as this world could not bring defeat to the existences of Nazarick, that fact would never change. In other words, Ainz needed to give out orders when he is around. This is annoying. However, this world's magic that can summon a skeletal dragon cannot be underestimated.
Even I can only make 12 low-class undead per day. I would like a skeletal dragon summoning magic. Ainz lightly shrugged his shoulders.
Now, can you say something?
I feel lonely just talking to myself. And if you have any important viewpoints, it would be good to share them with me. No, Ainz Summer.
I think that this was a perfect action, and so I have nothing to say about it. Behind Ainz, the figure of Shaltia slowly appeared as she removed perfect unknowable.
Only Shaltia was there. So you really cannot find a candidate for Camilla here?
Yes.
As expected, there might be a weird connection with this city. I see, then shall we retreat to Nazarick?
Yes, by the way, would it be fine to not say anything to Narbril? If she knew that I had come, she would suspect her own abilities.
I do not believe so. On the contrary, she would probably be moved to tears. I would do the same.
Ainz pulled back a bit and replied to Shaltir.
No, I would be troubled. Well, let's return with the information at hand. There are several places that need adjustments. Like before, we'll use message and be the puppeteers of the marionette show. Shaltir raised a question after she noticed something. If we decided to do that, Ainz Summer.
Why do we have to erase the memory of the battle with the skeletal dragon? If we changed up to there, if there is something we overlooked, it would be dangerous if there was a discrepancy in the magic. And so repelling one skeletal dragon is within an acceptable parameter, right?
The current problem is that 7th tier magic was used. True. If it is repelling an undead of that level, it would be simple for adventurers. Well, it would be difficult if they faced a vampire.
Hearing Shaltir's response, Ainz recalled something and placed his bony hand on his face.
That's right. They would have a difficult battle with a vampire. Was it bad? A skeletal dragon would be a strong enemy. I honestly do not know. I believe that the adventurers in this town are not weak but... I agree. An annoyance. Why are they all so weak? Will my common sense not work here? That's a lie.
The Magician's Guildmaster Tio's response to BBI's report was that sentence. He suspected the information from an A-class adventurer, BBI.
It was the same as suspecting BBI's actual ability. Theo, who uttered something akin to an insult, sat down. BBI's fury could not be seen.
The one that was in the same team of BBI, who had underwent so many hardships with him, after hearing Theo's words, nodded.
He could not believe what BBI had seen. I will ask once more.
Did Momondono, by himself, fight a skeletal dragon?
And he won? It's a lie, right? No, it's the truth. Theo shook his head to the left and right with a sigh and spoke.
Skeletal dragons are monsters that have perfect resistance to magic. The nemesis of spellcasters.
How did Momondono defeat it? He hit it with a sword. The room returned to silence. What was this guy saying? The feelings that he tried to hide but could not floated upon Theo's face.
BBI noticed it and said nothing. If he was Theo, he would have the same reaction.
No, it is possible.
While moving the subject along, Theo had a pained smile on his face.
The power of that artifact.
Oh, I see.
That artifact.
Following the situation, Giggle could only smile wryly, as if trying to say that such a situation was impossible.
But what the two of them were thinking were obvious at a glance.
Then, what if there was no skeletal dragon?
The owner of the room, Pluton, opened his mouth. We did not mistake it. We cannot mistake a skeletal dragon.
Right, Gignal? Due to BBI's testimony, a rather painful memory surfaced. Giggle could only close his eyes. During our time at the Katsa Plain, we encountered one of that monster, formed from the bony remains from hundreds of people, a body that is contaminated by the essence of death. It is impossible for me to make a mistake on identifying that particular undead. Especially after that undead killed two of my comrades.
The room became quiet. If what BBI had spoken was the truth and he had not made a mistake.
Skeletal dragons have a difficulty rating of 48.
It is at a level B-class adventurers can do something about.
To defeat it alone, as if he was speaking the impossible, Theo took a deep breath and continued.
He has a strength that rivals A-class.
And being able to use 3rd tier, and has a sword arm equaling A-class.
How? I have never heard of such a spellcaster.
Isn't he a warrior that can use magic?
Theo, calm down. No one here has heard of such an adventurer. Theo was asked by Pluton to restrain himself.
He used his hand to tidy up his hair, that had turned into a mess due to all the excitement. While glancing sideways at the figure beside him, Pluton told the other remaining 3 people what was on his mind. It is just as Panasolii Summer has said, we should think of him as someone that cannot be imagined by normal people.
The three of them shook their heads. Those who listened to BBI's report, who thought that Momon was a normal adventurer, would suspect him and think that his head had collapsed. If it was a person that knew even a little about adventurers, this would be natural.
If someone saw the 13 heroes, they might have the same feeling. After listening to Pluton's monologue, no one could raise a single word of protest. This was due to the fact that it would not be stretching it to call Momon a hero that possessed unimaginable strength. Although he might self-proclaim himself as one of the 13 heroes,
no one is confident enough to refute it.
In opposite, they would have voiced their recognition. He is already someone with strength we cannot understand. BBI was surprised. Actually, with the strength of an A-class, Momon's strength knew no bounds.
If even they knew BBI watched it, they could only think that it was expected. Since I met Momon Dono, I felt that my common sense has been slowly destroyed.
Everyone agreed with Theo's evaluation and sighed.
And a feeling of exhaustion filled the room.
But, I cannot stop my words of gratitude.
We really have been saved by Momon Dono. If a B-class party met a skeletal dragon, they would be massacred. However, doesn't it feel that the undead monsters near this city have been getting stronger?
Is the source that vampire? Dodging Pluton's sidelong glance, BBI did not say a word.
He had caught bits and pieces of it from Gignal, however, he did not hear it directly from him.
He should not reveal it in such an atmosphere.
No, I do not think so.
The documents of the Magicians' Guild have not recorded undead being pulled towards the existence of a powerful undead.
It should be a coincidence. I see.
Now, Momon Dono is now a F-class adventurer.
Everyone in the room laughed.
It was a smile that said, that was an F-class? Isn't it fine to promote him to A+ already?
It is hilarious how that is F.
Really?
It's just as BBI says.
However, if he is that strong, how amazing is his teacher? What, Gignal? Does such a person even exist?
Wouldn't he be able to use the 7th tier already?
As everyone smiled bitterly, no one objected to overall consensus on Momon.
This was due to them being occupied by a sense of powerlessness which they did not hate.
Momon Dono will be after this, right? Yes.
It would not be weird for him to arrive by now. Then we will. Yes, Gignal Dono and BBI Dono, please move to the next room. Receiving their understanding, the two moved to the next room.
After 30 minutes had passed, Momon knocked and entered.
Good morning, Momon Dono.
After the promotion test, the first thing Nabril did when she returned to the great underground tomb of Nazarick was to change her clothes into something proper.
Of course, proper clothes meant her maid clothes. Wearing maid clothes. It was not an overstatement to say that as a battle maid, this was the uniform one should wear. Exchanging greetings with the other battle maids, Yuri and Lupus Regina, Nabril went down to the 9th floor. What greeted Nabril when she came down to her master's room to report were several individuals.
Apart from the owner of the room, it was the first time so many people had came to the room. The first on the list were the guardians Shaltir and Aura, followed by the chief librarian, Titus Anius Secundus. And a mostly naked female demon with bat wings were assembled in front of Ines. She was probably Demiurge's subordinate.
Behind the sitting Ines was the head maid Pestonia and two powerless maids. The existences on the ceiling were exempted from the count.
Nabril instantly looked around the room, understood and was about to lower her head.
However, Ines was faster and stopped her. Welcome back, Nabril. I was thinking of hearing your report later. Line up first.
Understood.
Ines turned perpendicular to his table, and pointed at the head of the line.
Nabril deeply lowered her head, and stood next to Aura.
Now, Chief Librarian.
How was the combination result of the parchment Demiurge got? Yes. The results are that it can hold a 1st to 3rd tier magic with no problems, but anything higher fails. I see, however, This solves the problem of making low-level scrolls.
Yes, there are currently no problems, and so I believe it will be the correct decision. You worked hard, Chief Librarian.
Ainz's gaze moved, and faced the prostrating demon.
You worked hard as well. Tell Demiurge he did well. Understood.
Now, about the parchment Demiurge discovered. This is different from what is normally used, right?
What type of sheep was this taken from? Iberian tar.
Receiving the instant reply from the demon, Ainz's eyes sparkled, and nodded several times. I see. Iberian tar, does it have any special abilities?
It is a simple animal from the tar race. I believe it does not have any special abilities. I see, got it.
With an expression as if he understood everything, Ainz ended the topic. But, Ainz himself knew that he could not have known about this species of sheep, Iberian tar.
A question mark remained in his heart. It should not be a problem, as it would be a little embarrassing for him to reveal his cluelessness in front of his subordinate.
Although he might not have known this species of sheep, he considered that since this task was given to Demiurge, there should not be any problem. To not let others notice this, he looked at the surrounding subordinates.
Ainz is all-knowing, that is what was in every one of his subordinates' thinking. Honestly, please let me go.
Ainz was only acting all regal and absolute.
His non-existent stomach began to hurt.
Ainz personally wanted a subordinate that was not instantly as expected of Ainz Summer, could notice that he did not know, ask about the object and indirectly teach Ainz. However, there was no such subordinate in Nazarick.
As the price for their absolute loyalty, a smart mind was almost non-existent.
Likely, he had to rely on Demiurge to figure out something.
Ainz sighed quietly. He then turned towards the female demon.
For that tar, you have to be careful when raising it.
If they go extinct, it would be hard to obtain another source of scrolls. Understood.
I will relay this message to Demiurge Summer.
Ainz nodded. He then raised his hand to wave at the succubus to convey his message. The demon once again bowed deeply before leaving the room quietly. Then, next, I shall hear Nabril's report. I obey.
Nabril, from where she stood earlier, took the spot that the succubus previously occupied somewhere not far from Ainz's desk, a place where the person who was sitting could still see an entire kneeling figure.
She then began her report.
Ainz quietly listened to all the details in Nabril's promotion examination.
The report was detailing what he already knew.
However, he did not interrupt Nabril, displaying a clueless demeanor.
As she reached the end of the report, he raised his voice as he laughed. I see. It should not matter. Drinking a glass or two of celebratory wine. If you are equipped with any anti-poison equipment, you won't be able to get drunk, you know. But
they're trying to get some information on our end, hoping to forge a connection.
You have to be careful of the former.
About the latter, we prefer to avoid them if possible.
Of course, I do not want to force you if you do not like it. Understood, Ainz Summer. I hope to be treated well by them. I'll leave it to you, Nabril. But, remember not to kill those people on a whim? Those people are those that hold power within that city. There's no problem, Ainz Summer. I am beginning to learn more about human society.
Now, I'm more confident than before. Ainz was observing Nabril closely before moving his gaze away and replying mildly. Is it?
If you are feeling like it, then let's proceed with this.
Yes.
Nabril's was filled with confidence.
Her eyes were squinted as if looking at a dazzling Ainz. Then, has the report ended? Yes.
There's one more thing. There's nothing impressive about it. Just that it is a curious new artifact obtained when adventuring in the city. I hope you will find it to your satisfaction, Ainz Summer. Oh? Nabril took out a leather pouch from her sleeves.
Seeing that, Pestonia gave a directive to the maid standing beside her.
The maid was carrying a silver tray as she approached Nabril.
However, she was motioned to stop by Ainz with a raised hand gesture.
I do not mind. Narbril. Bring it over here.
Yes. Barely able to suppress the bursting happiness in her heart, the blushing Narbril stood up. In the proper way, a third party was supposed to retrieve the item before delivering it to Ainz. Like before, although the previous visitor was Demiurge's underling, she also placed the contents she brought on top of the silver tray, carried by the maid standing behind her.
The scrolls were then delivered into Ainz's hand.
However, if he disregarded the steps before, he was hinting to the others nearby about Narbril's position and the level of trust placed on her. In other words, at this moment, Narbril was as if told by Ainz, "I trust you, bring it over." Several pairs of envious eyes were directed at her.
However, Narbril did not take notice of it. That is because she heard the words, "I am your creator. For I am the representative of all the supreme beings." Towards the maid who devoted all her loyalty, Narbril. I shall be generous with my trust. Originally this is not something permissible. But I shall allow this to be delivered to my side, the supreme existence.
I shall overlook you for giving me this insignificant object. Just like leaping, Narbril arrived at Ainz's desk. She carefully placed the sack there. She cared not for the contents, but the act was a mark of highest respect towards her master. Seeing that she returned to her original position, Ainz withdrew a black pearl from it, placing it on his palm before examining the pearl by turning it around.
He then activated his magic. All appraisal magic item. Wow!
This is rare.
Ainz nodded as if moved. Similar to a level 40 item.
Within our own Nazarick, the item level is around level 80. The levels of those placed within the treasure vault are higher. In contrast, it seems that we do not have any level 40 items.
My collector's soul is fired up.
Furthermore, an intelligent item?
Ainz spoke quietly to himself. He tilted his head as he did not hear anything.
As if convinced about something, he nodded several times.
Narbril, this an amazing gift. Ha! Thank you very much. For this job, I have to give something in return.
First, since I received a level 40 magic item, I will give you Ilu and Greybell.
And more rewards will follow. Thank you very much.
Several people faced Narbril with envious gazes. The one with the strongest was Shultir, and the weakest one was Aura.
Now, how to make this item speak?
Well, there are more important things to do. I should first place this in the treasury. At that whisper, Ainz was about to place the pearl on the table.
Please wait, the great Lord of Death. Ainz stopped his movements. He was surprised at the voice he heard for the first time. However, all of his subordinates looked at Ainz's hand, and understood who spoke. An intelligent item. Ainz lifted the pearl in his hand, in front of his eyes, examining it closely. But there was no sign of any ability to talk. What is going on? Ainz thought.
Or should I start with this?
I allow you to speak. My gratitude. The great Lord of Death. The guess was correct. Ainz refocused his attention on the talking pearl.
At that moment, the voices of Shultir and Aura drifted into Ainz's ear, expressing that the word supreme should be added after great.
Their quiet voice questioned whether the pearl overlooked it.
Firstly, please let this one express its sincerest respect and worship for the Supreme One's deathly aura.
Well, you are forgiven. My gratitude. In this world, there's nothing else stronger than death.
To be able to meet such a supreme existence, this one is grateful for all the death in this world. Ainz felt that the flattery was excessive. As if a sudden itch appeared at his back, he straightened his back. Other than this, what else do you have to say? Yes, this one regrets its own blasphemous outburst.
Please, I beseech the Great One to help this one achieve its dreams.
What is the matter?
Yes, all this while, this one thought that spreading death in this world was the sole purpose for this one's existence.
However, after meeting the Supreme King of Death, this one was enlightened.
I was born into this world to serve you. A great king of death, please receive this one's pledge of fealty. For this one hopes to be one of thine loyal subjects. Please grant me a place at your side. If the pearl possessed a head, it would be bowing now. It sounded serious with its request.
Ainz placed his left fist by the side of his mouth as he began to think. The pros and cons of accepting him as a subordinate, and whether itself could be trusted.
The Supreme King of Death finally decided.
Narbril herself joined in, ignoring the loud chatters of Shiltir and Aura.
Good.
Shiltir.
Ha! I'll give this to you. The item's ability to control the undead is suited for you.
However, Shiltir only displayed a rather apologetic expression. She asked Ainz.
My apologies.
I am truly happy that Ainz Summer is bestowing a magical item to me. But for a level 40 magical item would be damaged by my destruction of low-level item, cursed due to my ability as a cursed caster and cursed knight.
True. I will give this to you, Narbril.
Can I?
Small matter, this is something that you obtained. Use it when the occasion calls for it.
Just like the iron gauntlet, think of it as I am lending it to you. Yes.
It matters not? I have no objection nor rebuttal on this matter. I only hear and obey. What would you like to be called? The name does not matter, a great undead king.
If you insist, then I shall call you the Pearl of Death in lieu of the magic you possessed.
Ainz lifted the pearl in Narbril's direction. Narbril, take this.
The flying orb drew a parabola as it was thrown, as if falling into a predetermined position, Narbril's hand.
Then, Narbril, is this all you want to report?
Yes. Is it, Narbril?
You may excuse yourself. For any future intelligence, I will leave it to you.
As ordered.
Narbril exited the room.
After the door closed behind her, she heaved a big sigh as if she was emptying all the air remaining in her lungs. She slumped her back and her limbs appeared lethargic.
If someone was to put a title on that posture, it would be freed from tension.
If the one standing at the pinnacle of Nazarick, the last remaining supreme being, Ainz was to be perceived as someone arrogant, it would be difficult not to feel nervous, standing in front of a being whom they dedicated their all. During that moment, being praised greatly moved Narbril, who felt as if she was soaring through the sky. With her tension released, Narbril immersed herself in that happy memory of being praised.
One of her hands was holding onto a throbbing pearl.
Narbril Summer, for not knowing your loyalty towards such a great person, please forgive this one for his previous ranting. Narbril was slightly uneased by the pearl, which repeatedly praised Ainz after it regained its self-semblance. However, that unease disappeared as it came. Well, if you did not grasp the greatness of Ainz Summer, take a look, left and right in order to understand your surroundings.
Truly grateful. Narbril was overlooking the pearl on her hand.
She was trying to figure out where to put the pearl in terms of hierarchy within Nazarick.
Ainz did not say anything on this.
Was it okay to place him at a position similar to someone directly created by the 41 Supreme Beings?
This was a rather tough question.
Now then, who should she ask for guidance? Narbril Summer, as a servant to the great Ainz Summer, please use me.
I will be in your care.
Understood, then I shall enlighten you about the hierarchy within Nazarick itself. As Narbril spoke, she was displaying a rather proud look.